Got 11 instead of 1, just to be a little bit different.
One thing that like I'll always say about this game, it's like, love it or hate it, the music is
absolutely
good, just across the board. Like a lot of the character themes, just the town themes, just everything in general is just really good. So we're getting a little bit of a lore dump, but we just kind of matched through it because we've kind of heard it all before. It's a Pokemon story. You're probably familiar with how a Pokemon story goes. And then we have some hooligans. Team Yell.
Probably one of my favorite teams, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like Team Yell and Team Skull for me.
Yeah.
Because they're both very similar in the fact that they're just hooligans. They're not like malicious, they're just annoying.
They're just really big fans.
Yeah, they are just big fans.
Something that we haven't mentioned is right there. You'll see that GLP managed to quickly go down to the 3rd slot of the menu there, to go straight down to water gun. That's called double inputting. So you can actually input an input on your D-pad and input on your one of the analog sticks, pretty much just slightly delayed, and it will immediately put 2 inputs through. So we use that quite a bit to try and speed up our menus.
It is something that you can do in Scarlet and Violet, but you can't do it with the right thumbstick. You have to do it with the left thumbstick and the D-pad.
Yeah, it's the same with PLA as well. You can only use the left
because
thumbstick.
the right thumbstick is used for camera controls.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's definitely still possible in the newer games, but it's just you have to do it a little bit differently. And one thing that you need to be a little bit wary of, and I have fallen for it at least a handful of times, because the thumbstick, at least on this controller, it has a tendency of like snapping back when you like flick it down. Sometimes
you might go up a move.
Yeah, you go down 2 and then up 1, and you end up using the wrong move, and sometimes that can lead to some very awkward fights.
Yeah, I've definitely been there.
Yeah.
You actually got a 3-shot there on the Nickit, which is quite rare, to be honest. With the Mystic Water equipped, it's very uncommon to get that, especially if you don't have minus special attack, which I don't think you did.
No. Bree's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
It should be a 2-shot unless I...
Oh, easily.
Unless I crit, it might have been a 1-shot, but I still doubt it.
And one thing to note is like that first Zigzagoon that we fought, it has a chance to paralyze you. It can make things really awkward, so I'm very happy that neither of us got paralyzed there.
Yeah. We'd also need to target the Zigzagoon in the second fight because 1, it has Lick, and 2, it has Snarl.
Yes. He's attacking.
Snarl tends to drop your special attack, so it's pretty important to get rid of it as soon as possible.
We ideally have Hop attack the Zigzagoon and knock it out before it can use Snarl. But, as long as Hop attacks here, it should be fine.
Hard to trust Hop in double battles, unfortunately.
Well, it works out for me. Sometimes he's just being helpful.
Sometimes he decides to sit there and defense curl the entire time, so really not helpful.
Oh. Hey,
okay.
Hop being helpful.
Very helpful.
Right. We don't want to learn Water Pulse, even though it is a good move. This is essentially the last we'll be really needing Sobble in terms of its combat ability.
One more fight for Sobble.
Oh, yeah, there is at least one.
The Slowpoke.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're not needing it for its combat ability.
Well, I mean, I got a 2-turn, so...
That works.
Yeah. Just unfortunately, crit as well.
So yeah, this is our 3rd rival, Marnie. They're a Dark-type trainer, and we fight them even less than we fight Bede.
Yep.
Yeah.
3 times total.
Did we fight them both 3 times?
Hmm?
No, you fight Bede 4.
Bede 4, and Hop 8.
2 in the mine, 1 at...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then 1 at the end.
I forgot one of them. we fight these rivals so many times. It kind of all blends in at some point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oops.
And what's really nice here is we don't have to go and get HMs anymore. So this game doesn't have HMs. It haven't had HMs since Gen 7. And instead, we get a flying taxi in a second, which is really nice to get fly this early.
Yeah.
Definitely speed it up.
Yeah. Essentially, we want to get to this point before going to the Crown Tundra for getting our DLC Pokemon. We could have gone earlier, but it would have been really
very
awkward.
difficult. It's just mainly for the catching of the Slowpoke. It's a bit easier when you're high level.
Yes.
And yeah, is what it is.
Yeah, it's a combination of that, and also once you've gotten it, you then have to get back to the mainland, and having Fly at that point makes it much easier.
Yeah, so when I
things
first...
kind of just line up very neatly to just have the route be like this. So
Yeah.
we hit level 12, so we're going to be exactly the same level as the Slowpoke that we want to be catching, and also, yeah, flying.
When I first routed it, when the DLC first, like, the hour the DLC first dropped, originally I was killing the Onyx right at the start and then going straight to Crown Tundra. Because that's kind of what we did with the Isle of Armor.
Yeah.
But instead, this just makes it a lot more seamless. And having a flying taxi absolutely saves time getting back here.
One thing narratively that I really love about this is that we just had this conversation with Hop, with Leon, with Rose, the chairman of the whole thing, and Hop goes, hey, we're going to get started on our adventure. Let us go and have a battle on Route 3 before we get started. And we go, sure, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
And we go and grab a level 65 Pokemon, and he's like, well, I see. That is how it is. So the quickest way to get to the train station where the Slowpoke is going to be is actually to fly to the wild area and then just interact with this little...
Yellow box.
Yeah, this little station, instead of flying all the way back to Wedgehurst and then walking to the train station from there. It's just that little bit quicker.
So here we meet the rival that we would fight if we were doing Isle of Armor, Avery, and Sword will have Clara. We see them briefly here, and then we never see them again.
Yes.
There's a lot of rivals in this game.
A lot of them. With very unique personalities.
Absolutely. Very good. So we talk to the Slowpoke from the front, because otherwise it takes about 5 years to slowly turn around to look at you.
It is,
It's
as the name would suggest.
painful.
Here's the quick ball. Because we use it on the first turn, it has a much higher catch rate. And because we're at an equal level with the Slowpoke or higher, it makes it so much nicer, and we don't have to worry about it jumping out and then us having to deal with whatever is going to go on with the Slowpoke.
Yeah, something we haven't mentioned, when you try and catch a Pokemon that's higher level than you, it takes roughly 1/10 of the catch rate.
It's brutal.
It's, yeah, really rough. And the shield any percent route actually has to suffer through that to get a Drillbur later into the run.
I did that category a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, it was brutal. Anyway, this is a part where I need to be sure that I'm not mashing too
The
much.
hardest menu in the game. Nailed it.
I actually just like take it very steady because I do not want to accidentally go to the Isle of Armor.
Yeah, if we take a detour to the Isle of Armor, it's about a 2 minute time loss.
It does this whole like cutscene.
And then
But
you
it's
get
like
a new
flying.
Pokedex.
Yeah, then it gives you another Pokedex, and then you have to go all the way back, and then you have to do this whole thing again. And it's just the whole thing that you just don't want to have to deal with. But we're here at the Crown Tundra, and we are very close to the Dynamax Adventures.
Just one more fight.
Just one more fight.
No, we definitely have to win.
Definitely. Most definitely have to win. But I trust Sobble.
We trust Sobble. I think Bree's going to trust Slowpoke.
Yeah, definitely trust Slowpoke.
Okay.
Slowpoke has confusion, so we'll be able to hopefully get a confusion off and win the fight.
Also, get ready for one of the best, well, in the fight, one of the best themes.
Absolutely.
In the game.
Peony's theme is
I'm just sad that we
excellent.
don't get to hear it more. I'm also sad that we don't get to hear any of the Isle of Armor music because...
Well, you would if you took the detour.
True. Yeah, here is Peony and his daughter Peonia. And we are just like wandering along and we just get drawn in kind of against our will.
Yeah,
Isn't
pretty
it?
much.
It
You
against
could
our
try
will,
and
yeah.
walk past it and leave, and he
Yeah,
still
just
grabs
can't
you.
walk past him.
Yeah.
He just wants you to Let's give him a little bit of a battle.
Yep, so we're going to go into a battle with him. He's got a Copperage, which is pretty slow, so we should be able to outspeed it.
We should be able to.
Yeah.
Could you please open this? Like, don't go.
Oh, it's level 70.
Oh, whoops.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Well,
Strange.
very strange.
game just
I
lets you
guess-
lose. The game just lets you lose.
Yeah.
That is weird.
It's
Yeah.
the loophole I was talking about earlier.
Yeah. It's like the entire thing that allows us this category to exist.
Absolutely, yeah. If we weren't allowed to lose here, we just wouldn't be able to do this category.
Yeah. But because we're allowed to lose this fight, we can just do that, and then we just make our way over to the Dynamax Adventures and be on our merry way.
Now, we do have to be very careful here. If we do hit a wild Pokemon here, we do get sent all the way back to the last Pokemon Center we entered.
They are very
because
powerful
they are
here.
all level
Yeah, they
65.
Yeah.
Preset.
Very, very powerful.
To which we cannot catch any of them.
Oh, no. Because as Aspect was mentioning earlier, the catch rate on high-level Pokemon is really not good.
Oh, it's because
And
of
it's
the
actually because of the level
restriction.
requirement.
Yeah.
So each gym badge you, you
it's that one.
obtain
I forgot
increases
about
the
that
maximum level you can catch in the wild. So at the moment we can catch up to level 20 Pokemon in the wild. Because we still haven't completed a gym challenge 1 hour in.
Forgot about that part.
And something else that was mentioned earlier, we do get given a rental Pokemon here, which is the only reason we can do this as well, because we had to use our Pokemon. Our level 12 Sobble would do literally 0 damage to all of the level 65s in this den.
I think if we were doing it, we would have to Dynamax and Max Protect.
Yeah, you'd max guard the
Max
entire time and hope that your allies would get through everything.
Yeah.
Which, hoping the AI does something is
Oh.
not something you want to do.
No.
So that is one thing to note when it comes to the Dynamax Adventures, is that we have 3 AI companions, and the Pokemon that they choose, we can't control. The moves that they use, we can't control. So we can have some very, very, very tough times.
There are some very bad Pokemon for the AI to get purely because they see a move that increases a stat and go, I'm going to use that the entire time. So you'll have a Drapion using Acupressure, and you'll have a Gerda spamming Coaching, both of which do very little.
Huh.
Oh,
Nice Sunfish.
So these Pokemon here, we can't use because these are just like essentially taken out of the pool, so
yeah.
that's fine.
All right. Now we have to try and understand what's happening here. Oh,
You could go Charizard.
don't be minus defense.
There is a Tentacruel on the right.
Tentacle's not too bad. Was that water type on the left?
That is a Celio.
That's a Celia, okay.
Not very good, unfortunately.
I'll go towards Tentacruel. I know that one's safe.
Tentacle's safe, yeah.
But as we was like mentioning earlier, there are a lot of Pokemon that are really good but a little bit risky.
Charizard is absolutely that.
I probably could have just gone for Charizard.
If you did Charizard and Choice Specs, Charizard with Choice Specs can get through that fight
Okay.
pretty safely,
What
but
about,
Well, I was going to say, like, I probably could have caught it and then catch the Celio just to
yeah.
as a backup. What do you got?
Okay, I got Vikavolt.
That's a Seadra or Octillery, Vikavolt, Diggersby?
Kangaskhan.
That's a Diggersby, isn't it?
That's Kangaskhan.
Yeah, go the go that.
You want me to go for Kangaskhan? Not the Vikavolt?
Don't go Vikavolt.
we were talking about that earlier. Because essentially what has happened a lot of the time is that one of us will be running this category, and throughout it, we'll just pick a random Pokemon. And then while we're doing that, Aspect here would be essentially building the train tracks in front of us as we're doing the run. For better and for worse.
Yeah.
It's like, why are we running this? Why are we putting ourselves through this ordeal?
That was a very quick kill on the main Ectric.
Yeah, that one
Very quick.
was very...
Ideally, you do want to take a couple extra turns because you do actually want to kill off all of your allies.
Yeah.
As soon as you lose your 4 lives, you get kicked out of the den and you have to take whatever Pokemon you've got. So ideally, what happens is we catch the Pokemon that we want and we die the next turn in the next battle.
I did just want to be safe. Jesus.
Yeah, the Dynamax cries are very loud,
Bass
and
boosted.
everything else is absolutely fine.
It's absolutely base
It's just how the game was balanced, I guess.
There are some... Oh, what one's absolutely terrible? Vanillish. Like, a lot of the ice Pokemon, they have very, very tinny sounds. And that, like, incredibly bass boosted, it's brutal. God. It very much... I didn't... Well,
And so the resources that we do have for this run, we have a tier list that I've done a lot of changes to balance it out, and we got, and then I've routed all of the top mons really.
it's the top
a lot
ones
of it,
and some extras.
and some extras that happen to be run along the way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've made a lot of the resources for this route.
And one of the resources that I end up using a lot when it comes to this run, it's literally just the Cerebi page that is all of the rental Pokemon that you can encounter. Because it will show you the moves that they have, the ability that they have, and from there you can click on them and you're like, alright, what moves can this learn? What can we teach it conveniently? And so on and so forth. What are its stats? So on and so forth. So what I want to teach? Sludge Wave, Surf?
Sludge Wave Surf, yeah.
Yeah. And I do want Cross Poison for something. Morpeko?
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
As I said, there's a lot of just...
That's a Holucha.
I do like Holucha.
Unfortunately, the Torkoal that the AI is using is causing me a lot of trouble. My water type moves are not
Doing
dealing enough
nothing,
damage because
yeah.
of the sun. Okay, that's 2 down, so just kill the Seedra now.
Alrighty.
One of the Basculins are actually very good. One of them is mediocre.
I can't remember which one I ran.
I don't remember which one's which.
Yeah.
Lu's better, I believe.
Blue is better because one of them gets Psychic Fangs and Liquidation.
Oh, I did the other one then. But it was perfectly fine for Shield because one thing to note about the differences between Sword and Shield is that there are a few more, like, when it comes to EVs, it is a little bit more skewed towards physical attack in Sword, whereas in Shield it's more skewed towards special attack. And also there are a few Pokemon that we'll encounter later on where you would much prefer to be using a special attack, which is something that I'm going to encounter because there is a Pokemon that the 6th gym leader will have, Melanie. She will have an Ice Cube, which can be really annoying if you're running a physical attacker.
So its ability Ice Face means that when it takes a physical attack, it instead doesn't take any damage and changes into Noise Face.
Noise.
Noise. And then it decides to use Hail, it gets its Ice Face back, and then you have to hit it again and again.
It is a really annoying.
I'm actually not even sure if I'm gonna.
You're just gonna get to Suicune.
I don't want to go to Suicune. Because, as we'll say, like, Suicune, really good, really consistent, not the fastest, because, again, it has the ability Pressure, which activates on literally every combat you get into. So, you counter a trainer, alright, Pressure's going to activate. You get to a gym leader, Pressure's going to activate. You run into a Pokemon randomly on a route, Pressure's going to activate. So, ideally, we don't get the Suicune, but I'm not sure if... That is loud.
Yep.
Surely we can... We only have 2 lines left. Surely we can...
I feel like you're going to get through this fight.
Oh, I don't have the... We don't have the Manectric with me anymore. That's good. Substitute. That is an annoying move.
That's an annoying move.
If you end up with an ally with...
Seedra's only used it once, thankfully.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah.
If an ally has the ability to use Substitute, they will constantly be using it.
Nice natural focus sash there.
Why is this going the way it is?
Just doesn't faint.
I'm going to get rid of this Substitute.
I actually don't know if I'm going to be able to catch this Kangaskhan.
Ooh.
We've got 1 life left.
Nice. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so the Dynamax Avengers are a lot of hoping your allies pay it, like
Yeah.
do something, or sometimes don't do something.
Get the heal.
The heal wouldn't really do anything.
Okay. Oh.
So unfortunately, my Dynamax has failed.
That's fine. We've got a backup just for that.
But
So
you have a backup.
you have a backup of
I have the
Suicune?
Suicune, yes, just because it would be guaranteed. But we'll just go through this anyway. It just shows the
Yeah.
cutscene that would happen. Basically, we see Peony's daughter, Nia. She just kind of explains why she wants to sit around here, and she asks us to do whatever her dad wanted to.
Yeah, it tells us to go babysit her dad.
Yeah. Essentially. Why is this
Here you see the duality of AI. One managed to do nothing and lose, and one managed to get all the way to Suicune.
Yeah.
I did not want to be here. Get us out of here. Thank you. Let us leave. Alright, I'm going to quickly have a look at the stats for this. What are we looking at? I'm so glad that was not a shiny.
We will be closing
Neutral?
off the
That's fine.
incentive for the names very shortly as
Yes.
Yep.
Another thing to note is that the shiny chance in the Dynamax Adventures is like 1 in 300 compared to
1 in
the, like,
300, yes.
1 in 1,000.
So the first time I tried to do this run with Suicune, I didn't realize I got one, but I entered the first fight, I entered the next hop fight, and
shiny.
it was a shiny, so
Yeah.
I was unlucky. I had to kill that run, it died.
Because again, like similar with the whole conversation about abilities activating at the start of every combat, the shiny little glint, the sparkle goes off at every combat.
Every single time.
It is brutal. Alright.
Oh, oops. Forgot. Don't have Turbo on at the moment. Right.
So even though I'm a little bit behind now, Tentacruel is really good. And
Very.
I should be able to catch up.
Our suggestion probably for this kind of run would be trying to just go for the Suicune if you're doing your first try, because
Yes.
it's guaranteed. Like we've said, and it's a pretty straightforward route. So it's something that's very beginner friendly, pretty
Yeah,
easy to go
there's
through.
Pretty much zero ranges in it, and there's
Yeah.
only a few hydro pumps that you have to hit.
Which, I mean, if you hit it, you hit it. If you don't, you don't.
One thing I do get to do, because I have a water type, I get to use the Mystic Water that I
So
grabbed
do I.
earlier. Yeah.
So here's something that's pretty much unique to the Suicune route, or any route that doesn't have the greatest time or needs extra EXP. You can actually trade in your Dino Ore that you get for winning the Dynamax Adventure for EXP candies. Now the extra larges that Bree just grabbed are worth 30,000 EXP each.
Yeah, fine.
Just a meager amount.
I mean, you could have.
I could have, because we went all
You
the
got
way.
almost.
I think I had
You
3.
could've-
You would have had
Yeah,
three.
you would
I would have had 3, yeah.
Yeah, you do get more for choosing to take the legend at the end, and you do get more for getting all the way through the Dynamax Adventure and not dying partway through. So
Also, that's the last we'll see of Peony, unfortunately.
I believe the backup save you had for the Suicune was Rash Suicune, which is very good.
I can't remember what we teach over.
4,
I'm so
yeah,
confused.
4.
No, it's over
Liquidate.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it is
Yes.
4?
Yep, over 4.
Alright,
Yes.
what
It's
names
been a
are we
long
looking-
time.
Yeah, we do use Extreme Speed for a bit. It helps to deal with things with dry skin and also outspeed
a
quick attacks.
Singular Pseudo Widow as well.
Yes.
We will be doing the nicknames here because it's very convenient to do it right here.
Yep, so the
So
nicknames, instead of it should be cut off now, we're going to do them in just a second.
So yeah, a lot of this, like, after we get the Pokemon, it's a lot of just like, alright, what are we using? And this is all I'm going to be using. It's a lot of poison and a lot of water.
Yeah.
So, rate the nickname. What names are we looking at? Go.
Yep. So for looks like Pikachu has what?
Pikachu.
Pikachu.
Alrighty.
Pikachu the Tentacruel.
And myself.
The second place.
Yep, and the second place was Pronto. Pronto, yep.
What was it? Sorry.
It was Pronto, Pronto.
Oh, Pronto.
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 Alrighty, so now that we've got the name set up, we've got our Pokemon set up, we're ready to reacquaint ourselves with Hop. Who
Hi, Hop. We
Hi.
now have level 65 and 74 Pokemon.
Don't mind us. And yeah, essentially a lot of the following hour, 2 hours is just making sure that we have everything set up to where we can deal with a lot of the later fights, because these fights are pretty straightforward. You just smash a button and you get through them.
When I used to do these runs with random Pokemon, I'd actually end up calcing all the fights out, like all the later fights out, to work out exactly what I needed.
Yeah. Like
While I was
as
holding
said,
A through these early fights.
Like as I said earlier, it's a lot of building the train tracks while you're still going.
Yeah. And, as we spoke about before with the pressure, actually is fine. Speedrun does. Unfortunately, every fight it enters will trigger pressure, so it is constantly losing a bit of time in comparison to the Tentacruel, which won't necessarily trigger its ability every single fight.
It will sometimes, because we've got Clear Body.
Yeah, but not every fight.
No. So, as we were mentioning before, certain abilities can make a Pokemon much better or much worse for this run. Like, there are some Pokemon that you'd be like, oh, it's got the base stats, it's got the moves, but it's got an ability like Speed Boost, which activates every
Or
turn.
Moxie.
Or Moxie, Intimidate, so on and
Like
so
there's
forth.
there's some abilities that significantly reduce the power of the Pokemon. Like Nidoking has Rivalry, which unfortunately isn't that useful, and does in fact result in losing damage against
Zagoon Alley.
the different gender.
I actually found that Rivalry wasn't too bad. I think the worst.
I think it would be Oleana that's the worst.
I think
the
it was
Oleana
either
fight?
Oleana or Marnie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of those two. But like, yes, Rivalry is. It means you have to kind of over-index on the amount of attack or amount of damage you're doing, just to account for that. Oh.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunate.
missed that. It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the times when I end up running into that train, it's because there's a Zigzagoon.
Zigzagoon. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I
because-
was trying to dodge there.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about how, the Pokemon in the overworld, so you can see them and actually avoid them. Sometimes a Zigzagoon will show up and they are just hyped up on sugar.
Yeah.
Yep.
They just go a mile a minute. They love to just...
Rookies can be pretty bad too. They like to fly directly at you.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a couple of routes later that have some very bad Pokemon to either see or with large hitboxes in narrow corridors.
I don't think I've ever really seen a Tyrogue in that area before, but it just did.
wow.
So that's
Tyrogue
interesting.
is a
Tyrogue?
5%.
Yeah. I mostly see Tyrogues in, like, the wild area, and
Yes.
they run after you like you owe them money.
I feel like that's the thing with a lot of the fighting types.
Yeah. You owe them
They're
something.
itching for a fight.
We haven't talked about it yet, but this is Sonia. This is the Pokemon Professor, or Pokemon Professor in training for this game. She is the lore dump for this game.
Definitely the Lord.
So pretty much any time you see her, she's telling you something about this world, something about Galar. And you'll see her a lot.
Yeah, she was also, she spent a lot of time in Galar with the current champion, Leon, which is kind of, I guess, why she's growing to become a professor.
Yeah, they did their journey together, pretty much. So like you're doing with Hop.
One thing about this fight, one of the few times where you encounter ground-type Pokemon in this run.
There aren't too many of them, no.
Yeah, that is one thing that has definitely helped some types more than others, is the amount of types that you go up against throughout the run. Having a good time? But yeah, like ground, you don't encounter all that much. There are a few instances where they can be really annoying, but it has allowed electric to be a pretty solid type for this run.
There are a lot of electric types that are really good, partially because most electric types are very fast. And also, for some reason, the Dynamax Adventures, their set moves are Electro Ball a lot of the time, which is a move that does increase damage based on the speed differential between you and the opponent. And also just the fact that Electric has, only ground that it can't hit.
Beats music is always good.
Yeah.
A lot of the time in these runs, you'll get a lot of benefit from knowing where certain items are. So for instance, things like Muscle Band or Trace Specs, stuff like that. Don't really, we might need the Trace Specs, but there's also some random drops that we have to get. For instance, in the Speedrun route here, we do have to pick up an Ether just up and around the corner here, just because of PP a bit later on.
Yeah, so there's a whole one section
Yeah, there's one section where
that you don't get any
worry about.
heals.
Yeah, by and large, like the vast majority of the run, you don't have to worry about PP usage, which is the amount of moves you can use. But there's a little bit later on, there's this one specific segment where it can get a little bit dicey, more so for some Pokemon compared to others. Like, there's some Pokemon that don't have to worry about it whatsoever. But, like with the Suicune, you do kind of need that little bit of extra boost.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're very much reliant on Surf for Suicune, so you're limited on your alternate moves you can use through that section specifically.
Well, it's great that it's in our #1 slot, so that we don't really have to move around too much when menuing.
But I also have Poison Surf. And one thing to note about this run is that it is also very handy to have a move that can hit multiple enemies, because there are going to be some fights that are going to be double battles, like forced double battles somewhere down the road. And being able to take out multiple Pokemon at once can definitely turn fights that can go 4 turns into 2.
Yeah, spread moves are absolutely very helpful, and why a lot of the top tier mons have a spread move in their learn list. So a lot of the Earthquakes and Surfs are automatically very good. The electric types also have Discharge, so they get to stay up there, the top tiers as well.
Like moves like the Earthquake, the Surf, the Discharge, but also moves that can like essentially play themselves. So you use
Stuff
it
like
and it
Outrage.
Yes.
And Thrash.
Thrash.
Yeah, so because you don't have to select a move on the subsequent turns, again, a lot of this is just trying to save those small seconds here and there, because we have the strong mon, we don't have to set up at all, so we can just keep going.
to a lesser extent. Pedal Dance.
Yeah.
I mean, it worked for the Venusaur I was running about a week ago.
Until when?
Don't worry about that. Hey, it still went under 410.
Okay.
Even though I had the most time loss against Ryan. It still worked. It's okay.
And so we're almost at our first gym.
Yep. We've already met the gym leader, thankfully.
Yep.
Yeah, we got Milo.
Big boy Milo.
This is a grass type gym. So the natural challenge that we should do beforehand is herding Wooloo.
Exactly. And hope that we don't get some rogue
Stray
Yeah.
Wooloos.
Yeah, these Wooloo are very much not happy with being wrangled, so they will go any which direction if you give them the chance.
Another type that we don't really encounter much this run is grass.
There isn't much grass, no.
Yeah, like this is like the main
just
point
it,
where we
yeah.
fight grass. There is Oleano's Serena, there's also Ferroseed and Ferrothorn, but apart from that, you don't really encounter grass types, which is another reason why water ends up being one of the best types for this run. Like water, ground, and then I would often put those two as the best types for this run. And then below that, I'd be putting like dark, normal,
Steel.
steel is
Steel's
pretty
pretty
good as
good.
well. Dragon, like dragon and normal are really good because they're not super effective against
A lot of things.
But they're also not very effective against
Something.
much.
So, as we were saying, like we want to try and optimize a lot of the fights that we're just mashing through, and being able to very consistently use very neutral moves, it saves so much time in the long run. and like Dragon is neutral against a lot. Immune, oh, Fairy's immune to it, but you have other ways to deal with that. Normal, neutral against a lot. Also Dark, neutral against a lot. So these types are really good for speedrunning just because of how it allows you to just like get those little bit of optimizations when it comes to like the amount of dialogue options you have.
So one of the big things about this gym as well is that the wall's sticky for some reason. The Wooloo decide to hit the wall and then continue going until they hit the end. So you can sort of just maneuver the Wooloo into a wall and they'll just keep going.
Also need to be very careful that you don't overlap them because...
Yes, if you're so overlapping them, they'll start going in different directions.
They will literally just book it in the other direction. They can be so annoying.
You have to stay just the right distance away from them.
Would now be okay for me to read a donation?
Absolutely.
Yep. We had $22 come in from Tasmania Jones, who says, donating to the Green Spyro Fund, TM. So that's going towards picking the color for Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. Currently, black is still in the lead, but green is inching up towards it. So if you would like to see green or any of the other colors to be Spyro's color for the run, get your donations in. Thank you, everybody.
Alright, another hazard, I guess, for us to deal with in this section is the Yampers. Because if they get too close to the Wooloo, they will start barking at them and send them off into a frenzy, and we have to try and catch them again. And it is really not.
Yeah, pretty much. As long as you do the same movement every time, the Yampers are in the same location every time. So realistically, you shouldn't have too much problem with them.
So you get just one small bit
slow,
here, and then you're fine.
This person is canonically blind. They can look directly at you and still not see you.
Yeah, I'm always way too worried about that.
As is a lot of the...
I'm just way too concerned that I'm going to run into her, but the Wooloo were fine. They didn't decide to go on a little adventure.
There was no revolution this time.
Yeah. They have this stadium, like so much space just for this.
For the record, I just realized I didn't write Pronto because I turboed the name.
Oh, you...
Oh, no.
I'll fix it up.
It's all good. Now, our first gym battle. And
yeah, something we didn't mention back at Magnolia's house. She actually gave us a Dynamax band. Dynamax band is the way that we are allowed to use a Dynamax feature, but only in power spots. Now, power spots are pretty much just the raid dens and the gym locations. And so you'll see a little star icon underneath us, or a star shadow underneath us.
I'm just going to take the safe route.
yeah, it's fair.
Oh, okay. And so we're going to be told what the Dynamax function does here.
When it comes to this category, or just this game in general, you want to be using Dynamax as little as possible because the animation for getting huge and all that, it takes a lot of time.
Absolutely does.
Like the getting big, and there's also another animation for becoming small again. So we want to reduce that as much as possible. The only times we would actually be using Dynamax, especially in this category, is if there's a Pokemon that really cannot survive not being Dynamax. Because another thing about Dynamax is it essentially just gives you like almost double the amount of health you currently have.
So base it's 1.5 times, but because these Pokemon came from Dynamax Adventures, they get 8 levels of Dynamax. So instead their HP becomes 1.9. Yes, 1.9 times.
Yeah.
And so it can definitely help you survive.
That is going to happen in every gym battle,
Yes.
by the way.
Except
Except for one, yes. There is one that does not have a power spot.
Which is definitely my favorite of the gyms. We'll get to that later, though.
And we've gotten our first gym badge.
so one of the more unique overall badge cases, I guess, we have compared to other games. I feel like they started this, around about now is when they started doing them a bit differently.
Instead of just like the individual badges, they had like
Yeah.
a more
Like, this is a circle, we're going to fill it out with a puzzle.
So yeah, something that we didn't mention before is this game has TMs and TRs, so technical machines and technical records. The technical machines you generally get from gyms or from arranged across the routes, and they're infinite use. But the technical records you get from either the watt traders from trading a large number of watts. There's a couple scattered around in the DLC areas, but the main way you get them is from the raid battles, which are scattered through the wild area and then the DLC areas as well. Now they're all single use, and all of the good moves are in the technical records, which means that we don't really get a choice with our moveset. It's whatever the Pokemon came with, plus the couple of good TMs that exist, and then you have the TRs, which take way too much time to use.
So that is one thing that definitely hurt quite a few Pokemon for this category, is like, oh, it can learn Surf, it can learn Earthquake, but only via a technical record, which we do not have access to, at least conveniently. So it ends up dropping them down a little bit more when it comes to the power level, unfortunately. Let's see you get the bike glitch. Early bike glitch.
Could.
I've gotten it like in the hundreds and hundreds of hours that I've played this game. I've gotten that once. There is like on the bridge leaving the first town.
Yeah, we also don't remember the name of it.
Turfield.
Turfield.
There we go.
Yeah, leaving Turfield. Going over that bridge across that river. Something happens. The game doesn't.
There's a couple of different bridges that can do it as well. There's one right in front of Magnolia's house that can also do it. For some reason, it decides to displace your character model down into the water. Or it puts your hitbox down into the water, but the model stays on top, and it gives you the bike.
Yeah.
For some reason. And then you can use it until you hit somewhere that you have to enter a building, pretty much.
And it's really not all that useful for the run because it saves the time, which is literally this path to these fights, which is where we get the bike.
Yep. So we're going to get the bike right now.
Yeah, so it doesn't really save that much time for anything. So we have the bike now. There are a few associated glitches with the bike that most of them...
Okay, so you can't use the word pronto, apparently.
What?
Yeah, you can't enter that name.
What?
Oh, that's weird. Oh, I know why.
Oh, yep.
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 Nope,
No?
not that one either. Oh gosh. That's funny.
Just use Pikachu. Just go with the Pikachu. It was the number one.
No.
They earned it.
Pronto. Yep, good enough.
We had to adapt.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Didn't think about that one.
Yeah, it's this bridge here that Bree's going over right now.
Yeah, so this bridge.
It's like at the halfway point, it'll just...
There's
magically
also a glitch going into Turfield where it'll pan up and back down again.
I've seen that a few times.
Yeah, I know how to do it. Just didn't
I get
want
it every
to.
time purely because of my movement.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It doesn't really do anything. It's just like a visual thing.
Yeah.
It's just like the camera goes really weird. But apart from that, it just doesn't really.
Yeah, something you didn't mention right there, we skipped a double battle because we only had one Pokemon in our party. We'll do that a couple of times more. But there are some double battles we can't skip, which is why we'll have to catch another Pokemon later on.
Yes. I think I'm using the Litwicks.
Or we can use, we do catch a couple Pokemon in Carbu's gym just because that's the challenge, which we can use as well if we don't find something that's on one of the later routes. But generally you want to use something on the later routes because it can survive more.
And also they will level up a lot less.
Yeah. And these Pokemon tend to evolve either by trade or by like level 54, which it will never reach.
It was that generation of Pokemon where everything was evolving in like the 50s.
Yeah.
It was It was a time in Pokemon. That's for sure.
So we haven't really talked about it yet, but this is Rose. This is clearly
Very
not bad.
person.
He's just a very important person.
Dad bod.
It's going to be no problems with him at all through the run.
Shorts.
And his secretary, Oleana.
So we have plans to have lunch with them once we're done with the gym.
Then we have the most wasteful gym in the game.
Oh, it is so wasteful. And it's so loud.
It
My
is. It
favorite.
is very loud.
I think it's not as loud as it used to be. Like, on release, it was just blowing out eardrums.
It is the gym that you could demo at PAX 2019 here in Australia. Good time. If anyone was around, they might remember it.
And this is our 4th hot battle as well. So we're halfway there.
We're halfway through the hot battles, yeah. We're almost at the point where he has a bit of a crisis.
Yeah, we're almost
He
there.
has a midlife crisis after
The 4th, yeah.
this gym. Well, not after this gym, but after something else that happens.
Yeah, it's once we hit the wild area again.
Yeah, he decides to face another trainer that doesn't turn out very well for him.
And
Yeah,
he has a lot of expectations to live up to, considering, you know, his brother is literally the champion.
undefeated.
Undefeated champion.
Never lost a single match in his entire career.
Oh yeah, this is the wasteful gym as we're
Yeah.
alluding to. The amount of water here, come on. That had better be at least
It better be
recycled.
recycled, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd expect it.
Or at least submerge the
There's also
entire
just
stage.
no waves coming from the water going into the
Yeah.
below.
But yes, this is, as you can probably tell, the water gym.
It's pretty dangerous as well. Because you can walk right into those water things. You can just walk right up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a puzzle where we have to press buttons in a certain order. But it's pretty simple, and it's always the same, so...
And there's the sounds.
Would it be okay for me to read a donation?
Yeah,
If,
absolutely.
if they can hear you, yes.
Yep. Okay. So we have $50 from Aeon Frodo, who says, "Good luck to the rest of the runners on the final day. Let's give this 50 to Green Spyro." So now that puts Green Spyro in the lead for what color Spyro will be from the Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage Run. Thank you so much to everyone watching in the crowd today, and for those at home watching as well. We like to be at PAX each year, so if you're at PAX again in the following years, feel free to come see us again. Thank you.
Yeah, the gym leader for this gym, Nessa. If you were running Pokemon Shield 80%, was a real pain.
Oh, we can talk about the Shield 80% fight if you want to.
That's
So, in Shield 80%, we use Arcanine for these early fights. In Sword, there's a route that uses Ninetales. But yeah, Arcanine obviously is Fire-type, so it's weak to water. It has a rough time here. But it has this move called Burnout, or Burn Up, which loses its Fire-typing, which means it's almost dealable. However, the Dreadnought that is her ace is a Water-Rock type, and we have Fire and Normal, which both resist. So we actually have to use something called Reversal. Reversal does increase damage based on your health. So the lower your health you have, the more damage it does. So it becomes really dangerous and really tough to actually hit the correct health threshold, because you actually need to be below 6 HP to actually KO the Dreadnought.
the amount of runs that would just straight up fall over at
Yeah.
that fight. It was way too much.
It's one of the
Which is
most
another-
complicated fights in this.
Absolutely. Which
Yeah.
is so nice when it comes to this category. We get to this fight and just like, nah.
I have the A button
Just,
pressed.
yeah, just do not care. Just do not interact with the fight whatsoever. Just roll right over them. But we will have to fight Nessa again later on. because the way in which the Elite Four is quote-unquote set up in this game, it's just a big tournament of all the gym leaders that we will be encountering throughout this run. And you just have to fight some of the gym leaders a second time, but more powered up. Which it's definitely nice.
We'd hope so.
Yeah, it's just there's two little Pokemon in the
I
Dread.
hope they don't have level 20s still.
Yeah. Really
It's quite amusing because Nessa's Dreadnought actually changes ability between the two fights, so she's clearly replaced it.
Yeah.
Or she's used an item.
It changes gender.
Okay, that I can't explain.
HR
outside of.
But the only reason I know that is because I did the run with Nidoking.
The Nidoking, yeah.
Yeah, because I was having to look at the gender of all the Pokemon, so I knew which Pokemon I'd be doing more or less damage to. And so I was like, hang on, you just changed the entire Pokemon. And I think, is Bees Machamp also?
Probably, yeah.
I remember there being another one that
It wouldn't surprise me.
I can't remember. I mostly run Shield just because I prefer it. But I do run Sword from time to time and put myself through that.
And so yeah, something the gym leaders all do is they all Dynamax their aces, bar one, who we'll talk about later. Yeah, so Dynamax is literally just a big HP increase.
Big. Which makes it a little bit more awkward when it comes to damage calculations. Like, you have to do a lot more than what you would normally have to do. Thankfully, we out-level them by quite a significant margin. At least for this part. Later on, it's going to be, well, we have to do a little bit more.
Yeah, so obviously, this is a later gen game, so we actually have scaled EXP. Back in the original games and Gen 6, for some reason, they have linear EXP, where you gain the same amount of XP regardless of your level from the opponent. It only bases it off their level. But Gens 5 and then 7 onwards have scaled EXP where it's dependent on your level as well. So because we're so much higher level, you'll see the first fight with Hop that we did once we got this Mon, we were getting like 1 to 2 XP from it.
Yeah.
I really don't know why they changed it back in Gen 6.
It's a weird. Yeah. It's an interesting decision. So yeah, we have now gotten our second gym badge, and we're now going to meet up with Rose for some lunch.
If you could call it that.
Yeah, it's a conversation. We're at a restaurant. There's a table. There was a reservation, I'm sure.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess we sit there.
We
with
don't
our
really eat.
napkins.
We don't eat or drink, but we do have a conversation.
Yeah. I'm very glad that he booked out an entire restaurant for it.
So yeah, so basically after, or either before or after, so basically entering a gym, entering a city, or after the gym, we'll get exposition, which generally is Sonia telling you something about the town, and then someone else telling her, oh, you should check out this place, which happens to be in the next place you're going.
Yeah. it does a pretty good job of just leading. Ugh. That's fine. Sometimes going through that little section, the spawn, like where they spawn, can be random. So sometimes they'll be literally right in your path, and sometimes they'll just be wandering wherever. You don't have to worry about them. But we get to fight Beat again. And again, we just spam surf.
That's a lot of what the early game of this run is, and mid-game.
Yeah.
We'll end up having to start using X items, or the setup items, pretty much from B onwards on every major fight.
Yeah.
So X items, we haven't gone over them yet. We bought some earlier. I think we both would have bought only X specials.
Yeah.
And now the X items from Gen 7 onwards give us a +2 stage every time we use them. Now each stage is a 50% increase in that stat. So you're basically looking at a 100% increase to that stat using one item. So they become very useful through the run.
Absolutely.
Because generally, because we're so high level, the most you'll need is 2 times.
Yeah. Nice crit.
Yeah. Definitely needed. Don't know if I would defeat the Dreadnought otherwise.
Yeah. That's always the funny thing about this, like, hour chunk. It's like, oh, I've out-leveled this by, like, 3 times. Crit mattered. We are going to be coming into, well, we have one fight with the worker that we see right behind Bede right now, but after that we then have one of the first
Team
of the double battles that we have to be trying to deal with. And unfortunately, Hop's Pokemon are not going to be very too happy with it.
That's okay, we just knocked them out.
It's okay, the Wooloo's caused enough trouble for us that we can cause some trouble for it. So yeah, we're apparently going into this mine because Karbu is the next gym leader is in here. So Hop decided that we're going in here.
And wouldn't you know it, Team Yellow here as well. And Hop decides, let's take him on 2v2.
That's the only way he's going to get experience.
He's not going to get experience.
He's not going to get experience. His Pokemon are going to be knocked out.
But the shared experience.
Because usually, like, when we're talking about like having moves that are able to deal with multiple Pokemon at once, this is kind of what we're talking about. If you don't have something like a Surf or an Earthquake, you have to just take them out one by one. And both of these trainers that we're up against, they have 2 Pokemon each, so it can get a little bit annoying. So unfortunately, Wooloo goes down.
And a lot of them actually have moves that are quite annoying. So like this Saloon here, if you didn't take it out first, it has Sand Attack, which lowers our accuracy and can cause problems in the...
Does it?
Yep. It does, yes.
Nice.
It very much does. I'm well aware of that. Sword 80% has... This fight is about a page and a half long.
Yeah. I just know that it keeps on Night Slashing the Wooloo, and I just had Wooloo double kicking.
Yeah, unfortunately, Corvus Squire's also going to die here.
There are... It is one of the few instances where I prefer Earthquake over,
Yes.
over Surf because it would just miss the Corvus Squire. But by and large, you'd want something like a Dazzling Gleam, Heat Wave,
Rock Slide.
Rocks. Yeah.
It's not good at
it
the
works.
end game.
It's not good at the end game, no, but it works here, yeah.
Something that will only hit your opposing, the opposing Pokemon, but not yours. There you go.
Nice. The Pokemon were nice to you today.
They really are being quite nice.
That first spawn there can sometimes spawn under your feet as you take the first step, which really isn't helpful.
I'm half expecting.
And then the Pokemon on the corner there can also decide that it wants to be directly in the way.
Corner, yeah. And if I run into that Pokemon, I have to just wait for the spinner.
Yeah, you always have to wait for the spinner if you hit the Pokemon.
Yeah. But thankfully, I was able to just boost right past it. It's absolutely wonderful.
Would it be okay for me to talk for a moment?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
So for those in the crowd and for those visiting for the first time, we are AusSpeedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we are raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you would like to donate, you can go to donate.ausspeedruns.com. Even just a couple of dollars counts. We also have a jar on the table to the left for those who might have some coins in their pockets that would like to support a good cause. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Just in time for us to get to our first fight with Marnie, who has a Pokemon that is going to be very annoying for the water types.
Yeah, so this Krogunk here that she's going to send out first has Dry Skin, which means it is immune to water type moves.
Completely immune. You cannot damage it whatsoever. Which
Also-
is fine for Bree because Suicune has extra sensory, which is
4
very,
times
very
effective. Yeah.
very
It's,
super
it's
effective.
quite amusing to calc some of these damage rolls because you get things where like this Krogunk dies to extrasensory about I think it's about 12 times, 12
Yeah.
times over.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah, 12,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for Tentacruel, the only other move I have is Poison type, which is not very effective. So later on, I'm going to have to worry about that a little bit. But we'll be fine for now.
Yeah, and obviously Marnie's team here isn't too much of a problem, but later on, her lead becomes a Leopard with Prankster, which means it always goes first when it's using a status move, unless against Dark types. But we don't have a Dark type, so it's always going first, and it has this move called Torment, which is really, really frustrating, because it prevents you from using the same move twice in a row. And at the moment, all we're doing is pressing the A button,
You can probably
and it's
see
become
where the-
quite frustrating, yeah. Because you do have to alternate, and sometimes you only have one good move.
Yeah, and it'll definitely be different for us because we're probably picking up the choice specs, and that's an item that'll lock you into a move. So if you get tormented while you have choice specs, unfortunately the fight does not go very well. So we have to swap out the item just in case.
I am grabbing choice specs, aren't I? Yeah.
I assume you would.
Yeah. I forgot
You are
that
a
this.
special attacker.
Yeah.
think-
Well, there's a lot of special attackers where I don't bother with the choice specs because
I think
didn't need to be-
Tentacruel does
Yeah.
get choice specs, yeah.
Actually, do we pick up choice specs anymore?
For Suicune, I'm not sure.
Wait and find out.
I've rerouted it a couple times, so I'm really not quite sure anymore.
The reason
This is
why
what it might
I'm
be.
usually not a fan of going to get the choice specs is because in order to get them, it's
You have
after
to-
it's
yeah.
after you fight peers. You have to go all the way out and then all the way back in the gym, and you have to
Yeah.
just ride for like several minutes. And
Yeah. Will I get a Pokemon at my feet?
let us see.
So yeah, this is the third gym. It's Carbu's gym. And the gym challenge for this one is you need to get 5 points against wild Pokemon. And you get 2 points for catching them, 1 point for defeating them. So ideally, we catch 2 and defeat 1, which you absolutely can do with Surf. It's not a problem.
I'm probably just going to use cross poison. Means I'm not
Yeah.
going to knock out the ally.
It should knock it out. Knock out the ally, yeah.
Yeah. Just those little optimizations. Like, yeah, it's safe to just like spam surf and get through this, but you don't have to. It's not like a damage calc you're going to run into. So just a little bit of time to work out. So the options are at this top grass, there is a Litwick. On the right grass, there is a Sizzlipede. And on the left grass is a Vulpix. And essentially what I'm going to do is go catch a Litwick, knock out a Vulpix, catch a Litwick.
Yeah, the reason we're specifically choosing those mons is because we're mostly looking at EVs, actually. So Litwick gives special attack EVs, and Vulpix gives speed EVs. The speed EV is going to matter a lot more than the special attack EV.
Yeah.
It could be the difference between being undersped and outsped. So, yeah, ideally we just choose the ones that give us the beneficial EVs to the mon that we're using. So Sizzlipede gives attack EVs, so if you were using a physical attacker, you'd obviously get that instead of the Litwick.
Also to note, because I want to be using the Pokemon to catch here later on, where we need to have extra Pokemon, I'd rather have Litwicks because they aren't going to evolve, whereas the Sizzlipedes definitely will.
That's on the off chance that you do need the...
Yeah, there aren't too many Pokemon that you will end up just running with the Pokemon you catch here. Often you will catch something from Route 8 because the Pokemon that you can get from there just line up very neatly with what you want.
Yeah, a lot of them are steel. There's a couple of steel types there that are very helpful for
Steel, Rock.
mons. There's also a flying type there, which you can use if you get happen to get an Earthquaker. Actually ends up being quite
Needed that
beneficial.
Suicune just really wants to crit today.
Yeah.
Thankfully, haven't had that against Hop yet.
And yeah, unfortunately, crit text is actually the slowest text box that you can get in most fights. It ends up taking an extra couple of seconds just sitting there going, you did get a crit, by the way.
Well done, you did it. You did more damage.
And this is Gen 8, obviously, so from Gen 5 onwards, the damage is reduced And then from Gen 7 onwards, the actual critical rate is reduced. So we do have 1.5 times crits and 1 in 24 to crit rather than 1 in 16.
We still managed to hit it pretty consistently.
Unfortunately, yes.
But then again, when we do this run so often, it's just a numbers
It's going to
game.
happen.
It way
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah, it's a numbers game. As is most speedrunning of RPGs. They're just a lot of numbers games.
You know, Kabu can actually be a little bit of a problem for some physical attackers. Some physical attackers do have an issue with the fact that the Arcanine has Intimidate, which is going to drop your attack to -1 stage, which is roughly a 33% decrease in your damage. So it can actually result in someone's having to two-shot his ace.
And there's also some Pokemon I've found just because of the moves that they have out of the adventure and what we can teach it, just don't have a really good time against a fire bug.
Yeah, surprisingly, Firebug does resist a lot of types.
Yeah, I was really sad when Phalanx had an absolutely horrendous time here. It was terrible. It only has, what, Steel? Like, it has Iron Head,
Fighting.
Megahorn,
Yeah.
like, Brick Break is it's so bad.
Yep.
But thankfully we can just surf and it'll just deal with it just fine.
Yeah, we don't really have an issue because of Surf.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Arcanine is, I think, the first Pokemon that's triggered your Clear Body so far?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The next one will be
Mawile.
the
I think.
next Intimidate from Mawile.
I think it's Mawile.
Yeah.
In Opal's gym.
I remember a while ago. Wait for this bloody cry to go down. I remember a while ago with the gym challenge, the Vulpix that we encountered. It was a shiny, and I just smacked it out immediately.
Yeah.
Some friends were really not pleased with that. They're like, "Why did you do that?" I was like, "Hey, I'm not
There's
using
not
it.
much you can do about it.
I'm not using it, and I'm not catching it."
It's all part of the, it's all part of the run.
Yeah.
With my shiny Suicune, the save file got deleted.
Yeah.
The shiny Suicune did not live.
Honestly, the amount of times that like shinies do show up in speedruns, it's more than you'd expect, honestly. Like literally the very first time I did a speedrun of Pokemon Shield, back before the DLC, like at the start of the game, the very first time I did a speedrun of this game, the Rookidee that you catch was shiny. I was like, oh, I peaked.
Apparently.
It's like the very first one I have to catch is a shiny. Like, sure, all right, cool. And then it took me like months to get another shiny Rookidee. Ugh. Anyway, that is essentially like the first, I guess, chapter.
The first section, yeah.
Because the gyms are essentially like segmented in like big chunks.
They're also kind of designed to be beginner friendly. They are all the types of the starter Pokemon. So you'll have a type advantage if you kept your starter Pokemon for one of them at least. So it's, the beginner area. Milo is also the gym out of all gym trainers that you first fight, Milo's has the highest level of any game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's level 20?
Level 21.
21, okay.
I think
Think
because he
20 or
only has 2, because you... Wait, no, a lot of them do have only 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking of something else.
And
Anyway.
specifically, Milo is also the only gym leader in this game that doesn't have smart AI. Every single gym leader after him does have smart AI.
Yeah.
You don't see it
Kabu
much
has
because
smart
you don't
AI.
let them use moves.
That's twice.
But yeah, they do have smart AI from Nessa
For the
onwards.
speed run,
Yes.
you can fight Milo post game, but we're not going to do that. So
Alright.
So here we're going to do another Death Warp. Sobble gets brought out again to go and die against this Mudsdale,
Fight for the
hopefully.
cause.
Mudsdale does have 2 moves that don't do any damage, so it is 50%.
it has counter.
Yeah. So counter's counter's ideally the one that you don't see. Heavy Sam's perfect.
Yeah.
It's also why I use Growl, because if it does use counter, it will then, if I attack into it, it will then hit me for like no damage. And
Yeah, but if it uses counter again, I might die. So that's helpful.
So yeah, this is another text box that we want to go slow on. We definitely don't want to be hitting back to Motorstoke.
yeah,
For some reason, when you Death Warp after defeating Kabu, it does actually let you go straight to Hammerlock, which is the next area we want to be going to, which is very helpful.
yeah, because otherwise we would be still biking.
Yep,
Yeah.
it will take about an extra minute or so.
Yeah,
And a bit of a thing that we missed. So Bead and Hop kind of had a little scuffle. We can see Bead again, but we're not really seeing Hop anymore. So yeah, unfortunately it
happened.
seems that Hop has lost a match against Bead. So
we'll counter him soon. He'll be fine.
yeah, he'll be right.
There are definitely going to be some fights where you're going to catch up because
Oh yeah,
I'm
I'm gonna have less setting up.
Yeah,
So yeah.
there are going to be some fights where it's just going to be.
But with the amount of crits I'm getting, who knows?
yeah, it's just going to be counteracted by the amount of crits.
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, Ferroseed, Ferrothorn absolutely suck. Ugh.
Yeah.
Because I can't use poison against
Yeah,
it.
you can't use Sludge Wave against a lot of the double battles. At least half of them. Probably more, actually. Because they're all steel
The late
type.
game, yeah, the late game, it is only water moves because the amount of steel types there are, I cannot use poison.
Yeah.
Luckily, water is a very good typing, so you don't have too much of a problem with it.
Yeah.
Not many things resist it, and even if they do, you have a good time against it. So
Yeah.
And yeah, the sheer number of free heals you get in this game, because every time you enter a gym or exit a gym, you get a free heal. Almost every time you fight Hop, you get a free heal. Yeah, you just don't really have to worry about your PP usage at all.
Would this be a good moment for me to say a few things?
Absolutely.
So we had $20 come in from FX with no comment. Thank you so much for your donation. And just letting everyone know that AusSpeedruns has a Twitch channel, which you can follow and support at www.twitch.tv/AusSpeedruns. All the Twitch revenue that we receive throughout the event will be given to the charity, which includes bits, subscriptions, and is a great way to support Game On Cancer. I am your donation reader for today, so for anyone that donates, I'll be reading out your comments and messages. Maybe you can tell us what your favorite Pokemon is or what Pokemon games you like. Let's get involved, have some fun, and support a good cause. Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of time to kill. Wait, how far are we into this? We're not even 2 hours in. Yeah, we've still got another
plenty of time.
another couple of hours to go. So, absolutely, get those donations in.
Here we get to use some bike. We get to bike up some stairs,
Yep. And then bike down them again.
and then we get some more exposition. So apparently,
Yeah.
there's a couple of guys who lived a while ago who defeated some sort of storm using some sort of magical sword and shield.
Is that why it's called Sword and Shield?
Yeah, apparently.
Who would have thought? But we are coming up to, soon, one of the more major differences between the two games, and that is going to be the fourth gym leader. Well, the fourth and the sixth gyms are completely different in terms of typing between the two games. So, gym number 4 for me is going to be the ghost type gym with the leader Alistar. Whereas for Bree, it is going to be the fighting type gym with the leader of B. So that is one of the things that also changes what Pokemon are going to be good in which game, because the fourth gym is also one of the
It's
one
a
of the
bit
leaders that we fight
faster
at the
on my end, I think.
Yeah, right now it's going to be faster. I prefer fighting Alistar when it comes to the later end, yeah. Because the fourth gym is the fourth gym leader is the one that we fight at the Elite Four.
Yeah, essentially.
And B can be a little bit more annoying than Alistar at that
She
point.
absolutely can be, yeah.
Yeah, Galissapod, I've had a lot of trouble with.
That's Nessa.
That's Nessa.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
So B leads with a Halucha that has
Poor
bounce.
Lucha.
Yeah.
So if you have to set up, you do end up wasting 2 turns. It also has high jump kick, which can do a lot of damage. It can also do a lot of damage to
Very
itself.
scary.
Yeah.
It is still a very scary move.
But for Alistar, all I have to deal with Rock Tomb, and all that means is just I just set up a turn of a turn of guard spec
Yeah.
to avoid that. So it's a little bit safer and a little, and I think a lot more consistent to be dealing with Alistar in the late game. Whereas in this early game, when we fight them the first time, the gym for sword is like objectively
it's a lot
quicker.
simpler, yeah.
It is objectively quicker because
We
it has
have to
one
deal
less
with
Pokemon.
potential detects, but you have to deal with the disguise.
Yes, and also one extra Pokemon.
One extra Pokemon, and then
Unfortunately, I think well, actually, this backup had Unnerve on the Rookie D, so I would like to think that I'm not going to get to Dex. But we'll see. It's,
yeah, something to mention about this route we're going into, Route 6, is that it's Permanent Sun. So all our water moves are weaker. However, we are substantially over-leveled still, so it really doesn't matter. For the Sobble route, it feels bad.
It's terrible. Oh, it's absolutely wonderful for Arcanine.
And then, oh yeah, absolutely. And then also Route 6, I think that it's the worst route to bike through.
Yeah. Because
Um,
it's like it's very tough to see, like directly to the left.
Yeah,
because
and a lot of the Pokemon are very small and hard to see as well.
and some of them go underground. It's a Doug trio.
Yeah. There's Arena Trap, you now have to kill it.
Unless you're flying or a ghost or
Ghost, yeah.
yeah. As usual, I'm gonna try and need a skip. It is
it is one of the hardest skips in this game.
Be
for sure.
excellent to see it.
the thing about the Anita skip. It is so inconsistent, and
I've never done it.
I have no idea what triggers it. I've done it twice when I was trying to do it for 30 minutes.
I
So
have an idea on how it works, but I can't get it consistently. Essentially, there's this trainer that will come up to, and I'll try it, and then I can explain it, maybe.
yeah. Oh my god!
Oh my god.
You got
You
it!
hit the Maractus.
I don't care, I skipped the trainer.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, that is
Okay.
very, very, very inconsistent. There's very few runs that have done it, and we don't have a whole lot of a clue what actually happens to do it. But for some reason, when you're boosting past her at a certain angle, you just go straight past her vision.
The kind of explanation that I think I've kind of gathered for that is that when you kind of brush up against her, she starts to look in your direction, and in that moment, when she is turning to look to you, her vision is a little bit
Blurred.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you use that moment.
You can, like, jump a section, yeah.
Yeah. But as I said, it is a wildly inconsistent skip that I've only got like a handful of times over the hundreds and hundreds of hours
You
that
got it
I've
when it
done this
mattered.
game. Yeah, but I got it now? I don't get it. This game confuses me.
It's a great time for that.
It really was. And sure, I ran into a Maractus after it, but I'd rather run into a
That's so-
single a single wild Pokemon than have to fight a trainer with 2 Pokemon.
Oh yeah, so that trainer that was skipped, Anita, she is the metronome trainer for this game. So there's a lot of things that can go wrong with that fight if you don't one-shot each of the mons. Luckily we do, but for any percent, I've had some very strange things happen.
It can get very much out of hand.
I've had a Thunder hit, which was not great because it's in Sun. So it's a 50% to hit, and it absolutely kills your Sobble, so...
Absolutely, yeah. And to do that skip, you have to have the bike boost ready to go. So one thing that I've ended up doing with this category mostly is just like routing the way in which I use my bike boost so I can at least try it every run. Like, it's not always going to happen, but at least using my bike boost in a way that I can still get some good usage out of them, but also have a chance at that skip, because it's like a full minute getting that skip. It's like, having that chance, it's like, sure, I'll go for it.
And so yeah, this is Hop in his midlife crisis mode. He has completely changed his team, apart from his starter. And he'll do that for the next couple of fights as well, until he works out what he wants to do. So I think we've all been there, changing around our mons in our team,
Yeah.
trying to work out what we want.
I was like, what? Why is it my team working? It must be the team, not me. It must be the team. Everything else is going wrong.
Why did I lose to this psychic trainer? I know, I'll put in a poison
Yeah.
type.
Let me put in this poison type.
Yeah, we're intentionally making sure we're using moves that are not super effective. Because
Yep.
Hop, even though he's told us already about the fact that we're using super effective, he wants to do it every single fight.
Every fight.
Yeah, he wants to copy us.
It's a little
Additionally,
bit
he
great.
does lose against the team Yell Grunt as well here.
Oh yeah.
So even more towards
he's
it.
really going through it. Still can't believe I got the Anita skip. Just like now.
Yeah, Opal's just appearing here and there.
She is a crypto. She
As-
just appears and just like
She magically appears and then she takes about 5 minutes to walk off the screen.
I didn't think about extreme speeding the Linoon, but it still wouldn't have mattered because it fake outed.
Yeah, fake out is so fake out's +3 priority and it always flinches you.
yeah.
So
speed's
you don't have any way to outspeed it.
Fake out with yourself. You use fake out.
Yeah, extreme speed is +2 priority, sucker punch is +1. So
yeah.
fun facts.
Priority is a very important thing when it comes to Pokemon, especially when it comes to VGC, which is the competitive format.
Yeah.
There is so much that goes into priority.
This gym challenge is an interesting one.
got the
Hope you got
teacups.
your hand ready. So
You got the Sinistee Cup.
you slowly fall down these and you have to
Yep.
spin your control stick left and right to change your direction. But I swear, the shield one turns slower.
It does feel a little bit.
It
more
feels like it turns slower.
Would it be okay for me to read a donation?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. So we had $20 come in from Green Lightning, who says, "Swish sucks, Jirachi rules, love you Aspect, and Bree GLP, you're okay too." Thank you for the donation.
Thanks, Green.
Yeah, one of the more annoying differences between these two gyms is that this first trainer in Sword, you're going to see only has 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, it has
Got a
a
Stuffle and a
Stuffle and a
Beware.
Beware.
Whereas this trainer has 3
3.
Pokemon. It's going to be 2 Phantoms and
Sorry.
A Phantom and 2 Pumpkaboos.
that way, yeah, that one.
That's it.
So just another thing that leads into Sword being just a little bit faster through this gym, on average at least. Because, as mentioned, there is the chance for Detect from the middle Pokemon, which...
I feel like the Corsola has Protect as well, but it doesn't like to use it.
Does it have it?
I rarely see it, but I've definitely seen it before.
That would surprise me.
Oh, oops. Pressed the wrong buttons.
Yeah, it's fine.
So yeah, I definitely think that these ones decrease in difficulty the further you go. The gym challenges. So the first one was probably the hardest. This one was
Yeah.
pretty free, and so is the next one. So
The next one is just a quiz while you're battling.
Yeah.
there is one skip you can do for it. It's actually slower to do so, but you can skip the last little bit
Oh,
of
yeah,
Yeah.
the
The
claws.
bumper.
Yeah, bumpers.
Yeah.
It's a skip.
Yeah.
It's slower.
It's slower, but it's also much more amusing.
It is. I'll see if I can get it. It's not here. I've been trying to find if you can actually skip that first one. I don't think you can.
No.
It'd be nice, but
Wish.
it's like right here. You kind of need to... Nah, I was not even close.
It wasn't too far off.
You need to really skirt by that edge.
Yeah, you need to go by the edge, but if you touch the edge, it bounces you off. So it's pretty precise. Well, at least we know how it works, unlike the Anita skip.
Yeah. And there's another skip later on, which we know how it works, and it's much more consistent. And it actually is routed into things. Because, like, one of the things about the Anita skip that I got earlier is it's not routed in, it's not accounted for in, like, any route.
No.
Because it's...
there's, like, underscores just in case. Some people have...
But it's, like, inconsistent to the point where it's just like, we're not relying on this for a run to work.
Yeah. And this skip later on is actually harder on shield.
Technically, I somehow get it more consistently on shield.
You get a few less pixels to work with.
Hit it.
Alright, now coming into the 4th gym leader. And because it's a ghost type, shield has a bit of a awkward time for some Pokemon because they're mostly normal, using normal moves. Or this opening Pokemon, a Yamask, it also is a ground type, so there are some Pokemon that literally cannot do anything to it, despite being like 30 levels above it, cannot do anything to it. So that's been a weird little thing that has happened from time to time. It's like, I get towards the gym and was like, what move am I using for this fight?
I assume you have to set up here, don't you?
I don't think Tentacle needs to.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I'll find out.
We'll find out.
One way.
This is another thing that I do a lot with this run. It's like, I'll find out.
Yeah.
I'm pretty safe to have some wiggle room.
Yeah.
Like, even if it doesn't knock it out in one, it's like, I'm not at risk of falling over.
Suicune does not need to set up. Thankfully, because we do get Hydro Pump, we can attempt the Hydro Pump hit from the Machamp. However, it's not always the greatest.
Yes. I do have Tiger Pump also, but one thing that is nice about fighting Alistar rather than B is that the Machamp that B has is
very bulky.
It's so specially bulky.
Yeah, it's significantly more bulky than a Gengar, who is not
I would
bulky at all.
prefer to fight the Gengar.
Yeah, sure. Like, everything leading up to the ace is perfectly
Just
fine
swap
for you,
them, it'll be fine.
but the ace itself is wonderful. And definitely my favorite of the Gigantamax forms.
Oh, I love the G-Max for Gengar.
The big old fun house. Oh, there it is. This should get it a knockout.
It should.
I'm pretty sure.
Are you Hydro Pumping? Or are you just surfing?
It is. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. As I said, it's Gengar is very weak. Oops. Oh.
The more awkward
Yeah,
line.
it's absolutely.
This
This is
happens
probably the
sometimes.
worst thing you can do, yeah.
You're trying to over-adjust and then it just like
Yeah.
you end up bouncing back and forth. I've definitely had that on more than one occasion.
It's definitely
And
my least favorite gym.
I think my least favorite gym is Melanie's, only because the last stage is blinding.
yeah, be wary for a flashbang later on.
Yeah.
It lasts a while.
It's fine in Sword because it's rock.
Yeah,
So
it's
like
not
a-
too bad. Yeah.
It's like
It's
tough
still
to see,
stuff. Yeah.
but you can actually see. It's not like a literal flashbang.
Yeah. Ulmer's coming up to the far-fetched.
Yeah.
See if we get any detects. It's probably the worst part, in my opinion.
I'm hoping no more than one.
I'm hoping 0.
I'm hoping 0, but
I'm hoping 3.
wow.
On the 1.
Yeah, on the 1.
So for anyone that doesn't know, Detect has a lower probability of succeeding each time it's used, to the point where it's like I want to say like a 5% chance of succeeding on the 3rd.
Yeah.
I've personally had the AI use it 3 times, which they are smart AI, which
Yeah.
means that they pre-roll all of their moves to determine what is the best option, and then they roll it again to see everything else. So in that case, they rolled to see if Protect was the best move, and if it's...
Hey, we
there
didn't get
go.
any.
Nothing at the moment, and checked 3 times, which was very
Very unlucky.
very unlucky. It loses a lot of times. It's just
Depending on who
3
you want, it's
turns.
either a low roll or a high roll.
yeah.
So yeah, this is Bede's villain arc.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So they have decided to destroy an ancient mural.
Does not use the Copperager that's sitting right next to him.
He borrows Copperager from Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is the, I believe, adopted son of Rose.
Yes, adopted.
Yeah.
Yep.
One kind of revelation I had a while ago when it comes to Bede is that is it any kind of relation, like in terms of the reference, like because Galar is very English, based on England and all that kind of stuff. Is Bede in reference to the ancient historian Bede?
Maybe. Could be.
The venerable Bede was an ancient historian. And I had that
feel like
revelation a
Game
while ago.
Freak likes to put those sort of
Those like to put
references
references in, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I had that
yeah.
revelation. I was like, hang on. Also, I studied ancient history at uni, so it's like my wheelhouse. And I was like, hang on, why have I not thought of this in the many, many, many hours of playing this game? I was like, hang on, that's right there in front of me. I studied this. Yeah. It's definitely an interesting revelation to have. And again, we're getting some lore dump thanks to,
Yeah. Thanks
Sonya.
to Sonya.
Yep. And Bede. Bede actually helped us here.
He did.
Yeah.
We get a little bit of a look at some of the...
A little statue that's behind the mural.
Mm-hmm.
It was all a cover up.
Literally. Alright, now B, not Bede, B
Yeah, B.
is who you're
Fighting gym
encountering
leader.
now.
Also, another thing, we do see a lot of the gym leaders will have different balls, not just the usual Pokeballs.
Yeah.
So, like, she sent out Hitmontop with an Ultra Ball, which is, I feel like a nice little touch that they've added to
Yeah.
these games.
Also, like, the throw animation is different from
Yeah.
leader to leader. Just like the little characterizations for all of the leaders is really good. Why did I boost there? Why am I bouncing off the wall? Don't mind me.
Don't hit the double battle.
Oh.
Oh, when I did one run recently of this, I actually went around that double battle because I sort of panicked when I saw the
double
the
battle.
trainer vision.
Yeah. That is like the
All
worst
right.
I've done that route in like a
Let's see.
long
Will we
time.
get a detect? There's one.
Yep, there's one of them.
Right, one and counting.
Yeah, just one.
the one.
That's
Just the
fine.
one. Not too bad.
It's pretty good.
Still on average faster than the shield.
Then shield,
gym.
yes.
Yeah.
But this Pokemon, yeah, very, very bulky, and
Just gotta hope.
yeah, you've got some health to play with.
Yeah. I don't want to.
No,
but-
no, sure.
Yes.
Because especially similarly much earlier with Hop, where he will have this whole song and dance when it comes to using a stab move, like a powerful move. The leaders will have a similar kind of dialogue when they use their big gigantic
Ace,
move.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never in doubt.
You always hit the Hydro Pump. It's a 50-50. You either hit it or you don't.
Exactly.
There's no in between.
Well, it's supposed to be 85% to hit.
Again, you either hit it or you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, we're entering Opal's gym here, and now the gimmick for this gym is that you're doing some battles, and she's going to ask you some questions. And you've got to try and work out what's the correct answer. Or just select the wrong answer because it doesn't really matter.
It has
Yeah.
also been stated that Leon got every single question wrong in this gym.
which is incredible considering
The
both-
first question,
Is it like
there
both-
is no wrong answer.
There is no wrong answer. The first question is, what type is good against Fairy? And the options are Steel and Poison, both of which are good against Fairy.
The
I don't-
only two.
Yeah. And Leon got it wrong. What did he say? Probably Dragon? I don't know.
Probably said Charizard, let's be honest.
Classic Leon maneuver.
That's it. Each question you get right increases the select stat, and each question you get wrong decreases the select stat.
It's not
So,
all that relevant for this
It
category.
really doesn't matter, no.
But for like the 80% categories, it definitely does.
A few of the questions do,
Depending
a few
on the
don't.
mon, like you don't want to have your speed lowered.
Yeah.
The speed is the big one.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the first one is what? Double speed?
The
second
first-
one's speed.
Oh,
First one
one's
is
attack.
the special attack and attack by one stage. This one's speed, next one's your defenses.
Yeah. And this is usually the gym, like in this category, this is the gym where you would usually get your first level up. Because for the last hour,
2 hours.
1.5 hour, we've just been running with this one Pokemon and slowly getting little bits of experience.
Yeah.
But this is the gym where it usually gets to the point where it's like, oh, you finally get a level up. It's going to be different for Bree because it's starting at level.
I mean, I will level up on it from the XS, from the XL.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
If not from, yeah, I'll level up in the gym.
And it's usually a good time to at least take a gauge of where your stats are at and how it's going to look later on, because I definitely want to be hitting a specific like speed break point towards the latter part of the game, because there are some Pokemon that, even though they're not dangerous, you don't want to have to set up on them, and you don't want to let them do anything because they can be very annoying. Like, they use status moves like, there's a Salazzle much later on, which is quite fast. It's like 143?
The Salazzle?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
It's around 143.
Certainly one of the fastest.
Yeah. And it can just use Toxic on you, and if you're poisoned, that's going to be proccing every turn, so ideally that doesn't happen.
Oh, very nice. Buff Confusion is very nice. There's only a 30% chance to hit yourself.
Yep. Yeah, the Morgrim is actually really annoying because it has Fake Out, and also because it has Prankster as its ability, it will use status, as mentioned before, it will use its status moves at a higher priority. And Flatter, being one of those, raises my special attack, but also confuses me. So, kind of have to play that game, unfortunately. But thankfully we got through that fine.
Yeah, probably can't kill it with extreme speed. If I could, that would just save me time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's probably going to fake out anyway, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's fair. And this gym is actually one of... I find it very interestingly designed in terms of the way Opal's team is designed, like put together, because it is very tough for a decent chunk of the Pokemon for this run to beat Opal without any setup. There is only, like, there's a rather small...
You can't do a lot with the grounds because she has a flying type. Physical attackers get intimidated. And then Alcremie is a bit bulky.
It is very bulky on the special side.
Yeah, the big reason why that matters compared to other gyms is that if you only take 4 turns on this fight, you only get asked 1 question. You only hit 5 turns, which is 1 setup. You immediately get asked the second question, which loses you even more time.
Yeah. Thankfully, I should be fine.
You should be fine, yeah.
I can just slug wave.
Everything except for the
Yeah,
one.
I'm just going to surf until I get to... so the way to get around the bulk and the aforementioned kind of intricacies of Opal's team is either having a very good same type boosted
move.
Super effective move, so I have that with poison, but then I also have to find someone... Why was I mashing there? That's fine.
It won't matter.
Yeah. I also have to deal with a steel type. Thankfully, Surf is fine for that. Having ways to ignore the Intimidate, so inner focus, clear body,
Not
scrappy.
caring.
Yeah.
Not caring about the stat drop.
Yeah. Also,
Own tempo.
own tempo, that is another one.
Surprisingly. Cut that out while playing Soaking. That was also very slow. Do not recommend.
Yeah. And another way to do this fight with any setup is honestly just have Electro Ball.
Yep.
Because that first question, which I imagined got wrong, if you get correct, it will boost your speed by 2 stages. And as mentioned before, Electro Ball does more damage the greater the difference between the speed.
It has
So-
a max out of 160 base, I think.
150,
150,
which is still
which you hit for the Electro Ball users that are very good. You hit the 150 cap, so your 150 power move, increased by stab, most of them as well, makes it 225, which is ridiculously strong.
Oh, yeah.
And so you can have all the bulk in the world, doesn't matter. Just gonna blast through it. Do you have the setup for that?
Nope. Hydro Pump will kill.
Oh yeah, you've got like levels to burn.
Yeah. Start off with an extra 5 plus
The large
an
candy.
extra 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm 75.
You'll be 75 for Alcremie, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you look at my stats? Because I didn't. Did you see my stats? Because I didn't.
No.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Something to note as well for the Dynamax Adventures, every Pokemon that you do catch there does have perfect IVs in 4 stats. So it's usually pretty helpful in some ways. One of the stats that you want will be hopefully 31, which is the max, which can definitely help throughout the rest of the run.
It also helps like this run just be much more consistent because whatever Pokemon you get, you are pretty sure you're going to get some very good stats.
Yeah.
There are some very odd circumstances where you can somehow just bottom out in a stat, really unfortunately, but
Yeah.
on average, you're going to get a very, very well-statted Pokemon.
Yeah. Thankfully, the Suicune route with the notes that we do have, regardless of what you have, everything's a guaranteed, just so that, again, it's a very beginner-friendly route, as I'm trying to show here. So you can kind of get away with everything, even if you've got maybe like bad speed or bad special attack. You'll still be able to make your way through everything and get an idea of how to maneuver around the entire game.
Yeah.
And you'll notice that we actually said no to letting Opal fly us back to Hammerlock here. Opal flies us to the wrong Pokemon Center and also talks more.
A
Yes.
lot.
So,
She's very slow. She's not a
yes. Except when she wants to be.
When she sees pink.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking right here.
And also the big thing that we will be using, well, this is the main time we've used it, and we'll use it again when we fly again. You can actually press Y when you're on the fly menu to immediately go to the next point of interest that you're supposed to be going to, which just helps a lot with cleaning up those menus. You can use it also to get close to where you're wanting to fly to, and then menu from there.
Alrighty.
And so a lot of this game, something will happen. The adults will tell you, oh, don't worry about it, we'll go deal with it. You go do your gym challenge.
Yep.
And then right at the end, it's, oh, you deal with it.
The classic Pokemon scenario
Yeah.
of, oh, there's this world-ending
Yeah, the
threat.
10-year-old has to save the world.
And the kids will take care of it. Honestly, now that I think about it, it is kind of true to real life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry. The world's falling apart, but the kids will take care of it.
The 16-year-old champion will take care of it.
Yeah. Hey, we're not champion yet.
I think Leon's like 16. He's pretty young.
I don't think they're that young, really.
Yeah. Yeah, he is relatively young considering. He also became champion around the same year, year we are.
Honestly, that would explain so much. Oh.
It does explain a lot, actually, yeah.
I can't imagine him being like a significant amount older.
Yeah, not
considering
that much
like
older, like probably like early 20s.
Hop and Hinar brothers. I feel like there's small age gap.
Yeah, so this is one of the fights where Hop decides that he wants to talk about critting you as well. It's also the fight that he decides to use a high critical chance move, which is perfectly timed there. Luckily, we don't get to see them.
Is this also the one where he doesn't talk if you use super effective?
It is.
Yeah. We get one fight.
We get one fight.
I'm just going to spam surf. Actually, no, I can probably just spam Sludge Wave. That should be fine again.
It doesn't matter too much now.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Yeah. Like the Snorlax that Hop has is like surprisingly
Defensively very bulky.
yeah. It's
Yeah, it's,
Yeah. Just as long as you don't get paralyzed.
oh, I probably
you'll
should
be
have been
fine.
using. He's gonna heal it.
Yep.
Probably
You'll
should be
still
using,
kill, so,
Hydro
yeah.
Pump.
Oh, or not.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah, the Trevenant can be a lot more annoying than the Snorlax can, so it's fine to just take a little bit extra.
Yeah, I should
Do it
use
take a
Sludge
turn
Wave.
on there
Sludge Wave's
normally.
more powerful.
Sludge Wave is more powerful, plus
Oh, I've
no
got
super
the
effective.
Mystic Water, so that kind of.
Yeah, but you don't really want to surf against the last two.
It was more for the Snorlax. I was thinking, so.
Just Hydro Pump it, you'll be fine.
Yeah, should have just Hydro Pump.
I think that's what I have to do. Oh, no, I'd probably be fine with Surf.
You should probably be fine with the Surf, because if I was nearly,
Yeah.
yeah, it should be fine.
Well, I don't know the difference between Suicune and Tentacles, like special attacks.
I think it's pretty.
I think Tentacles is 110.
This is also something that I do a lot in this run.
So we hit the Hydro Pump again.
Yep. One thing I do a lot in this run is just look up various Pokemon because I'm just like, what's going on? Am I going to be okay through here? Also, I would usually want to catch a Pokemon in here, but I am not because I am going to be using the Litwicks for the double.
Oh, okay. We hit the Hydro Pump.
Just hit.
Yeah.
Hit the Hydro Pump. Yeah, it's just that simple.
Yeah.
Where are you? Tentacle, please.
It's consistent enough.
Consistent enough, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one way to put
Like,
it.
it's not going to do anything to you that's going to cause any major issues.
The
without
only
Creamy.
the only big issue with it is that when it uses its G-Max move, so it would be a fairy move at this point.
G-Max Finale.
G-Max Finale, Opal will talk about the fact that they're using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to risk it for the biscuit, you know?
Tentacle's special attack base is only 80.
Yeah, no, Tentacle's not good.
Its special defense is at 120.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But one thing that's also interesting about this game in this category is that special attackers can get away, get
With
away
a
with
lot of things,
Get-
especially
yeah.
in your game.
Are we just not going to see a Gerda?
Oh no.
It is shield.
I'll show
It
you
is
the
shield.
Don't worry.
The girders will show up. They will appear. This ladder gives me so much trouble.
So yeah, this route is not particularly fun because there's a lot of things that get in the way. Like your Boldors have pretty big hitboxes.
Yeah.
So if they spawn in the correct spot, then they will force you to have an encounter.
Alright, that's about as perfect as I
Yeah.
could hope for that route.
But also Gerdas spawn here. They have a very large hitbox, and they also like to run at you,
Yep.
which we'll
We-
see
we
on,
will see on
Sword.
As
But,
we'll say,
Shield does have a lower spawn rate for them, so
Classic.
not too surprising that we didn't see one there.
Fighting Pokemon come after you like you owe them money.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
scary. But yeah, as I was saying, like special attackers, you can get away with having a lower base, whereas physical attackers, if you're below a base attack of 100, you're gonna have some troubles.
Apparently we have to Hydro Pump the Trevenant.
Surely not.
Or
It's probably
I guess you can
guaranteed.
just extra sensory, I guess.
Extra sensory should be fine, right?
Maybe. I could probably surf it with my stats.
Yeah.
I got plus special attack.
Oh, if you're plus special attack, then sure.
I think surf will kill. 15 IV, I think was like the area.
Again, this is a lot of this category. Can I get away with doing this however?
One way to find out.
Do whatever. So yeah, base 80. I forgot it was that low.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's okay because you can go as low as 80 for your base
Thanks.
special attack, whereas
What's-
Especially as a water type.
yeah, especially
you,
with
um,
This is what, 120? 110? It speeds 90? Or 80?
wait, what was my speed? I forgot about that.
Like 75?
100. Like,
100.
Tentacruel is actually pretty fast.
Yeah.
But this is one of the more consistent skips.
So yeah, this is the skip we were talking about earlier. If you are very careful with your movement and sort of edge your foot onto it,
Yeah, that's fine.
that should work. And then fall in this hole here. Suddenly, you're past him.
Ta-da! Woo! Apparently, it is easier to do that on.
It is easier on
Shield.
sword.
I'm still gonna mess it up.
It is easy.
I mess it up.
Always getting the foot on there. it's
I
just a
always
little
mess
bit-
it up on sword. I don't know why, but I
Yeah.
consistently get it on shield.
It is easier on sword purely because the trainer's actually placed a couple of pixels higher, so you have a little bit more space to play with.
It makes no sense that I can do it more consistently on shield.
And if you do all this movement perfectly, you can actually skip a cycle on the next.
Oh, I'm not doing that one.
You're not doing that?
No.
Oh yeah, you can skip a cycle on of a trainer on
Yeah.
the
This
next
following segment.
Yeah, next segment.
Also, when we're talking about
Oh, yeah, flashbang warning.
Yeah, here comes the flashbang. Let's see if I can.
May as well be blindfolded.
Yeah. Well, I actually use some visual cues. Like if I take a right hit on the rock on the right, I go up and da-da. Yep. Like so. Here's the ping. Go around.
And perfect.
Easy. See, visual cues. Just small visual cues.
Yep.
You don't get many when everything is just white, but you do get some. Oh yeah, sweet. What are your base stats? I know you're good.
I know its speed's not the greatest, but I mean, it's good.
I know it's good because I was using her VGC for bloody ages.
Let's see. This is Melanie coming up here. Melanie has a Pokemon that is very annoying for
Oh, God.
physical attackers. Luckily, we're a special attacker, so it's not going to be a problem. But saying that, her ace is a Lapras, which has very good special defense. And if it does get a turn off, it gets to set up Aurora Veil, which also increases its special defense even more.
Oh, speaking of special attack, base is 90.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's its speed?
85.
Yeah, it's not very good, is it?
Well, the thing is with this is like, in terms of like base speed, you can kind of get away with going as low as 60. But at
Like,
that
my
po-
special attack's not by much higher than yours.
Yeah. But like in terms of like speed, you can actually go to a base of around 60 and still be okay. You do need to kind of rely on some IVs and natures going in your favor, but you can kind of get away with a little bit lower. But yeah, like special attack, we're fine.
Here come the girders.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
the girders. Oh, I see one of them.
Yeah. There's one off to the left, thankfully.
But yeah, we're intentionally not setting up the special attack on the Frostmoth Thirst because it does have a couple of moves that are quite frustrating. So it has Bug Buzz, which can drop your special attack, and it has Icy Wind, which
Icy
drops your
Wind, yeah.
speed. So we don't really want to deal with either of those.
Yeah.
So here's Ice Face. Don't have to deal with it, so
Yeah,
it's not
we
going to be a
don't have to worry
problem.
about that. Unless I decided to use
She decided to poison Jab for some reason, yeah.
some unknown reason. But no, we're good. This should be fine. Honestly, like when it comes to like this is also another one of the gyms that is different between the versions. Bree will be dealing with Gordy, who
will be
is
very simple.
very simple. You can just spam surf and it's just
Yeah.
It can be a bit frustrating if you don't have anything to hit a Bug Rock type because the Shuckle is very bulky.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's true.
But yeah, realistically, it's a lot easier to take out than Melanie.
It's not the ace, that's for sure.
It can be, though.
It can depend. Like the time I ran Charizard.
Yeah, Charizard's not a big fan of rocks.
No, we're
We worked that one out.
I believe
Yeah,
I'm
fine.
also
I'm not too
touching
surprised that didn't
anything
kill,
unless
to be
it's
honest.
tomorrow. No Gerber so far.
And so right there, you saw Melanie talk about the fact that she was using her signature move, the G-Max Resonance.
Oh,
G-Max
that's
Resonance also sets up Aurora Veil, so Lapras had taken only half damage there. It wouldn't have fainted right now.
Ooh, that was close.
Gerber is
There's the lad. Pretty good. Yeah. Route 8 and Route 9 can be very
I've never had an issue with Route 9. I don't think I've said a single
I
wild
get crash
there.
tackled by Mantikes consistently. They just like from the top rope just take me out.
Yeah, I've had that a couple of times. It's more the whelmers that have hit me.
Oh, they just like spawn under me
Yeah,
sometimes.
just spawn completely under you. And yeah, they are very, very large.
They're big boys.
Yeah.
And,
This place is still snowing, despite the fact that this is not an ice gym in Sword.
because Gordy is not following their mother's footsteps and becoming another ice trainer. No, they wanted to be a
Are
rock
they
trainer.
related?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gordy is Melanie's son.
That makes sense.
I don't know if there's any like similar kind of connection between B and L.
I don't think so.
No.
I know Kabu's from Hoenn. That's
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
So we've gone to this restaurant to have a meal and apparently also law.
Law. Law is on the menu.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can get another skip done over on Breeze,
I don't
hopefully.
trust it.
Ah, you'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll see.
Come on, Sonia. You're good. Another thing that's nice about having the turbo to just mash through it is like I could just hold this and it will just go through all the text, so I don't have to be mashing the entire time.
Yeah.
I sometimes mash the other trigger just as like a
That might be okay. That's okay. Yep,
Yeah,
that's
it's
perfectly
interesting.
fine. There's no way that doesn't work.
yeah, good.
Well done.
And one thing I've noticed, with the amount of time you put into trying to get that skip, if you take one stab at it and then just like feel like it's not going to work, you can then take another stab at it and still be able to time things correctly so that this spinner that Bree's about to run into will be at the perfect spot where they're just going to turn.
His vision only exists on the tile as well. So
Yeah.
if you're anywhere other than the tile and he's looking at you, he doesn't care.
Thankfully.
Yeah, I'm just going to set up just because why not?
This
Thank-
last section's just always very, very difficult if you're not
Yeah.
used to it. Yeah. Whoops. Here, then here.
Is-
Here, then here, then.
I picked up the potions, right?
I hope so.
Pretty sure I picked them up. Because usually for this segment, you do end up just taking a lot of damage residually from the amount of hail, or the amount of turns there are.
Already
And
forgot
it's
what
like
it
you're
was.
taking hail damage every turn, so it's like it will eventually add up.
Then up, then left, then up, then right, then up, then right, then up, then left, and up,
Yeah, you're good. Up.
up,
Yeah.
or is it right?
Up.
Up.
Is it up? Okay.
Oh,
It's not up.
that's where you are.
Oh wait, I didn't even see.
I didn't even see where you were.
Okay.
I thought you were
I
here.
also couldn't
Up.
see where I was.
Left.
Yeah. Left.
Up.
Up.
Right. Up. Right. Up.
Up.
Left.
And then left.
Up.
Up.
Then up.
Yep, keep going.
No, no,
No,
Nope.
no.
Too far.
Too far left. Right. It's the part that's just really confusing. As you can see, a lot of people... Again. I'm just going to show over on the spots. It'll be fine.
This is what you don't
Here's
do.
the spots where you can fall
Where
in.
you need to not go up,
Yeah,
right,
you essentially
up,
ladder up,
right,
and then you go up,
and
Up a
up,
bit,
you step
and then
and
go left,
Once left.
and then you go up,
and then you go up, and
then around.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Uh,
It could definitely be like very annoying.
yeah, you'll see on the left here as well. There's a trainer in that section, and you can dodge them. It's just an issue of
Yeah,
you have to hit the
so
cycle
your,
perfectly.
your timing generally is if you hit the
Is it bit faster.
generally if you hit the trainer skip pretty much straight away, you'll always be able to get that cycle.
Yeah.
Remember you saying like, why are you always going on the left side of that trainer? Because
If you go the right side, you never get hit.
I've The only time I've actually gotten hit by that is because I actually ran into a poke. It's like
Yeah, if you run into
about-
something or you're slightly too slow,
I've
she'll
run
turn
into
around
that
straight
like
into you. But if you stay on the right side, she never looks right side.
Yeah. I'm fine on the left side, it's fine. Yeah, here's Gordy.
Gordy, rock type, so water beat rock.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
It do be like that sometimes.
Holds up, and again with an ultra ball, he does a backflip.
He does do a backflip, which... Dude of his size. Got the moves.
I have done a few runs against this Barbarical, where if you do set up against him, he shell smashes.
Yeah, he can get pretty
and
scary.
He can
Yeah.
very much outspeed you and knock you out.
Yes. It can be very, very scary. And you also do not want to set up against the Shuckle because it has, what,
Power swap.
power split?
Power split, yes.
Yeah.
Which takes your attack and your special attack and takes its attack and its special attack and it
Which is
averages the two.
I think it's
Which is
special
really
attack,
bad.
Like 35.
It's
or something.
35 base special
Yeah.
attack and attack, so it
Its
Its
completely
defense is good.
completely nukes your
230
attack
special
basically.
Defense and defense.
All right. Let's get through this route without getting accosted.
It's more of a problem on through some any percent routes, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Ugh. All right, that worked.
Congratulations.
The Pokemon have been very kind to me today.
Yeah. No,
So yeah, this is
mites.
this is the section where we're in fact not getting a free heal for multiple fights in a row. So we didn't get a free heal after that Hop fight. We didn't get a free heal after those Team Yell fights. We're not going to get a free heal after this Barney fight. So we have to go into the. We have to just be a little bit careful with our PP and our HP because we have been taking hail damage as well. And this is one of the most important items to pick up in the game, the guard specs. Because we're not buying any, we actually have to find some to pick up. They'll become very useful in one of the fights much later on, and it's pretty much required to do the fight in any reasonable speed.
I'm pretty sure I have to set up here because I have to use Sludge Wave on the Toxic Rogue.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's fine, this Leopard actually can't do a whole lot. It has...
too much.
It has... so it has Prankster as the ability, it has Fake Out, it has... Nasty Plot, Sucker Punch, and Torment. So you can Nasty Plot to gain special attack stats,
What do I? Yeah.
and then do nothing with it.
Okay, I didn't even get tormented, so that's fine.
That's
very
perfect.
good.
And yeah, Torment is the annoying move that it can do. It forces you to switch moves every single turn. Not only does that lose us time in menuing, but it also can cause some issues with ordering on Mons. So thankfully we don't have to Poison Jab the Morpeko.
I will be swapping moves against it regardless, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately Toxicroak
I mean,
does
I'll
come
have
out, and we can't surf that.
I mean, I should knock out the Life Hide before it torments. But unfortunately, it would
It gets one turn.
Scrafty, then...
It gets one turn to
Toxic.
torment you, and it does have Prankster, so it does have a chance to do it on that one turn.
You just have to gamble that it doesn't use it.
Extreme Seed.
Yeah.
So,
That is what I
outspeeds
routed.
it and should knock it out.
Yeah, the Leopard is very frail.
Very good with setting up its statuses. Not very good at anything else.
It can be very annoying later on because it ends up getting the move Snarl, which, as we said earlier,
Yes.
lowers your special attack. And both of us are using Pokemon that rely on special attack. So if we're trying to set up in that fight and it just keeps on using Snarl, it just requires us to take more turns to set up. Good thing I remembered.
Yeah, so because we didn't catch anything on Route 8,
I'll use this time to just
I
actually do the
heal as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Just be careful. So yeah, because we didn't catch anything on Route 8, we in fact have to bring in a Pokemon. We're using one of the Litwicks. It does die to Surf pretty quickly, which is quite nice.
It's both good and bad at times.
It's good and also bad. So we will end up having to bring out another Litwick, I expect,
Yeah.
after the gym, just to make the fight afterwards, or the gym leader afterwards, a little bit safer.
I'm pretty sure the second trainer in Ryan's gym, I don't have to use that special attack, right? Surf should be fine for that.
It's in some.
You should be.
But Turtonator is like really weak.
Turtonator isn't the problem, it's Ninetales is very especially defensive.
Oh, it is, yeah. Forgot about that.
I think in Sun you have to set up.
Damn. Because what
Yeah.
I was hoping for is that often what I'll do is I'll use that second fight to use a revive on the other Litwick so I can knock it out regardless. But
My thought is that you're going to have to use Choice Specs.
With choice specs, you might not need to set up.
You could just sludge wave everything.
it's like, oh, yeah.
We can talk a little bit more about choice specs
Oh yeah,
when we
with specs, yeah, I can just use
get
sludge
into the
wave.
Piers
I
cutscene.
can just go sludge wave, like
Yep.
X special attack, sludge wave, sludge wave, and a revive,
Yeah.
and then do whatever on the third. So yeah, a lot of this category, it gets a little bit awkward when it comes to the double battles of the final gym. Like Gym 8, Ryan's gym, they are all double battles, which is one of the reasons why we have to have a second Pokemon with us. This gym forces us to have a second Pokemon with us because there is at least one double battle. So yeah, this is the reason why we have to go out of our way to get a second Pokemon with us. But once we're done with the gyms, they're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, very importantly, they're gone because we still have another double battle to walk
Skip,
past.
Yeah. Right after the gym. Definitely need to deposit beforehand.
So these guys are fine. They just jumped out of windows from the second floor
fine.
building.
They did backflips, thank you.
Okay, they backflipped. It still
Yeah,
probably doesn't help them too much.
Ah, good to say.
They were fine.
Yeah, so this is apparently a town, but as far as we can see, it's a corridor. It's supposed to be a full town called Spikemuthia, but all we see is a corridor with a couple alleys.
Honestly, it seems like a nice place. Use a bit of a
That
clean-
Pokeball sitting right there is a max revive.
Yeah, we're fine. Could use a bit of a cleanup, but
Yeah.
perfectly fine place. So yeah, the choice specs that we've been referring to, you get at the very
Yeah, you can
of
see it
this-
in the cutscene.
Yeah, we can actually see it in the cutscene that we'll see in a little bit with Piers.
Instead, we have to take 40 seconds to bike in and bike out.
Yep.
I'll catch up from that if I don't have to get them.
It was only until halfway through this gym that I was like, I should probably actually pay attention to the amount of moves I have.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's why I had to pick up the elixir.
Yeah.
Or the ether, sorry. Specifically for, that gym.
Yeah. Because that Weavile that we fought has pressure, which increases the amount of PP that is used every time you use a move. So it drains it pretty annoyingly.
And unfortunately, we haven't got a heal since the hop fight, which is still 5 at least moves that we have to use.
Which is also why while I was doing the menuing to get the Pokemon into my party, figured, I was already in the menu, might as well use that time to heal.
And yeah, this is our fourth double battle in this gym. It's very simple. We just surf an X special.
Makes it very simple. Because usually in a lot of the single battles, it's like you have to use your entire turn to be using the X item.
Nice crit.
You have to be using your entire turn to use the X item to boost your stats.
Hit the
But in a
vampire.
double battle, hey, you got crash tackle.
Yeah, just barely on the tip of the bike. Sometimes happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, of course, something to mention is before Gen 5, you couldn't actually use X items on another Pokemon in battle. So all the double battles before Gen 5 were actually a lot slower and a lot more dangerous. But thankfully, Gen 5 onwards, you're able to choose to select what Pokemon you want to use on it, use it on. So makes the double battles a hell of a lot easier, and
Way more consistent.
it means
there's
that
item ball
Yep.
right there in the corner.
there's your choice
Yep.
specs right
Yep.
there.
That's them.
I just want to sneak in and grab them, okay?
Can we grab them before the fight? Just go over? No.
Nah.
It would
Yeah.
be so much nice if you could.
The choice band is actually in it's next to Magnolia's house,
Yeah.
so you can fly straight to Magnolia's house. A little bit of a bike to grab it, fly straight away. It takes about 15 seconds, so it's a hell of a lot quicker.
How many Pokemon for this route actually used.
I don't think I've routed choice specs at all. Choice band
I
at
don't
all.
think anything has so far.
All of the good physical attackers don't need it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really not that bad.
No.
But there may be some Pokemon because, as I was saying, like, the threshold for a good physical attacker in this game is a little bit higher than that for special attackers. So there are some that require the extra boost from a choice item, which they do give a very significant damage boost, but forces you to use the one move only, which is the downside of it.
Yeah.
Which for speedrunning isn't too bad unless you're being tormented. But
So yeah, here we have Piers. He is the one gym leader who does not Dynamax. He refuses to. Now, that is both a good and a bad thing. His Obstagoon, his ace, it can come out whenever, depending on damage rolls. And then it also, they've instead given it 252 HP and defense EVs, which means its HP and
like
defense
Brick
are
House.
hugely increased. That's the max EVs you can give to a Pokemon in a stat. And then special attackers are just like, okay, cool. Doesn't really bother us.
And it's usually a little bit awkward trying to set up on that first. Well, that first turn is usually pretty awkward because some Pokemon, you're strong enough to beat them regardless. But the Scrafty can use Fake Out, it has Intimidate.
It also has Sand Attack.
It also has Sand Attack, so you don't want to have to deal with it. It can be very annoying. Oh, thank God.
Nice. The Obstagoon has its own form of a Protect. If you hit it with a contact move, it'll actually sharply decrease your defense.
Which is actually relevant for
which
some
can
Pokemon.
be really scary.
It can be...
because the Skuntank that comes out afterwards has Sucker Punch, which has +2 priority, so it should always go first.
+1.
Or +1. +1 priority. But
Very important.
it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, you won't get a sucker punch off against an
But yeah.
increased speed.
So it can be pretty scary if your defense gets harshly lowered as well, which is 2 stages decrease.
And that is the Piers fight.
Yep.
Thankfully, one of the quicker fights, mostly because we're not having to deal with Dynamax.
Yeah. Although he does talk a lot.
He does. But I don't mind it because I just love his music.
So we're the 7 gyms down. We've got 1 more to go, so it should be pretty quick to finish off now, right?
Yeah.
Look at that timer. Yeah, sure.
Do you chaps have time for me to read 2 donations?
Absolutely.
Sure. I'm
Awesome.
just going
Go
to be
for
running
it.
through this gym again.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right, we have $10 from Stanley. Best not miss that Hydro Pump, Bree. So that was about 20 minutes ago. Thank you, Stanley. $30 from our very own Cass. Mantyke from the top rope. Thank you, Cass. And hope you guys are enjoying the run today at PAX Oz Day 3. And back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Snow is a good move. We get it as a TM, but unfortunately, a lot of the Pokemon that can use it well don't need it.
Yeah, they don't need it at this point.
Yeah. And as much as I love Dark types, there are so many Dark types that are just absolutely rubbish for this.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Like, there's Alolan Persian, there is Liepard, there is Thievul. 3 Dark types. I really like them.
Thievul has decent move pool.
The awkward
but
thing,
it's
like,
just,
I was just going to say, like, the awkward thing
too
about
fragile.
Thievul and Liepard is that their moveset and their stats are weirdly...
They're inverted. Yeah, you've got a physical moveset, but a special mon.
Yeah, it's... Ugh. It's such a shame, because I love them so much. But there's a lot of really, really fun Pokemon that you can run throughout this category. We just ended up with some of the more consistent ones.
Well, I have to use backup.
Yeah.
So yeah, this biking's actually pretty difficult. There's a lot of things you can bump on, like that just completely kill your momentum. But also there's people in the way that decide to walk up and down. And if you happen to be a little bit too slow, they can sort of just like body block you from getting anywhere. And you have to sort of
lose
get
full
some really weird movement.
Let me just get around here.
So sometimes you can have a guy standing right there, walking past as well.
Absolutely just like gridlocked
Yeah.
in that spot. It's like, okay, I have to back away for let them get out. But that's not too bad. Honestly, I've had much worse runs through Spider-Man. Oh wait, I need to talk to him first.
Yeah, very importantly, you need to take one step here to trigger this cutscene.
Yeah, and then you can fly.
Yeah. And I'll also equip the choice specs while we're menuing to fly.
Yep,
And that is
save
another
for
thing
the
when
time.
it comes to Pokemon speedrunning and just like RPG speedrunning in general is just like trying to optimize the amount of times that you're going into the menus and just like consolidating it all into a very convenient time. Especially with Sword and Shield, because one thing that ended up happening with the DLC is that it ended up introducing quite a bit more lag when it comes to just like opening the bag. So trying to reduce the amount of times that we are in the bag, as you can see.
Yeah, it's about a full second every time you have to open and close the bag.
So yeah, trying to minimize the amount of times you're opening menus and trying to do stuff definitely helps out in the long run.
I do not have to set up against peers, so...
Yeah, you're fine.
And I also do not need to get
Yeah.
choice specs.
Yeah, definitely going to pull some of that time back.
But I do have to use an ether here. Oops.
Thankfully, you can just mash A because Surf is in your
Yeah.
first slot.
Just being careful.
And plenty of times in my Let's Go runs that I've accidentally ethered the wrong move and haven't had enough psychics to finish it.
Oh, the amount of times I've accidentally thrown a Pokeball at my opponent. Because I've just like been...
Because of the flick back from the
Yeah,
double inputs, yeah.
Yeah, I think... Was it this game that introduced, like, if you use an item that doesn't do anything, it'll still use
It'll still
it?
use the turn, yeah.
Yeah.
So the amount of times I've like used a revive on an already
on something that's already
Pokemon,
alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Like,
only
whoop.
waste the item, but waste the turn.
Yep. I was like, whoops.
So here is our longest loading screen that we have to exist. Coming up.
Do we know why that is?
I don't know.
It's a big movie.
So,
My theory is it's trying to move us, like the models from one spot to the other, and the arena is
Well,
like all the way
so-
to the other side of bloody Hammerlock.
so that area that you... They're two different loading instances.
Yeah, it's like
There's two different
where
ones.
Is it? Yeah, where is it? It's
So-
like well, loading-wise, where is it?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
It's a
It's
bloody
really
mile away.
strange.
I mean, it's basically the exact thing where Sonya was standing up on the castle.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
it
but
is
the
the same
exact
room,
one.
but it's,
It's-
like so
it's-
far away.
It's not the
loading-wise.
exact one. It's actually a replica of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It is.
But yeah, I just
One of
I
the
don't understand
weird-
why it takes so long to load it.
This is the little things we think of when we're doing this run, and we've done it so
Yeah.
many times.
Yeah.
We-
So Raihan's supposed to be the dragon type trainer, but his gym's more of the weather gym.
He has two dragon types.
It's the weather plus doubles gym.
Yep, weather and doubles.
Which, I mean, is pretty common for anyone that plays the competitive
Yep.
VGC. Weather is pretty common.
And doubles is the format.
Yeah.
Weather even more so now with LOL and Ninetales being reintroduced into the mix.
No, regular Ninetales.
Oh yeah, there was already that, but they also
But
had
wasn't
Torkoal. You had Torkoal for that.
yeah, the Coco was slower.
That's,
then-
that's the
yeah.
that's the benefit of
They
it.
brought Ninetales with the DLC.
Yeah.
So
Weather is an interesting thing when it comes to Pokemon battles.
should have an obstacle showing up now. No, Malamar.
No, Malamar.
Okay.
Malamar, a Pokemon that I
Very much dies the bug.
yes, very much so. One day I may end up trying a run of it, but it is going to be pain.
Yeah, so Malamar has an ability contrary, which means that any stat increases become stat decreases and vice versa. So X items actually end up decreasing your stat, which is really not helpful.
It's kind of the antithesis to Pokemon speedrun.
Yeah,
And there's also another Pokemon that has that ability
yeah.
as well.
So Lurantis also has it, but it does have Leaf Storm,
Leaf Storm, yeah.
which sharply decreases your special attack, which actually becomes sharply increases with contrary.
Yeah. Similarly, Malamar has access to a move, Superpower, which would normally reduce your, like once you use it, it will reduce your attack and defense by one stage.
So
So
got a few of those. I think it has a psychic one that does it too. Pretty sure.
I don't remember.
I remember using Malamar like once.
Be like, whoop. there's a lot of moves that has such niche use cases that I'm just like, I cannot remember all. There's a lot of them.
Let's see, we've experienced sun, we've experienced rain, we're experiencing hail now,
Yeah.
and then Raihan has the sandstorm.
The last Pokemon game with hail
Yes.
Yes.
comes snow after this generation.
Which I'm actually pretty thankful for. And I think it's a
Saves a bit of time.
yeah.
Unfortunately, our poor Litwicks have been fainted over and over again.
Still hoping that they bring the change to freeze that they did for Legends Arceus. Because freeze is a status condition that is... Oh! That's a rough one.
And so now we've intentionally made sure that both our other Pokemon have been defeated. If we only have one Pokemon here, Raihan actually gives us a free heal. So we'll be fully healed entering this fight.
And the reason why I wanted to have two Pokemon alongside me is because I'm going to be spamming Surf. And I want to be set up twice.
I'll most likely be doing the exact same thing.
Because we don't really have the best of moves to be dealing with a Duraludon, who is a Dragon Steel type. Water, not very effective against it. Steel. Poison does nothing to Steel, and Psychic is weak, is not very effective.
Is resisted by Steel, yes.
Yeah, Steel resists the Psychic. So
Yeah,
we
Dragon
don't have anything
Steel-
good against it.
Dragon Steel is a very defensive typing.
Yep, sure is. All right, sets up the sand.
I believe I'll be X special attack plus Hydro pumping it, so
Oh,
I think that'll kill, but I'm not too sure.
But because I have the choice specs, I'm locked into using Surf.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, still good.
It makes it comparable
It'll
at
set
that
it.
point.
Yeah. You'll be, what, just +2? Or are you going to
I'll
go
go
+4?
+4.
To be safe and sorry.
Yeah.
Especially because moves that are spread moves deal less damage in double battles because they are spread.
Yeah. It's one of the just a little balance thing. So yeah. Ryan has 4 Pokemon, so you essentially have to just do it twice.
Yeah, having a spread move for this gym definitely helps speed up the Raihan fight a lot. Because the Flygon can start dropping your attack with Breaking Swipe. The Gigalith can start killing off your second Pokemon with Body Press, or I think it's also got
Rock Blast.
Rock Blast.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Charizard hates it.
He does not like it. And then the Sandaconda will 9 times out of 10 want to glare and try and paralyze you immediately, unless you are immune to it. Big building. Yeah, the Sandaconda can be annoying. Can I crit the Duraludon just for safety? No, fine.
+4 is absolutely enough here.
Yeah. Even with a resisted move, it +4.
Plus like double HP.
Yeah.
I believe this Duraludon has 1.75 times HP. I believe it's at, yeah, Dynamax level 5.
Also, I looked at my speed, and yeah, I'm faster than almost everything.
Except for Dragapult.
Yeah, the Dragapult, you would, like, unless you have a very, very good speed stat, the Dragapult that Leon has at the end of the game will be faster than anything you get.
Unless you have Sucker Punch.
Yeah, that's true. The usual option is to just use the Eternus at the end to deal with that. So usually, I'm looking at the list of Pokemon that we have to deal with in terms of like the speed numbers that they have in the late game, and it's like I look at all the Pokemon that Leon have, and I just like wipe those from my memory because I don't need to worry about those because we set up on that safely anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how the fastest Pokemon outside of Leon's Dragapult, or Leon's team in general, is actually Ness's Barrascuda at 154.
Yeah.
And then Leon's Dragapult is 193.
Yeah.
So there's a whole 40 points difference.
Very, very fast Pokemon.
Yeah. The only way it becomes faster is if Pelipper somehow comes out first, which only happens if your Pokemon is weak to flying.
Yeah.
If Pelipper comes out first, it sets up Rain, and then Swift Swim will double its speed.
Right, what
And
am
at that
I
point, you also have to be wary of. Well, you don't even have to be wary of the Seeking. It will be faster than you, but it's not going to do anything to you.
Yeah.
So yeah, later on, there's not going to be any Pokemon that is like, oh, they're going to be faster than me.
I don't think I need to set up the...
Oh, yeah, probably not.
I need to really go into a menu.
So yeah, we're going to take our Litwicks out, and they get to sit in the box for the rest of the run.
Yeah.
We're going to make sure that we've only got one Pokemon from now on. Let's skip a double battle and reduce level ups as well.
I'll probably just grab a few full restores just for safety.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is something that some of these DLC mons don't actually have to worry about. We don't have to worry about grabbing full restores for some of them because there's nothing really dangerous to them. Generally, they're the strongest because they just end up not really having to set up a whole lot.
I think I can probably get away without X specialing here.
Plus, different from other games, when you
Possibly, yeah.
when you do the Elite Four, you actually get healed in between every single one, and can access your box so you can switch Pokemon out.
Makes things much nicer to deal with. You're fine. Just do the same thing. Just use another revive.
Yeah. Just trying to save myself from doing it afterwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have all these revives because every time we've talked to Sonia and she's given us some lore, she then gives us a couple of revives because...
Yeah, she just keeps on dumping all these items on us. Like, honestly, a lot of people end up just dumping a lot of items onto us.
this is a really tight cycle here, and you get it perfectly. As long as you boost at the exact time your boost comes up, and you didn't waste any time grabbing items prior to it, you can get past that trainer before he turns around.
Now, at this point, there's an option between two different trainers. You have to fight at least one of them. This postman just has easy Pokemon to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of the time it's the postman, unless you're... well, there's really very few reasons that you should...
Lazzle prefers the other one.
Yeah, pretty much fire types would prefer the other one.
Yeah.
Because there's a Corviknight and also no rain.
Yeah. Because there's this postman which has the Pelipper and the Noctowl. The other one has a Flygon and a Corviknight. So they can be a little bit more annoying to deal with for some Pokemon. Now, this trainer has caused me some issues in the past with a lot of Pokemon. Thankfully, we have water to just not care about it, but this trainer has definitely killed a lot of runs.
It's killed a lot of Charizards.
Yeah, Charizard specifically.
It has Rock Blast, which is 4 times super effective against the Charizard, and Gigalith has a lot of attack.
Yeah, and with the Sand Up, it has an increased special defense. That is just one of the properties of the Sandstorm, is that it increases the special defense of rock and ground types.
Rock types.
Just rock?
Just rock.
Okay.
It's just that most rock types are ground types.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there was no pure rock type in Gen 1, so...
No.
The first pure one, Sudowoodo. Fun fact.
We got a lot of those.
Yeah. Best way to fill the time.
Yeah, I do have the choice specs on currently, but I am going to have to take them off before we get into the next fight because, as we were mentioning before, Marnie is going to be our next battle, and Liepard has Torment, and if that does hit us while we have the choice specs, whoops.
Yeah, it's not great. You end up having to Dynamax out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because thankfully, when you Dynamax, choice items no longer apply.
Yeah.
Which can be a little annoying as well, because sometimes you need that boost in damage to also be able to kill.
Yeah. Thankfully, we are pretty much fine.
Yeah.
Do you guys have time for one donation?
Absolutely.
Cool. We just have $100 from Robber. No comment.
Thank you very much.
And back
Thank
to you
you.
guys.
Very much appreciate the generosity.
Be sure to get in your donations for the Spyro color.
The Spyro color, yeah. Ooh, we're seeing a lot of love for green.
Yeah, green's winning by about $40 at the moment, almost $50.
What's in second at the moment?
Black at 250. So green's 294.
Surely we can get some more donations to get black up there.
Not even the classic purple? Come on.
Ironically, purple has nothing towards it.
Nothing. Just absolutely bugger all. Come on. What am I doing? Just move some of the menu items around. I usually stray off a little bit to the side there to talk to the official, just so I don't accidentally talk to Hop.
I've definitely done that before.
The amount of times I've like accidentally talked to someone when I was like,
And especially with Turbo.
yeah, because
Talk to them a bit too many times.
you're just like holding it down. It just, as soon as it is able to interact, it will. So that's one of the things to be a little bit wary of.
Yep, so here's our last fight with Marnie. She's got a full team now. Her Leopard actually has a special attacking move, so she can benefit from Nasty Plot.
Yep. It is.
And
quick.
we're hoping for no torment.
Yeah.
We'll make it go faster, that's for sure.
Definitely. Alright, we'll set up at least once. That's fine. Oh, cool.
No
It
torment?
went
No
to-
torment.
oh.
Awesome. Awesome.
That's the thing, is like, yes, it does have ways to increase its priority and be annoying in that regard, but it isn't, it's not faster than us. So if it's going to use a regular move, it has to play by the regular speed rules, which we are just going to ignore that. So I can just spam the same move, which is very nice. Well, I'm going to have to change over to Sludge Wave soon, but...
Yeah, again, her Toxic still has dry skin, so we still have to make sure we're not using a water type move.
Still requires some moisturizing. Honestly, that's most of the reason why I feel the need to set up in this fight. Sometimes sometimes the ace isn't the problem. Sometimes it's just like one random Pokemon just along the way that's like, I don't have a good way to deal with this.
So her ace is Grimmsnarl. It's a very dark type, so Sludge Wave is absolutely going to OHKO it.
Definitely one of my favorite Pokemon from this generation.
I'm a big fan of Grimmsnarl.
It was very good for VGC.
Yeah, it was,
What an absolute legend.
this prankster, good typing.
And an attack stat out the wazoo. 59. Jeez.
I probably could have gotten away with it too.
Yeah, like you
I
probably
don't think we
need to.
buy any.
I think you buy Calciums.
I was wondering if we did or didn't. I think. Do we still?
I am.
I think so.
I'm not a highly static crocodile.
Yeah.
Like, get away with not.
On my my screen right now, I'm about to verse one of my favorite characters, which is Dr. Graham.
Dr. Graham is just very tired.
He has his own TCG card, kind of.
Oh, he does.
He's in the Gardevoir alt art.
Oh, I remember that.
I just always remember it.
He's so tired. How
just wants to go home.
Yeah, how absolutely relatable. Just done with the night shift.
Yep.
On his way home, and all of a sudden has to have a Pokemon battle because this one kid decided to show up.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so here's our last fight with Hop.
Number 8.
Yep.
Lucky.
No crits.
Number
No.
8.
Did you put choice specs back on?
I did.
Oops.
It's actually fine.
You should be okay.
It should be fine.
Yeah. I'm saving it for when I menu to...
Do the
You won't have
calciums,
to
yeah.
do special stuff anyway.
Well, I'll do it anyway. I'm going to give him calciums. And I'll use that...
No, but like, sorry. You want to swap between surf and stuff, I feel like, against this fight.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because you don't want to be locked into the sludge wave, that's for
Oh,
sure.
no. I will set up once, mostly for the Snorlax.
Yeah, the Cinderace isn't really going to be a problem because we do have Surf for it.
That's fine.
Yep, there's a super effective move used against us, so Hop will talk about it.
Yeah.
I think the pink urchin comes out next.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Never mind.
Snorlax. Oh yeah, it has.
Oh, high horsepower. Oh, stopping tantrum. One of those.
Yeah.
High horsepower.
That's okay.
Probably could have used. Should have used.
He's gonna heal. But if you poison,
just one of the things about this game. Mostly due to just negligence. I'm only at like 140 special attack, which is ew.
oh, oops, sorry, I accidentally did not input. Tried to run.
Ah. The amount of times I've tried to run in trainer battles, yeah, that's another thing. Just kind of mind doing its own thing. Honestly, a lot of the time when I'm doing this category, I'm also just like playing card games on my other monitor because there's a lot of downtime. And if I've already like routed, everything is
Especially during
already
the start.
yeah, if everything's already neatly laid out and ready to go, and I know what I need to do, my brain is literally elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like doing Sudoku, playing my other Pokemon on my other Switch. I'll just use Super Corrective, whatever. Can't be bothered.
Apparently, I do need to set up against mine. Interesting. I don't have any super effective against Brimstone, I guess.
Yeah, you don't have Super Corrective.
Yeah, at this point, pretty much any time you see a Dynamax Pokemon, if you don't have something super effective, you're going to have to set up against it.
Yeah.
Normally just one X item.
One thing to note, not the G-Max form.
Yeah.
Because G-Max of the starters
Came
came
out
into it
after-
later.
Yeah, they came
Yeah.
out after the game started.
Yeah.
Had come out. I think it was just before the DLC came out.
So yes. Would have been cool if they had them in earlier, but just like that fight would have been cool, but oh.
We see it in the what is it? The All-Star World.
Oh, Galarian Star
World
Battle.
Tour or whatever it's called.
Galarian
DLC
Star Tournament.
That
Yeah.
one, the Galarian Star Tournament.
That's the one. That is a category and a half.
It certainly is.
It is essentially the 100% story of this game, because there is this category, which is 80%, it's essentially just get to the credits, but there's also post-game story, which there's a whole lot to go on with that. There is also the DLC story, which is the Isle of Armor. Then there's the Crown Tundra story. And once you've done all of that, you then unlock the Galarian Star Tournament. And when you beat that, that's when you get an extra credit scene.
They didn't speak to Hop, thankfully.
Yeah, we've gone through our qualification tournament. We beat Marnie, we beat Hop, and now
Beat
we're
all
qualified.
of the rivals, essentially.
Yeah, we're
They-
qualified for the main
yeah.
tournament.
They do a pre-tournament to then be able to fight in what we consider like the Elite Four.
Yeah, kind of a last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and then we take on the spot of where Opa would be, because she's a bit too old to be coming to the tournament. Is basically the kind of
Yeah.
thing that they say.
Maybe just got that tournament and then the champion to do,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
Nothing else in between.
oh, absolutely. It's not like we're going to have to faff about for about half an hour.
Half. Like 45 minutes.
Yeah, whatever. Who's counting? Yeah, so essentially what has happened is we were going to meet up with Leon for lunch, dinner, something, some kind of meal. but just hasn't shown up. And then, with all the noise that Hot was making, Piers is like,
I'm
"Kid,
sorry,
you are way too loud." What's up?
The live pod went for Snarl, but it missed.
Hey!
Oh, nice.
Which is super beneficial because I think I would have had to have set up again.
Yeah,
Just barely, but now I can just surf everything except for the top stroke. So
that works. Yeah. Sometimes,
I don't have
just
to
get
mess
lucky.
around with the hydro pump.
yeah.
Although I would have hit it, of course.
Oh, of course. You always hit the 50-50s.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so this next section that I'm coming up to, where we're just having to do a bunch of chasing around of a guy who has the keys to something to get us into the battle tower so we can catch up with Leia?
Rose Tower, thank you.
Yes.
It's Rose's Tower.
But this is a section that causes a lot of trouble for a lot of Pokemon because this entire section
Steel types.
is just steel types all the way through. So electric, well not electric, poison, hates it. Ice, doesn't have a good time. Grass, not too good. Bug, ugh.
Normal doesn't have a very good time.
Yeah, there's a lot of types that don't have a good time in this section.
And it's very hard to get a double move that'll be able to affect it as well.
True.
Earthquake is very good, but there is also a double battle that there is a levitate.
Yeah.
So Earthquake isn't the best.
Yeah. It's good for like 90% of it.
I mean, you still Earthquake because you can hit because the other one's the Q-Fant that uses Dig, and
Yeah.
Earthquake hits through Dig, so it's helpful.
So yeah, apparently we need to defeat this guy 3 times for him to give us the item that we're after. First 2 times he didn't feel like giving it to us. And here we get to buy some vitamins.
Not iron. Calcium.
So I believe both will be buying calciums. Calciums give 10 special attack EVs per item. And in this game at least, and I think a few others, you can actually use vitamins to go above 150 when you couldn't in the older games.
I'm so glad they made that change.
Yeah.
Made EV trading so much nicer.
So our special attack EVs will be maxed at this point, 252. So we've got the most special attack we can possibly get with the Pokemon that we've got.
Which, considering it's a tentacle, it's like, it's okay, but it's going to be enough to help us get through a lot of this later game. Well, it's enough to push us over some thresholds where it would otherwise be really annoying ranges that we have to deal with and have to do extra turns of setup. Some of these fights later on we can just blast through. Although there are going to be some fights that are going to be annoying. Like, as I mentioned, there is a couple of grass types that are going to be annoying for me because they are also steel types.
Yeah, but you should be fine, I think, overall, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think you'll be fine against the Ferrothorn.
The first seed is going to be fine because it's what is it going to do? But the Ferrothorn later on,
It's going to be a little painful.
We'll see. Wait and see.
So yeah, this is a grass steel type. This completely, there we go. Completely immune to the poison type and resists the water type. But
Unless you had Corrosion. Yeah, Corrosion would be super effective.
yeah, but if you have corrosion, you're also a fire type because it's Salazzle, and you just use a fire move.
I think there's like one other part. Yeah, in next gen. Reverie has
Oh, Reverie has it. Yeah.
Corrosion.
Forgot about that.
Use it on itself.
Yeah, we've done our 3 battles, and now we're being
Being
shuffled.
able to actually continue the game.
Yeah,
Yep.
shuffled through, and we're going to cause a bit of a scene because why not?
I'm gonna have a little bit of a dance party.
Impromptu concert.
So yeah, you might have thought that Team Yell earlier was the evil team for this game, but in fact it's Macrocosmos.
Yeah, Team
That's
Yell are
the
just
evil team. Team
literally
Yell's just
like,
there.
They're just football hooligans.
Yeah.
They're just really die-hard fans.
Exactly. Yeah, football hooligans. You've met football fans, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been to the footy.
Yeah, we've been to the footy. There's some definitely passionate supporters.
Yeah. It's good to be passionate.
Yeah.
And
That
it's
is
going
directed-
to help us here.
Yeah.
We get stat boosts.
That is true. Along the way.
Oh, we had stat boosts from the last couple of fights in the against those three.
Yeah. There is another rare candy. Like once we get through this cutscene, there is another rare candy that can be
To
picked
the
up.
left?
Yeah, to the bottom left.
Yeah. There's a lot of
We
rare
don't-
candies
yeah.
in this game.
There's two that are convenient, like in the route.
Yeah, that's certainly one of the quicker ones.
Yeah.
Because you can fly straight back to Rose Tower after picking it up.
And it'll just essentially transport us all the way over, so you don't really lose time at all for going to grab it. But I don't think we need the extra power boost, so we're not going to really bother with it. Piers always looks so tired.
I would be too.
Yeah.
You've
I think
seen
that's
how
why
loud that city is.
I think that's why I relate to him so much. Just so constantly tired. And also the hair being in absolute state.
Do you think Piers also needs coffee 24/7?
Possibly.
Probably.
Yeah, we're getting towards the end though. we're still banging on. Yeah, the last of the double battles. Well, not this one, but soon. When we get
The last
onto
set
the
of double battles that we have
the
to do.
big elevator with the weirdly Sonic-like music. Like every time I hear it, it's like this is definitely from a Sonic game. And then at the top of the tower, we fight Oleana, who has a very, like, one of the more
She
interesting
has the
teams.
cutest Pokemon.
Absolutely. I love her team.
Yeah.
And it's very...
Her ace
narratively, I think it's
her
incredible.
ace is pretty cute though.
Yeah. I think
Definitely one of my favorites.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Her team is meant to be kind of like just cute.
Yeah, it's cute, gorgeous.
Cute, pretty. Yeah. What? She's got a Frostlass, Serena,
Melodic.
Salazzle, Melodic, and Garbodor.
Garbodor. Yeah, it's the Garbodor right at the end.
Yeah.
Just no beat around the bush for that one. It's all these lovely...
I have to say,
very-
G-Max Garbodor is one of my favorite
It is
G-Maxes.
He's got a little toy,
like a toy ship.
yeah, a little boat.
So yeah, this Bronzong is annoying. It is way bulkier than it
probably should be.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And it is so tough for so many Pokemon to deal with this fight in a single turn, or even 2 turns. But thankfully, Surf is good.
Yeah, there's definitely some Pokemon that are we considered really good that definitely take at least a couple turns to take out that Bronzong. Because they just don't have any way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
Steel Psychic is a surprisingly strong type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Crocodile, which is arguably the best Pokemon for this category, can deal with
Has
the punch. Oh, Darkest Lariat, even better.
That too.
Yep.
So yeah, Crocodile, definitely one of the best. Tyrantrum is very high up there, and Flygon as well, very high up there. There's a lot of Pokemon that use Earthquake.
Yeah.
And then also a bunch of Pokemon that use Surf, like Starmie,
Yeah, I was
Tentacruel.
going to say, early on, a lot of people thought Starmie would be the way.
It is still incredibly good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, Starmie was definitely one of the first Pokemon that I routed for this. Yeah, Starmie, and then Crocodile was determined to be one of the best pretty quickly.
And it kind of had the perfect storm. Alright, cool.
I got very lucky that they gave it the ability that doesn't trigger at the start of every fight, because
Yeah.
the 2 other
Moxie.
abilities it has is, yeah, Moxie and Intimidate.
Yeah.
Both
It
of
is
which
like
are not
the stars
good.
align for Crocodile to be really good for this category in particular, because yes, its moves that it comes with, perfect. The moves that you can teach it, perfect. You get Earthquake, you get Thrash, you get Darkest Lariat. That's literally the only 3 moves you need to use. Its ability, very, very unassuming. You don't have to interact with it whatsoever. The other two would have been annoying and made it much worse. And it's like, the comments, like, every now and then I've had the comment of, oh, it would have been cool if it had Moxie so you wouldn't have to set up on a whole bunch of fights. And then the comment is like, well, then you're also having to deal with all the Moxie boosts.
Every kill it has to go up.
In every fight.
Unless it finishes the fight.
Yes.
If it's the final one, it doesn't trigger the ability.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fights where you don't need that attack boost. And you would still be getting that boost. So it's actually beneficial to not... Okay, I'm getting all the crits now.
And the doubles caused enough problems in the previous runs.
Yeah. Yeah. There's some Pokemon for this category where the stars definitely align when it comes to the ability that they gave them, the moves that they gave them, and everything around it just working. Some of them kind of a little bit rough.
Yeah.
And that also goes back to the whole technical machine, technical record split, because a lot of the really good moves are locked behind technical records, which are way less convenient to get, especially in a speedrun setting. She's popping off. Did you go to the other side of the...
Yeah, I did a few loops. I missed it, unfortunately. Was not the right idea.
I've definitely done that before.
Yeah. Now, because we have the choice backs, we have a choice between either using Surf or Sludge Wave. And for this, because the Garbodor is the big chunky one to deal with, Surf is going to be the option we go with, but it does mean that there are going to be some of these Pokemon that are a bit more awkward to get through.
Like the Milotic in this arena.
Yeah, because Milotic is pretty damn bulky.
Surprised? Yeah. I'm surprised that the Salazzle came out second.
Yeah. I can set up. Should be fine. I mostly did not want to set up against Salazzle because it can use Toxic.
Yeah.
And, like, yes, we're a poison type, we can't be poisoned. It was like, well, Salazzle says, nah.
Apparently we do have to set up with Suicune against Soliana. Makes sense.
The Milotic is a big issue with it.
You don't have
Extra
stat
sensory
boost. Yeah. See, that thing is bulky. But it doesn't matter because it only uses Aqua Ring, which doesn't do anything really.
Nothing in this fight.
The good thing is that every single time this Milotic has a turn, it will use Aqua Ring first turn. If it gets turns after that, it tends to just spam Surf.
Yeah, there are some Pokemon in this game that are much easier to set up on than others because there's a consistent pattern where they will use a particular move or like some kind of setup for themselves, and it allows us to get set up likewise and make the fight much easier.
Yeah, absolutely, you'll see that with Suicune on Raihan as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to spam Surf on that fight. And there's the Garbodor with the complete with toy rocket ship, toy plane, everything.
For Raihan, it's probably Surf until Goodra and then set up.
Yeah, so the Goodra comes out second and it'll set up Rain Dance almost every single time.
Yeah, because it wants to use...
It wants to use Thunder and it wants to guarantee the hit.
Yeah. And one thing that is pretty consistent when it comes to fighting Ryan is that the second Pokemon he'll send out will want to set up a different weather because pretty much all of his Pokemon have a way to set up a type of weather.
Yeah. And I think, especially with the fact that we are water type, we definitely want to hit that rain instead.
Oh, yeah.
Getting the extra, what is it, like 50% boost?
It's pretty chunky.
Yeah.
It helps.
And you're also taking away the sun from decreasing your power as well.
Yeah, which is exactly the thing that's, like,
it's a big swing.
Us.
It's a big old swing of damage.
Yeah, thankfully Torkoal does die to a
Yep.
Surf.
Thankfully, that is more of a physical wall than a special one.
The little tortoise.
I do need to set up here. I was like, oh, I can just use Surf and then Sludge Wave. No, I got a choice item. And I can't use Sludge Wave against the Mawile because it's a Steel type.
Yep.
Also, I am going to quickly grab an X-Speed, which is in the car park here.
Yep. Very conveniently.
Yep. And that is for the very final fight because even though, yes, I'm already faster than most of the Pokemon in the game, I'm not
faster
going to
than
be
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, not faster than Dragon Ball, and I'm also probably not going to be using the Tentacruel to fight Leon at the end. I'm probably just going to use...
Would it be good? Maybe.
I'd have to take off the choice item.
No.
Yeah, it would. Just to kill the Rillaboom.
Um,
I think that's the big one.
No, I think seeing as you're still going to be setting up an X special and an X speed on that fight regardless, you'd want to use Eternatus anyway. It's just more consistent.
and that's essentially what it comes down to when it comes to when the question comes up of will I be using this Pokemon that I've been running the past few hours with? Will I be using this for the Leon fight? And the way to answer that is
No.
often no. Often it comes down to
There's a few that are fine to do it with.
yeah.
but,
It's
yeah.
can you do it with
Without
as much,
setting up.
as much or less setup than
Yeah.
what you do
Which
with
is
the
just
Eternatus?
2 items, essentially.
Yeah, 2 turns of setup. And can you do it safely? It's like, will it work? Can you set up without falling over to the Aegislash?
Did we do Eternatus for Crook?
I think so.
I think so, yeah, because you end up setting up the same amount of items still.
Yeah.
Galvantula, Starmie, and I think Alolan Raichu can all do
Yeah.
Leon
Raichu
by
can be a little bit
themselves.
scary because...
Alolan Raichu is a little scary, but yeah, it can
the
do it.
Shadow Ball. Because most of it, it's like, are you faster than the Dragon Ball? If yes, alright, you can probably take a turn off.
Yeah. But there's always the chance that the Aegislash at the start just goes for King Shield.
Yeah.
So if you can kill through King Shield, you're fine. Or rather through, like, non-offensive.
Yeah. Shield stance.
Yes, there we go.
So yeah, Beat's become a fairy trainer now.
Yeah, is now the protege of Opal.
Yeah. It still has some psychics.
It's very convenient that there's a lot of Psychic Fairy overlap.
Yeah. And it just
Absolutely.
so happens that the ones that he had also overlap. Like
Yep.
his Ponytail that's now a Rapidash.
And the Hatterene is now the
Patterine.
Hatterene. Yeah,
Does it still have anticipation?
I think so.
I believe so, yes.
So it's kind of
We'll,
trigger.
we'll find out soon enough. Yep.
Yep, there we go.
Optimally, you do not have a super effective move against them, but sometimes you just kind of need that.
Yeah.
You don't really have much of a choice in the matter.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon end up with a Dark type coverage move just to try and deal with the Corviknight and other Steel types. Just because Steel doesn't resist that, but tends to resist a lot of other things.
Yeah. Ah, yeah, we're back into the Dynamax era of very loud cries. So.
Yep.
Okay. Now we get into the tournament proper. I think we use Surf against Nessa, right?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
set up once and then Surf.
Yeah.
I like
The
it.
Golisopod's the hard part, because like if you don't one-shot it,
Oh, it will just...
It'll just mention the
it'll
exit
go
and then
out,
you
it'll
You just have to do it.
do it again.
yeah,
do
but
it.
if she full heals it and brings it back out, then it's like
Ah,
another situation. It happens. You know, experience, but
Yeah. So we are going to be fighting some of the gym leaders that we fought earlier. It's going to be Nessa, and then for me, it's going to be Alistar. For Bree, it's going to be B. And then it's going to be Ryan. And
And then Leon fight.
then Leon. Yeah.
yeah, just Leon.
Just Leon.
Nothing else.
There's certainly not another 3 fights before that.
Exactly. So yeah, Glossopod. Bit chunky, does decent amount of damage.
It does.
Yeah,
You can also
first
set up
impression
Sword
does
Stance, which can start to get pretty scary because it starts increasing its attack quite a bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of,
But on the plus side, it is very nice if you're already pretty comfortable in setting up, because it is a move that does pretty much nothing. It doesn't hit you, so you don't get the extra animation of you losing the health and all that kind of stuff. So them using a status move is actually quite nice. Barraskewda, the only Pokemon outside of Leon that you have to like,
Be a
that is
bit
the
wary of.
fastest Pokemon outside of Leon. So being faster than that, you're pretty damn happy. And now with the Pelipper out here, we have
Pelipper
Rain.
before Seeking.
Oh yeah, the Seeking's going to be faster than me, but it's similar to what we're like with the Melodic. It's just going to set up Aqua Ring. We don't have to worry about it. It's not going to do much. Unless it uses, like, what, Supersonic? Does it have that?
I'm not
Probably.
sure. I never really looked at Seeking's move pool. It normally doesn't matter.
I'm just happy it doesn't have its hidden ability.
Oh yeah.
Lightning Rod.
Oh yeah, that would make this entire fight much more awkward for
Yeah.
a lot of electric
And
fights,
he-
because
Yep.
there's
That's
so-
crit.
It's very dead now
very much.
because we have the Rain now as well to boost our water moves even more.
But yes, Raichu would have a bit of a hard time.
much harder time, because there's actually like so many of the electric types just
Galvantula.
run through this without any issue.
Yeah. Dedene's pretty good. to be
Dedene's
honest.
actually pretty good, yeah. And as you can tell from that, mostly special attackers when it comes to electric. Physical special attackers,
Yeah.
not as good.
There's not a lot of physical special attack. Electric attackers.
The one I'm thinking of is Togedemaru.
Yes. But it's not good for other reasons.
Exactly. Then there's also like Manectric,
Manectric's
Bolton.
okay.
Bolton.
Bolton's just speed though.
Yeah, it's just over-indexed.
Fast.
Yeah, that's Nessa. Very fate. What am I doing against?
Alistair.
Alistair
I know,
is leading with
probably winning.
Dusknoir.
Do you think I need to set up once?
I think you need an
Yeah.
X special.
Then I will have to use the
Oh,
guard spec.
he's spec though.
Is there anything particularly? There's nothing really fast on Alistair.
No.
There's nothing particular. Well,
Anything would be Gengar.
yeah, the Gengar would probably be fast.
No. Surely not.
I'll set up just to be safe. I don't want to get hit by anything. And the Dusknoir that Alistair lays out first is not really threatening. It can just be annoying. Whereas the whole Lucha that Bree's going to deal with, that can get dangerous for some Pokemon.
I don't even know if we have to
It can get dangerous and can get slow.
Yeah.
Yep, Bree's picking up the X speed again as well.
Yep.
Chose an odd career path. I want to hide, but sure, I'll stand in the middle of this stadium with a lot of people. I honestly relate to that a lot.
Yeah, the guard spec that we're using here, guard specs have one use for them. They make it so that anytime you'd have a stat reduced, it does not get reduced. Which is very helpful here, and it'll be very helpful in one more fight later on.
Yes.
Because the guard spec also doesn't just apply to you, it applies to any allies on the field.
Correct.
Chandelure probably would have been fine to set up an X special.
What was that?
Chandelure would probably be fine to set up an X special against.
Possibly, but I'm also not sure about the damage calc against the Dusknoir itself, because
Yeah.
that thing is bulky,
It is very bulky, yes.
which also makes it a little bit awkward. Poltergeist can use Protect. It doesn't. Lovely.
It's probably gone for Shell Smash. It doesn't even have Shell Smash. Pretty sure.
Yeah, Alistair can have, like, some of his Pokemon are actually pretty bulky, so outside of the Gengar. So the Dust Noir can be bulky, the Cursola can be very bulky as well. So a lot of the time you want to be setting up, it's not necessarily for the Gengar itself, it's for the Pokemon around it.
Yeah, like much like with Gordy for myself, you try and set up solely because of the Shuckle, not because of the Colossal.
Yeah. But we get to see the Funhouse again.
Yep, we certainly do.
That Mawile can actually be pretty scary for some Pokemon.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it has Intimidate, so you kind of need to set up.
It also has Play Rough, so it can keep dropping your attack as well.
Exactly. And also Crunch, so it can drop your defense. And if you're already weak to it,
Yeah, so while Mawile doesn't have the highest attack stat, it can in fact be quite threatening to particularly fighting types.
We only have one more Hydro Pump for the run. So, see how that goes.
yeah.
It's against the Ferrothorn.
Oh, lovely. Power Whip won't do much.
It'll be fine. It won't matter, we'll hit it anyway.
Okay, in the tournament, Piers end up losing to Ryan because he doesn't use
Because he
Dynamax.
doesn't Dynamax.
Yep,
He also doesn't have a Pokemon with Gigantamax,
that's true.
which is upsetting because then we would have had a Gigantamax Obstagoon, which would have been
That
cool.
would have been so cool. I
Would be
love
very
Obstagoon.
cool.
I love Obstagoon so much. The shiny is one of the best.
Oh yeah.
Two-faced
The
Obstagoon.
color scheme just works really well.
Yeah, for sure.
Fits the Rockstar image, you know.
Alrighty. This fight can be so awkward.
I mean, also, Raihan's meant to be the second best trainer in all of Galar.
Yeah.
He's only ever lost to, quote unquote,
The champ.
Leon.
Yeah.
They were like best friends or something.
They were roommates.
They probably were.
Yeah, Raihan gets to continue his tradition of weather.
Yeah.
It's a Torkoal and then just dragons of various weather formations.
Yeah.
Torkoal is my favorite dragon, though.
Yeah.
He just predicted terrestrialization.
True. Thankfully, Surf gets through that. The Torkoal also has Yawn, so trying to set up on it can be very annoying.
Yeah, it also has Lava Plume and Solar Beam. Solar Beam can be very scary for water type Pokemon. It's a very strong move, and with the Sun Up, it also happens every turn.
Huh?
Huh?
What did it do?
It just went
It just went the Thunder and it hit.
Yeah, so it must be
Oh, thank God it went for the spray dance.
Yeah, so Thunder in the
lucky.
Sun is a 50%
I think you would have been
chance.
very much in the deep end otherwise.
I would have just Dynamax myself and just...
Yeah, gone for
Thanks.
Max Geyser.
Yeah.
They would have lost the time.
It would have.
I'm hoping that I get a Sword Sand
We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, most of the time it will go for the rain dance.
I've had it muddy water me, and I've lowered my accuracy, and I've had a longer fight because of it. So.
Yeah.
Most of the time when it doesn't go for Rain Dance, it'll be because it pre-rolled a crit.
Yeah. And the crit in that case is the accuracy drop. Probably. So we should be fine for the rest of this fight. We have the damage, we have the rain set up, so we do a significant amount of damage to...
And the Skyscraper is just, yeah, it's just a Skyscraper.
Yeah. Duraludon, not the most bulk when it comes to special defense. It is a physical wall, though.
But it feels like a lot of physical stuff that you'd be using, like ground and
Yeah.
fighting. I mean, it's going to be super effective anyway.
Correct.
So
And that's another reason why, when I was mentioning earlier, physical attackers kind of have to reach a higher benchmark than special attackers because there's so many more physical walls later on in the game that you need that little extra. Whereas for special attackers, the ones you need to deal with are like the Melodic, the Goodra, and like the Alchemy earlier on, which is not too bad.
That's the Elite Four defeated.
And that is the Elite Four.
of which one of them has beat.
Correct, yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been the Elite Three.
It really would have. But I do like how they did it narratively.
Yeah, I mean,
With the whole tournament. It
everything.
fits the whole vibe and aesthetic.
Like, yeah, we'll bring up our actual aces now.
Yeah.
Wow, wow.
And if we had the movies for this game on, we would see a lot more of what's going on with all
That
this.
is something that we didn't bring up. So we did turn off movies at the start, and some people might have noticed whenever we biked into a town, we got pulled off the bike. The reason being because there's meant to be a movie that shows us walking. That's why you'll see us like go into a town and we're just off the bike for no reason.
Yeah.
Inconvenient, but
better than watching the movies.
yeah, better than watching the movies. They take a very long period of time. I think total at least 30 minutes for all of them.
Didn't realize it was that much, dude.
Yeah.
Well, you've got a movie right here we're just talking about that we're going to skip in a sec, and it's going to make the lore very confusing because you have no idea what's happening.
Hell.
We're going to get ready to battle. But wait, what's going on the screen? And we cross-cut to us just retreating. We're just like, no. An angry-faced Leon.
Someone like kicked a soccer ball into the field.
Yeah,
like, what's
it's like,
that?
What
That's not Pokemon. That's not a Pokeball.
It's like, what do you think this is, a football field? Bloody hell.
Apparently I do set up against the whole Lucha, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, you're not at risk of just like falling over.
Oh yeah, no.
Like, the Suicune is bulky.
Oh yeah. We'll see if it misses the high jump kick.
I prefer to go high jump kick than bounce.
Hoping.
So yeah, we are now we're now going to go and help Leon by going into a forest that last time we went there we fainted. So
It'll be fine.
this time it'll be fine, right?
How many squabbers do you think I'm going to run into?
None. No squabbard.
One.
One Galarian wheezing.
But
And one Corviknight. One Corviknight spawned on your face.
This can be like a bit of an awkward little
Area.
section to try and bike
Especially
through.
biking. Yeah, biking specifically. Walking, you can get around a few things.
Oh yeah.
I've last time I did this, I went the long way and managed to dodge everything. But whether or not that saved time, kind of. I mean, if you don't get an encounter,
That's usually the harder part, honestly.
Yeah.
Because it is essentially a side scroller, it is very
Yeah.
easy to just not
and
see.
there's so many small. There we go. Told ya. It's always the Galarian wheezing.
I usually run into all beetles because I just don't notice them.
As always, I have a Galarian Weezing or a Corviknight in this corridor here.
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh,
That was good.
you're good.
That's a lot of wheezing.
Sometimes I go like the further left path just
Yeah.
to dodge it a bit more. Especially if you see like a giant Corviknight in the middle of that
Corviknights
road.
are so huge, they cover the entire corridor.
Yeah.
I love the Pokemon thing.
I mean, they are the carrying Pokemon.
Yeah.
I just want to take it to the
yeah.
next town, you
It
know?
causes gridlock.
I mean, you also have one benefit of Hop very shortly as well.
Oh yeah, it helps us
The
get out
one
here.
singular benefit.
And he becomes our flying taxi, thankfully.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's a taxi in and of
Because you
himself.
can't fly out of this area, I think.
You cannot.
Yeah, and Hop is just like, let me get us all the way back to Hammerlock.
I believe escape rope works,
The one use for escape rope.
but it's just not
just
fast
the
enough.
back of the start of, yeah. Law stuff is happening. We have found the fabled sword and shield.
The slumbering world.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
How much has this game changed if there's been like patches and stuff from like beginning of the game till now?
So a lot of the time the patches didn't actually affect it too much. With the DLC added, the first DLC, Isle of Armor, had a companion patch with it that every game received. When they received it, it added a lot of lag on bag usage. So adds about a second every time you open and close the bag, which actually had people theorize that There's an alternate route for any % sword that uses a game trade whimsicott called Candy Floss. And people theorize that maybe that one was better because you actually end up using Nasty Plot a lot of the time for your setup early in the game and a little bit later, rather than using X items, which would open the bag. But realistically, Sobble is still faster. It didn't change the route at all in the end. But the Candy Floss route is still very much a fast route. It's very much in contention, but Sobble's still that minute faster.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
By and large, the DLCs haven't changed too much in regards to the regular any % route. This any % with DLC, it's its own category because it is a
I
bit
got
of a
the rain
departure.
dance.
Yeah. Oh, you got the rain dance too?
Yeah,
Oh,
so I'm
nice.
good. I'm sad.
Yeah, you didn't get hit by the raw thunder.
Additionally, like with each DLC, we've had additional stuff. So the Isle of Armor, originally you would go through certain ways, but now we go into the secondary DLC, which came out later,
Yeah.
to get candies so that we could level up a bit faster.
Crown Tundra definitely helped a lot of categories.
Yeah, I think it opened up the beginner-friendly side of things. This game is very beginner-friendly. Everything's it's just a very simpler kind of version of the alternate Pokemon games. It's very easy to route and work around, I feel like, in comparison to pretty much any other
A lot of the
of the
previous ones,
games.
like they can be a little bit daunting, and
Yeah.
a little bit tighter when it comes to like trying to get it to work. Like this category, there's a lot of leeway because you could see the amount of times throughout this run where it's like, will this get the knockout? Who cares? We'll just let
Yeah,
that rip.
we're
Whatever.
usually pretty fine with things. Like Raihan at the moment still only has level 55, and what, you started with the 65, I started with the 70 basically, so we're still higher at that point. So
This Escavalier has a move called Drill Run, which would have been super effective, so I'm very happy that it didn't use it.
yes.
Do we need to set up again? No, actually, probably. I'm mostly thinking about the Ferrothorn.
Ferrothorn is going to be your problem now.
Yes.
It might be a two-shot.
It might just be a two-shot, but it should be fine.
What is it going to do to you?
Power Whip,
It's neutral.
which is neutral, so you should be fine.
Yeah. Nice, sturdy.
Yeah.
Does he not heal?
No.
No, he doesn't heal.
A lot of the later trainers don't.
Something I haven't paid attention to.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Oleana heals either.
No, she doesn't. The amount of times I've dropped the melodic down to a very small amount.
Macrocosmos players just, nah, don't care about it.
One thing that's also quite nice for how this is played out, you take how much health you have into the next battle. So if you have taken a lot of damage, and the next battle can be a little bit scary for some Pokemon.
Yeah, if you get knocked out in the next battle, you lose a lot of time.
Thankfully, I'm very specially bulky.
Thankfully, I can one-shot it.
Oh yeah, you can. Ugh.
I have a super effective move.
I guess I just...
So,
Actually,
well,
Sludge Wave is more powerful.
Is it?
Sludge Wave is 95.
Yeah, true.
And both of them are like
Resist.
half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both of them resisted, yeah.
Yeah, but Hydra's faster. It would. It would work.
I mean, I'm going to set up a turn regardless.
Oh, really?
There's no reason not to.
I'm pretty safe. Like, unless I was a little bit worried about just falling over. Because, what does it have? Okay, one thing that's really kind of awkward, like routing-wise, when it comes to this Eternatus, so it has 4 moves. Dragon Pulse, Dynamax Cannon, Cross Poison, and Flamethrower.
Yeah. Flamethrower is very useful.
It is. One thing that's awkward about this Eternatus is also the fact that it chooses randomly what move to use, whereas so much of the game, like,
Yep, it is a wild It's considered a wild Pokemon
Yeah.
for the AI, so it does have a 25% chance of using any move.
so 95% of this run, we can be pretty sure of the moves and the decisions that the AI is going to be making. So we can kind of account for a lot of the variables. Like, we didn't really account for the bloody thunder hitting, but sure. But Eternatus, sometimes it will use a move that you're immune to. Other times, it will knock out your Tyrantrum when you're on PB pace with a Dynamax Cannon. Because it rolled the 1 in 4.
Yep.
So yeah, this is a movie that we can't skip.
Yeah.
He uses a regular Pokeball. I mean, I
He does,
appreciate
yeah.
the gumption.
Yeah, but we also use regular Pokemon.
Yeah, but only after it Dynamaxes.
I could just use a quick ball.
I hit the Squabble this time.
Hey.
I won't hit the Wheezing though.
What about a Corviknight?
We don't talk about the Corviknights. They just want to taxi me back.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is Eternatus Phase 1.
So Eternatus is a Dragon Poison type. I think the first legendary Poison type.
Not even count Ultra Beasts.
Yeah, Ultra Beast then. Yeah. Well, Arceus.
Arceus came after this.
No, like actual Arceus.
Oh, actual Arceus.
It could be poison. It could be whatever it wants.
Yeah, it can be whatever. But as a base form. So it will resist pretty much all of our moves. Whoop, kind of.
I rang the bike a few times. Out of fear.
So yeah, it resists all our moves, so I felt the need to set up. And you can see that even though I was at +2 and I'm using the choice specs, which boosts my power so much more, it took 2 hits to get through it.
Yeah. It takes a minute.
You'll be fine. You've got a psychic.
Oh yeah, I'll one-shot it for sure.
And that is also, like, some of the really good Pokemon just had these little holes in their type coverage.
Okay, is that the dog from your game?
Yeah.
It's crazy. How did it end up in mine?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same. It's like,
That's really strange.
why is this Archon here?
Well, you know its name?
Shit.
It's question mark, question mark, question
Mine's
mark.
a bunch of question marks.
Whoops.
Was that part of the lore that I missed?
Let's say yes.
Yeah, sure.
Probably.
So yeah, this is the second phase of Eternatus where we're not allowed to do anything.
Yep. You've got, yeah, phase 3.
It takes a little bit.
It does. And then we get to see another cutscene that we can't skip.
It's a lot of hop, like every turn hop being like, coming to the realization, oh yeah, we have something for this, don't we?
Yep.
Just this random rusty sword and shield that we found in like
literally a second ago?
yeah, it's like this
Yeah.
thing. Is this a thing that we can use? I suppose so. What's it gonna do? Who knows? But it's gonna do a thing.
And now the dogs are here. Coming back from the grave.
Yeah.
Quite literally. Oh, I forgot to pick up the shield. I picked up the sword. That's rough. That is pretty rough.
The shield is better.
Yeah. I mean, it's paying out for you right now.
It is working.
I don't know if mine will work.
Which the dog's theme is very good.
It is good. It's very, very cool. And, very fun, and we just have to sit here and let it happen. We're just like, all right. It's very, very cool that like the first few times, and then by the 100th run, it's like, okay.
Come on. Let's skip the fanfare. Get to it.
Let's get to the fight. I want PB pace, please. Actually, no. Nah, we're good. Not even close.
Yeah.
Look, it's like, I had been doing all right. I mean, I did get a Nita skips somehow. All these abilities.
You didn't have the best special attack ensemble though.
So yeah, this is a big use of guard spec. This Eternatus likes to use Max Wormwind. Max Wormwind is a move that decides to lower the attack stat of all Pokemon on your side of the field, which we really don't want. We want these dogs to be doing as much damage as they can. The fight ends up being pretty scripted. generally it will attack either yourself or Hop. Then it will attack one of the dogs. Then it'll attack yourself or Hop again.
We don't really, like, with this Pokemon, we don't really
You're not really doing a whole lot.
And especially now that the sun is set up, we're just like, well, we're here to just have a good time.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're also locked in.
I mean,
And
what
missed.
else am I going to use?
That was probably the best.
Yeah, it's like, what else am I going to use? I don't want to use Surf and hit my allies. I don't want to use Sludge Wave. Well, actually, no, it would have done nothing for him.
Sludge Wave would only hit Hop, which is fine. He's not doing anything either.
That would have actually been good because it would have got the Snorlax in quicker.
Yeah.
And that has a super effective move.
Now this was really good that the stat reset happened after the fight.
Yeah.
The Dynamax Pokemon can reset the
does
reset the
that damage,
stats
but it's still
at any
something.
point. And the Guard Spec doesn't block it.
All right, we have one more Hydro Pump right here.
Yeah. Oh, for the Ferrothorn?
Yep. So let's see if we hit it.
And that was a pretty quick Eternatus.
Pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I'd be happy with
Okay,
that.
much worse. Oh, that's a Surf.
Oops.
Ah, you're fine.
No. Hit the sturdy.
Ah, you're fine. The dangers of Turbo.
Yeah, well, I'm turboing 2 buttons now. By accident.
Super Turbo. We're going Street Fighter style.
I can put a third in.
But wait, there's more.
I could turbo B.
Yeah, to go even further beyond.
Yeah. Okay. Didn't need to hit the Hydro.
I think the best part about this the dog's theme being so good is that when you fight them in post game, they have no music at all. There is nothing.
Oh yeah, it's so weird.
It's completely silent.
Very strange.
So we have caught the Eternatus.
Yep.
Everything has been saved. And the dogs now leave to go terrorize VGC and Pokemon Unite.
Just VGC, and it's just Station.
No, Zacian definitely was.
Zamazenta kind of didn't do a lot, unfortunately.
Yeah, when I say go terrorize VGC and Pokemon Unite, I definitely meant just Zacian.
Yeah.
Zamazenta, as much as I love it, didn't necessarily...
It didn't have Body Press this generation.
Yeah, it's a little
It
weird.
got Body Press in Scarlet and Violet, but it's just not enough.
Yeah. I still prefer Zamazenta. I was just a little bit sad that
Yeah.
Zacian's power kind of just overshadowed it just a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. Now that everything has been saved, Rose has headed himself to the officials because we've kind of dealt with all that.
Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Something about being corrupt and trying to destroy the world.
trying to bring about the end of days. You know, the,
Literally.
the classic Pokemon storyline.
Literally the end of days.
Remember, do not give the choice specs to the Eternatus. I
Yeah,
have
please
done
don't do that.
I have done that in the past and wondered why things went poorly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you cannot Dynamax the Eternatus.
Yeah. The two dogs, Zacian and Zamazenta, and also Eternatus, they are very powerful, but it balanced by the fact that they cannot use Dynamax.
For people that don't know, the reason why they're very powerful is they all have a move that deals double damage if the Pokemon that you're attacking is Dynamaxed. So it's to kind of balance. The overall idea of Dynamaxing.
So we have our final fight with Leon,
Yeah, we're finally here.
and we have brought Eternatus with us.
Yeah.
He actually has an extra text box because
He
we have brought Eternatus with us. However, it's completely worth it because Eternatus makes this fight insanely free.
It is incredibly consistent. There can be some awkward ranges. If we do end up hitting them, I'm going to be...
You have to have the worst Eternatus imaginable to get those. Like,
Bad special attack, I think it is.
Hey,
yes.
who knows what can
Minimum special attack it has to be. And then it's a range.
happen. I've been burned in the past, I'll say. It was a really good Persimmon run as well. It was going so well, and then Eternatus decided to show its ugly head. And
I see we both have pressure, though.
no, you.
Oh, it was faster.
Ah, you're fine.
That's not too surprising.
Attack. I did not want to throw a Pokeball. I was... Oh.
Okay.
it can get a little bit scary with. Can it really get a stat drop? It didn't, so we're fine.
Ideally, you see an attack here from the Aegis Slash. Perfect. Because this way it will not use King Shield this turn.
Oh, I probably could have used Extreme Speed. That would have killed it.
Yeah, fine.
I had to heal. It was 20 HP.
So yeah, the way the smart AI works is that whenever it sees a kill, it goes for kill. So because we were within kill range of Flash Cannon there, it doesn't use King Shield and lose us another turn.
Thankfully, we didn't get a special defense drop from the initial Shadow Ball, because if that had happened...
It would have been a bit scary, absolutely.
Yeah, it would have been much scarier. And that has actually caused some very awkward situations. Yeah.
Which might be my case.
Ah, you're fine.
Maybe.
Yeah, Dynamax Cannon, just an incredibly powerful move. We can blast it against most of the Pokemon. We are going to switch to using Flamethrower against this. They have a Rillaboom because specifically we chose Sobble at the start. And is
One of the like,
easiest to deal
three
with.
changes I think that they get
Yeah.
is, Rillaboom.
They can have a
They would have
Rhyme.
a Mr. Rhyme instead of the
Rhydon?
Rhyperior.
Like the Rhyperior, yeah.
And then the Haxorus would have been something else as well, I think.
I can't remember.
The Rhyperior becomes a Seismitoad, depending on...
He gets a Seismitoad?
Yeah.
It depends on the starter you chose. So it's the starter that changes and the Rhyperior changes as well.
Yeah. Alright. One last Pokemon, and essentially once we fade to black at the end of this, that is going to be time. Thankfully, Dynamax Cannon, as mentioned, does double damage to Pokemon that are Dynamax, so it doesn't... like,
It
Dynamax
very much
doesn't
will
really...
destroy the Charizard.
Yeah. Unless I do hit, like, some really dodgy range.
No, I don't think you have. Otherwise you would have it.
Oh, I did look at my numbers. It is possible, but incredibly unlikely to miss a range here. See, it's fine.
Perfect. And no crit on Leon and no crit on Hulk.
Yeah, no crit either. Which is also wonderful.
Yeah, same so far.
Yeah. Alright, so...
He's got to talk a bit.
yeah, he's going to throw his hat around, say congratulations, and... time.
Fine.
Woo. And now it is...
But
We got to see the end credits.
yeah, you get to see the cursor.
One thing...
Yeah, there is a cursor in the end credits.
oh, I forgot about that.
Like a proper mouse cursor will fly across the screen at some point.
Yeah. One thing that I do like about doing the Japanese category is that time ends at the end of the credits, and that allows us to see the Wooloo at the end.
Yes. the Wooloo that come across the screen.
Yeah. That is one of my favorite parts of it. Yeah, that's a pretty good run.
That
bad.
was a very good run.
406? God damn.
Nice.
Pretty happy with that one. I think my PB is a 401 at the moment.
I think
Thanks.
so as well.
Yeah. Can't remember what that was with, but I've done this run with so many different Pokemon. It's some of them really not good. But yeah, just go through the similar motions. Thankfully, you have a better move for assisting in this fight.
I mean, it's mostly just getting Zacian and Zamazenta to do something.
Yeah.
Like if I had a powerhouse, like the Howl would help.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that's one thing I really like about running with, like, say, a Alolan Raichu.
Yeah.
Really powerful Psychic, just blast through that.
Yes.
Got unlucky with the stat reset happening
Yeah.
here.
Unfortunately, got
Didn't
that
last
very
one more
early.
turn.
Unless there's a crit.
Yeah.
Need to be a few crits. But
Ideally, Zacian and or Zamazenta get a crit or two just to... You can see the difference in the amount of damage that it would end up doing.
would be the 3, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Silly double.
one more. The bash.
There we
Lovely.
It's done. Nice.
And then you just have the Leon fight.
Yeah. Hopefully it goes as smoothly.
It's very rare for anything bad to happen on the Leon fight.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go fine. Nothing will go wrong. It won't, like, crit Shadow Ball with the defense drop.
Please don't put that into
Hey.
to a possibility.
I do usually prefer if the Aegis Slash attacks first because it's a little bit neater, but it's also scarier.
Wait, you got a 405? Was that it?
406.
406.
02. Just
That's really good considering. Because you went all the way to Suicune as well.
You had a really bad
yeah, I
dent.
did actually.
Yeah.
It was a round 2 Tentacruel and all the way through to Suicune. And that also goes to show that with this category, having a good
Anything can
adventure,
happen.
having a good adventure can set you up incredibly well.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Hitting a Nita skip also helps with that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the skip was insane.
That is. I try that in every
We will all
run.
be going back and clipping that.
I have tried that in like 100 different runs, and I've gotten it.
Now.
Yeah, like the amount of times I've gotten it total across the amount of time I've played this game, it's like 5.
Yeah. That's alright.
It's one of those kinds of tricks where if it works, pop it off.
Yeah, I've personally never done it. I sat down and tried to practice it for an hour, and I could not get it. So I'm also not the most patient.
Yeah.
All the logos from
Yeah,
Gala.
because they're essentially like a
There you go.
NASCAR.
Thank you to everyone.
the NASCAR advertising.
Yeah, I mean that's why. There's the Wooloos.
Yay.
I mean that's why
Yeah, and
Leon like has.
For Japanese, that is when you would end it. When it says
When it
the,
says
end,
the end,
that is
yeah.
when you end time. So it's a little bit of a difference. And the funny thing is, even though for Japanese you spend there's that whole extra time going through the credits, it is still faster because Japanese text scroll is that much faster. That it actually catches up and overlaps English.
Yeah.
Do you swap a tennis twist to the front?
Not yet. Thank you.
Tentacruel, a very good Pokemon for this.
Yeah, it did very
Yeah,
well.
As you can see.
I think overall, it's faster than Suicune.
Yeah.
Bit weaker special attack wise, but I mean,
Like that's not
Salisbury
that
paid,
much of an
paid up for it in my opinion.
Yeah. Like, there's definitely, like, a give and take for a lot of the Pokemon. Like,
Yeah.
If Pokemon are kind of comparable when it comes to, like, the stats or even the moves, it's just, like, a little bit of give and take here when it comes to the coverage. And it's like, oh, you're going to do this fight much cleaner, but you're going to struggle here and vice versa. So
Yeah.
that is one of the, I think, the really interesting things about this category is that from Pokemon to Pokemon, you're going to have to take fights very differently. And honestly, which is one of the reasons why when I'm at home and like doing this, I don't, like when I'm looking at the splits, I compare against like an average of the splits, because if you're comparing against like a PB, it's going to look so weird and out of place because, oh, a Pokemon that can go through Nessa without any setup, and compare that to a Pokemon that is very scared of a Gossipon.
Yeah.
Or scared of a drop of water, has to take extra turns of setup, and like comparing those two, it's just like a little bit awkward to look at. But if you just compare averages, it definitely evens out. Yeah, just one turn of setup with some special attack.
Yeah, we're hoping for an attack here.
Nice, going to
Perfect.
the
Attack.
It'll Shadow Ball. Flash Cannon.
Yeah, flash cannon.
Yeah, so Shadow Ball and Flash Cannon both
Yeah.
are 80 power. And
Yeah.
it both you get stab on both of them, so
Fine.
use them interchangeably pretty much.
There's the flash cannon again. Yeah, you're fine. Perfect.
Perfect.
As long as I hit my inputs.
Yeah.
I've accidentally missed inputs before.
Oh, I've definitely accidentally used like Dragon Pulse on
Yeah. I've used Dynamax Cannon by accident on.
I've also accidentally used Flamethrower against the Haxorus.
Doesn't work very well, does it?
Nah, it doesn't do too much. And then it just like slaps back and was like, oh,
It has Earthquake.
it also has Dragon Claw.
Yeah, that's true. And Outrage.
Does a lot of damage. Haxorus has a lot of damage. Haxorus is also another Pokemon that I've had a lot of fun when it comes to this category because you can get Fracture.
It gets
the pretty
Rivalry
long
as well,
With
right?
Mold Breaker?
Huh?
Rivalry as well?
It's Rivalry.
Yeah.
So similar with the discussion about the Nidoking, Rivalry, you have to worry about doing more or less depending on the gender of the opponent. You then have to be a little bit more reliant on what gender you get your Pokemon because the Nidoking is very consistent.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It is very
exactly.
consistent. Surprisingly, very consistent when it comes to the gender. Oh, you have more than a special attack, you're fine.
Yeah.
But Haxorus has a pretty solid physical attack stat. It's like 150.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Dragapult,
And then just Charizard.
and now the Charizard,
Yep.
and at the end of, well, when it gets to the
Yeah, basically
Vice
when it
Grand,
fades.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, mine is definitely not as good.
Yeah, usually if I see this special attack is like around 180, I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to miss a range. It is also possible with that opening Aegis Slash, if it is still in shield form, the Flamethrower you can miss a range on. So
Yeah, that's usually the one to check.
yeah,
It's probably the more scary one in my opinion.
yeah.
They are both still very favorable ranges. It's just, it's a range. you can die here.
Any range is a scary range
That
when
is
it comes
true.
to Pokemon speedrunning because so often you're built to be very specifically get through.
I wouldn't care
quite
too much
simply.
about losing to the Charizard speaker and just finish
Oh,
it.
yeah.
So
All right. And 3, 2, 1. Time.
Time.
yay! Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for having us. It's been a wonderful time. PAX has been absolutely incredible. I'm still continuously blown away by the amount of support that you have all been showing us all here doing speedruns. And yeah, hope you enjoy the rest of the day. It's going to be a wonderful final day of PAX, and hope you all enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That was great. All right, so up next we have Control Any Percent Inbounds, No Shield Glitch by Cass. So if you guys want to check out some more great runs, please just stick around for that. Otherwise, hope you're all having a great PAX 2023 last day. And that is also me signing off as your host. Thanks again, ASM and PAX Oz, for having me, and hope to see you all next year.
Good afternoon, PAX. How you going? My name is JK Sessions. I'll be taking you through as host for the next 2 games. So, strap yourselves in. Let's start ourselves off. We are Australian Speedruns. We are a group of speedrun events to raise charity, money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you would like to donate, you can go to donate.ausspeedruns.com. That is donate.ausspeedruns.com. If you are in the crowd here at PAX, you can go to the table to our right and you can make a cash donation as well. We also do have some incentives coming up. There's only a couple left. One of them is about to close. It's the outfit choice for Control. Choose your outfit for what Jesse wears for the run. Currently, Janitor's Assistant is ahead at $51. Golden Suit sitting behind at $30. Standard, $20. And it also Asynchronous is $20. If you would like to see Golden Suit, Standard or Asynchronous come in, you need to donate now or forever hold your peace. We also have Spyro 2, Ripto's Rage, Spyro Color. Choose the Spyro Color. We've got green at $294, black $250, pink $60.70. Red, yellow, blue, and purple are all at $0. So if you want to see any of those lower numbers, please donate as well. I would also like to thank our sponsor, Elgato. It is fantastic to have them on board to support Game on Cancer initiative. Elgato is a world-leading provider of audio-visual technology for content creators that make premium webcams, microphones, Stream Deck controllers, capture cards, and so much more. We also have some prizes that you can win for donating during this event for people within Australia. These prizes include Elgato Streamer Packs, which consist of Elgato Stream Deck Mark II and a Wave 3 microphone. We're also giving away plenty of games, including 3 physical copies of Sonic Origins Plus, provided by 5 Star Games, 5 digital copies of Heavenly Bodies by 2-Part Interactive, and 3 digital copies of Speaking Simulator by Affable Games. To enter into the pool of prizes, a minimum donation of $100 is required. Okay. I lost my train of thought there now at this point in time. Give me a sec while I get myself into the... Okay, here we go. To enter into the pool of prizes, a minimum donation of $100 is required, but even as little as $5 could see you winning one of these games. For more information and full terms and conditions, make sure you visit prizes.ausspeedruns.com. That is prizes.ausspeedruns.com. We'd like to thank Elgato, 5 Star Games, 2-Part Interactive, and Affable Games for providing these wonderful prizes. Just a quick one. We had a crowd donation of $20 going towards Standard in Control. Which brings that up to $40. So if you want Standard, you only need to give another $12 to actually get that up to point. Oh, hold on. We had a $30 donation from Anonymous. No comment. And then we had a $100 donation from a tall shade of the color red. $100 to Asynchronous Control outfit, bringing that in front. And Game on Cancer. $110. Okay, I just received word that we have received a $110 donation, cash donation from the crowd for Standard. So if you want that asynchronous, you need to donate another $31 to bring that in front. What was that? It went. Hold on. Cool. I've just been told to cut the incentive from here, so we'll wait and see from there. I'm sorry to whoever did that $40 donation. The incentive is now closed, unfortunately. The wording, however, was okay. $40 to the best outfit. In case you forgot, that's asynchronous. I am sorry you just missed out on that incentive. I'm getting the thumbs up that we are ready to go. So, with that being said, coming up next we have Control. So take it away, Cass. Up. Hold on. Hold on. We're backing it up. We're getting one final thing before we're getting going again. I swear this never happened before. Hopefully this thumbs up is good to go. So I think we're ready to go again. So with that being said, take it away, Cass.
Thank you very much, JK. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, hello, my name is Cass. It is an absolute honor to be here to run Control, any percent inbounds, current patch, no shield glitch for you all. I will get into what that means during the run, but first I would like to introduce a very, very special co-commentator, my mother, Denise. She has learnt this run specifically to be here for me today. She has her script ready. We're not going to waste any more time. Let's get into it. I don't even have to do any setup because you guys selected Standard to be the outfit of choice. And fun fact, this is history being made, as this is the first marathon this game has ever been at that Janitor's Assistant was not selected as the costume. So we're going to see regular old vanilla Jessie go as fast as possible. So straight off the bat, we're going to jump into it very, very quickly with our very first skip here. My goodness, this mouse is very sensitive. With our very first skip here, which is called Water Cooler Skip, and I just stuffed it up, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm going to have to get used to this mouse sensitivity. Hang on. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. What am I looking for here? Sprint. This isn't on your script either, don't worry. There's no toggle on, off. We want mouse sensitivity right there, right there. Normally, this would have transferred across from my copy at home, but it's all right. That's all right. Basically, it is a bugged mantle. There it is. Clap for that. So, all right. So, normally at home, I have a script that binds my spacebar to my mouse wheel and the mouse wheel to a different number so that I can spam jump really easily. Unfortunately, we don't have that here today, so I'm just simply going to have to spam the spacebar a whole bunch. So I'll apologize to tech in advance for that. But welcome to Control. We play as Jessie. Jessie has infiltrated the Federal Bureau of Control, or the FBC, which is a secret government organization that is set on securing, containing, and protecting what is called objects of power. I will introduce some of the objects as we get into them. We have an entity in our head known as Polaris. Polaris is an extra-dimensional being that I won't reveal too much about, but the game does start with a bang.
You know what's on my mind.
There it is. I hope you guys can hear the game for audio, because otherwise that joke wouldn't have made any sense. And here we are on our way to the director's office for a job interview for the janitor's assistant, and we find that the director has met a very unfortunate end, so we do what any of us would do, we pick up the murder weapon. And just like in real life, whenever you touch a weapon that's killed somebody, you gain that person's job. So now we are the director of the Federal Bureau of Control, and we get sent straight to the astral plane. And the astral plane is sort of an extra-dimensional entity, extra-dimensional area where the oh, I just realized my key bindings aren't going to be set properly. I should have set this up in advance, but that's okay. That's okay.
This is easy.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I think I taught him better than that.
There we go. All right. What's that? This is fine. This is fine now.
Sorry.
So the astral plane is a cognitive realm that sort of acts as a trial for Jesse. So every object of power, such as the service weapon, which is the gun that we've just picked up, has sentience. So basically we are trying to prove our worth to the weapon so that it will bond to us and give us special powers. In this sense, the special power is shoot. So we're just going to take advantage of that, take out these guys. And what you're going to see here is I'm doing some camera manipulation. One of the main features of tech is camera manip. So by looking in particular directions at particular times, cause the enemies to spawn in different locations. So you'll see me do that a hell of a lot. I'm going to do it right here as well. But we passed the trials, we found the director, and the gun has accepted us. And now we're introduced to the primary enemy of the game, the Hiss. The Hiss is an auditory enemy, auditory power from another dimension that basically infects humans and turns them into corrupted, almost zombie-like creatures. So here's another camera manip to make all three enemies spawn here. The reason for the camera manip is to either get them to enemies to line up or group up or just spawn near us. Now that guy there, more that guy, and fine. And then these last two guys always spawn in the same spot, so we just double melee them. Oh, that's good to go. Here's our first mini-boss. This is the first reset point of the run, so we're going to hope that I don't die here. Take out this guy, point ball. So one thing about the game is it has no difficulty adjustment in modes. So you're always playing Control on the hardest difficulty, and it will not get easier. There's a lot that can go wrong. In fact, I'm going to donate $10 for every single time $50 if I go down. So here we just need to melee this guy and sort of stun him, and then just click in his face, just like that. He's going to drop a couple of upgrades, and we got a headshot boost, which is a fantastic upgrade for us to get straight off the bat. We're going to go ahead and equip those. So that means my headshot will do more damage. There are two types of upgrades in this game. You can get personal modifications or weapon modifications. Personal mods are sort of your, they increase your mana pool, your health amounts, and then weapon mods will do things like make you damage. The mod that I really want to see is headshot energy recharge. What that means is every time I get a headshot, I gain a little bit of mana back, and that's going to be my primary. Actually, I just realized I'm going to have to set my keybind for that as well. Normally this all would have been set up in advance, but because I play on the deluxe edition at home, and this is just the regular edition, we're going to have to change a few things here. So launch has to be that. Evade. I think that's fine. There we go. So we just cleansed our first control point, which is basically this game's bonfires. They will act as our fast travel points as well as save spots. So I'm going to take a couple of those for safety throughout the run and utilize them a whole bunch for fast traveling around the map. Here we introduced Emily Pope, which is the head assistant of the research facility and one of our favorite characters. We're going to head over here and attempt to cleanse this first corrupted agent. We failed. I skipped that cutscene. But basically, they know that we are different, as the gun has selected us as the new director. And for whatever reason, we are not affected by the hiss, despite the fact that we are not wearing an HRA, which stands for Hadron Resonance Amplifier, which is the weird little vests that all the other characters are wearing. Normally we would do a quit out there, but it's actually slower real time as opposed to this game is usually measured in in-game time. But it's a little bit slower to do IGT. I gotta drop my aiming sensitivity as well. This is there we go. There we go. All right. We're good.
You sorted?
Sorted.
Good.
Thank you. All right, so here we've got another camera manip that didn't work. There they are. And sometimes you just miss the enemies altogether. I promise it's not my aiming. The gun does have quite a fair amount of bloom. And in the same way that you can headshot enemies can headshot you. So you'll see that happen quite a number of times. You kind of get one effect or the other. Either they're Legolas or they're Stormtroopers, and they'll either either never miss you or they'll never hit you. But Mum, while I do this, would you like to explain mail room to us, please?
I'd love to. So, in this room, we're going to try and kill the guy in the middle before he drops down from the air, just to try and avoid getting overwhelmed, and then we're going to meet our first shielded enemy. So bullets can't penetrate the shield, so they need to first be broken with the force of a punch or by launching an object at them.
We do not have the launchability yet, but we'll get that very, very soon.
Hopefully.
So that went really well. That went really well. So that's...
My commentary or you're playing? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Your commentary was better than the room. But here we see the oldest house. The oldest house has sort of shifts. It moves around. The oldest house is the building that the Federal Bureau has made its headquarters. It is a place of power. So just like we have objects of power, we also have places of power. It's very similar to, you know, a lot of mythology, places that can't be found unless you know where to look. And Jessie has spent most of her life trying to find this location. So here we actually have the hardest skip in the game. This is called the ladder skip, and I'm going to try it a couple of times before I move on. Nope, that's one. We can do this the intended way, but that's called the walk of shame, and I really don't want to have to do that in the marathon setting. But we're not going to have to do it. Let's go. And now we're going to touch the floppy disk, and now we can throw things with our mind. So this is the launchability. The launchability, there's another setting that's wrong. Are you guys sick of seeing this setting screen yet? Toggle mouse hold launch. There we go. So we're in another trial here now in the astral plane to test the launchability out, which is basically routed out almost to perfection now. We know exactly where to aim and what enemies to shoot in what order. Done by there's some incredible work by the wider control community to route out a lot of these fights. There are quite a few that we do skip without having to actually get in. The last part of this run is completely cleanless. There are a couple of things that we take advantage of, but as the name suggests, it is completely inbounds, which if you've ever seen a normal run of this game, they spend very little time inbounds, and we skip entire sections of the game. This will be control in its quote-unquote purest form. So this is what you'll be used to seeing if you play this game casually, with as minimal glitches as possible. I'm just going to try and you know, use my history of the game to be able to do it as fast as I possibly can. We will point out the few things that we do that, you know, take advantage of. Here's one control point that if I was smart, I would take for safety, but I'm just not going to do that. And we're going to see how it goes. But Mom, you want to talk about Tomasi while I do the fight?
So, this is Tomasi, and can be a real meme sometimes, and is one of the biggest reset points of the run. So the strategy here is to shoot at him, until he dodges, and once he's dodged, it goes on cooldown, and we can safely throw tables at him. We need to try and manage his cooldown and continue dealing damage to him while avoiding the things he throws at us, all while making our way towards the door at the back of the room, which will unlock the end of this fight.
So this is what happens when Tomasi beats me. Got it, there we go. So the game does have one-shot protection. So if I'm at full health and I get hit, I will get dropped to 1 health. But then there is no invulnerability at all. So I can get dropped to 1 health and then in the next second just get killed. Here she says, I have a feeling he'll be back, but because we are playing any percent and not all bosses, she's actually wrong. We won't see Tomasi again. We'll see Tomasi like enemies, which I generally just refer to the enemies by the boss that represents them. So you'll hear me say Tomasi a whole bunch of times, but know that it's not actually him. Now we get teleported to the Ocean View Motel and Casino, which is another place sort of outside of time. Just like any good hotel or casino, it is filled with puzzles. This one is very, very simple. I have to ring the bell 3 times, it opens the 3rd door. I can then go in, collect the keys, and go back to the oldest house. But they will get slightly more convoluted as we go. Thankfully, the solution is the same every single time. So all I've got to do is remember which time I am at the casino. This is one of the times where you will see one of the quit-outs actually get used, so it will teleport me back to the end of the mail room. Oh, sorry, I have to do an astral plane challenge first. After this, you will see me run back and do an actual quit-out, which will fast travel me back to the last control point I activated, and that will allow me to fast travel back to second control. This is a little bit dangerous. I'm kind of low on health here, but I'm going to risk it. Oh, that's lucky. that was lucky. So just while I finish this off, JK, if you've got any messages for us, by all means, the floor is yours.
I do have one donation. $5 from Tim Trollgasm.
Ah,
Best of luck to my favourite person named Cass.
that's a pretty good claim, because there's that bird in Legend of Zelda, I've heard.
Also, by the way, I do have the death counter. I have a official death counter now going.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So that was the hotline. The hotline is our direct connection to the board. The board of directors are sort of the extraplanar entity that controls everything in the FBC. We don't really know a whole lot about them from the lore side of things, and that we do know I'm not going to tell you because I would really like all of you to go play this game casually. But it's our one-way communication with the board for them to give us instructions. In the setting currently, just to give you an intro as to how things have gone, the Bureau is currently under lockdown because the Hiss have infiltrated our world through a rift in the dimensions known as a threshold. And basically we need to try and force them out, but because the building is under lockdown, we need to go and unlock the rest of the building so that we can go and save a bunch of employees in advance. So here we have teleported back to Central Executive. The start of the game is going to be a lot of, run out,
Did you get the
do a
hotline?
mission,
I mean, how
come
is
back,
it
talk to
open?
Pope, run out, do another mission, until we get a bit further into the game where we start exploring a bit more of the overall story. So here we're now going to go see Artie. Before I do so, I'm going to do a quick level up here. Let's go abilities. I'm going to do this slowly because I always accidentally click the wrong ability, and if I do that, I have to reset the run. And we're like a couple of minutes in, so I really don't want to do that. Here we've got another little skip where I'm going to try and activate this elevator twice. So we're going to go down, down, enter, activate down, perfect. That takes about a second. It's one of the hardest skips to do. Basically, it just skips a fade out by, you know when you're in a crosswalk and you press the button more times to make it go faster? It's basically the same sort of mechanic as that. But here we're going to head down to maintenance, which is where Artie, the janitor, resides. Artie is a very mysterious character who seems to know a lot lot more than he should.
The maintenance sector is the janitor domain.
Actually, you know what? That's borderline spoilers, so I'm not going to talk about that. But by pressing up against those pipes, you get a speed boost. And this is one of the cooler skips. This is probably the closest we get to a real glitch in the actual run. What I'm going to do is I'm going to line myself up very specifically here, put the camera over my other shoulder, and shoot this guy. He's going to drop down, and then I'm going to kill these guys without moving forward. So I'm not going to cross this little path here. So what this is going to do, if I kill these guys without crossing a particular trigger point, I'm going to avoid the second wave from spawn. The second wave has like a really long cooldown after the first wave is killed. So by killing these guys before I actually move up there, we're going to avoid that second wave altogether, and it saves about 40 seconds. And shooting those guys down from the other side of the window, for whatever reason Jesse doesn't go through the window, but her bullets do. And it's just that one guy that's hovering that if you shoot them, they all fall down. Remember that in about 6 minutes time. But here we're going to cleanse another control point and enter one of the most satisfying rooms in the game from a combat perspective, where this has been routed very, very well. So launch there, shoot this guy, run up here, aim down here, shoot this guy. We're going to try and line these two up. We can kill them with one more and miss, that's okay. Oh. And then we've got one last guy who's going to be just in here. There we go. So that's not how you're supposed to do it optimally, but it still looks kind of cool. So we're going to run through here, and then we're going to go off to do a side mission, which is unusual in speedruns, and it does not look like it's a side mission. It just literally says, hey, what's down that way? And there's a giant red flashing light. They may as well have a neon sign that says, hey, go this way. But this is going to unlock our dash ability, which is going to make us zip around this map very, very quickly and allow us to skip certain sections of the map by dashing in a very rhythmic way. Once you see the ability, you'll realize how important it is. I actually went through the entire game on my first casual playthrough without picking this ability up. So it is optional, but for the speedrun, it's very, very much required. And we do have another skip here, which I will get Mum to explain while I try and actually do it.
So the dash skip. So we're going to dash around the outside of the intended path. There are giant walls that move in and out.
Give me 2 seconds.
Oh.
Sorry.
I didn't realise he was back on that screen again. Does everybody do this, or is it just him?
All right.
All right, so there are giant walls. Are there giant walls yet?
There are giant walls.
That move in and out to create a sort of an obstacle course, and that we're supposed to navigate through, but by dashing around the outside and landing very carefully, we can skip it all together. So it's not considered out of bounds because we're still very much inside the confines of the room. We just move around the edges of the room instead.
And I'd actually like to point out that I got it first try.
Oh, I was just going to say.
When my controls were right, I actually got it first try. So I'm going to blame you having not set my control problem, my inputs.
Okay, we'll blame them.
But yeah. It's never my fault. It's never my fault. All right, cool. So we've got the dash ability now. And the dash ability actually shares a mana pool with our launch ability. So one of the key things in speedrunning is learning when you can dash and when you need to save mana in order to launch. So here we're going to see Artie again. Artie's the janitor. He's a wonderful Finnish man who basically speaks in Finnish colloquialisms, so he can be very, very hard to understand sometimes. But he knows a lot. He knows a lot about what's going on. And he's sent us to do some menial maintenance tasks. Here I'm going to try another little skip. Missed it. That's okay. We've got a backup. Basically, if I can fall into that section there while I'm dashing, I can skip this whole elevator ride. But we do have a backup there where I can just save, an extra second by just jumping off the elevator before it is my time. You can't actually jump while you're on an elevator, and that will become relevant a little bit later. So now we're going to use all my dashes and go meet Arish. So Arish is our security chief. He's telling us basically that everything's gone to hell, and we are agreeing to help him save some of his soldiers. We're going to take another little control point here because we're going to use this for a fast travel point in a couple of minutes. And I'm also going to do a quick little safety level up, I think. So here we're going to dash across this gap here to save us a bit of time. Let my energy recharge because we're about to be introduced to the most annoying enemy in the whole game, the boomers. So the boomers they're a reasonably simple enemy in the sense that they just float towards you slowly. But when they do get close, they blow up and do an absolute massive amount of damage. So basically, I'm going to try and stand away from them, shoot them while they spawn slowly. And they don't make any other sound, so they can sneak up on you quite easily if you're not standing in the right position. This battery's going to fall. I'm going to grab it, throw it back in. Got another little fight here that I'm going to try and get rid of as quickly as possible. I'm getting all these achievements pop up on the side of my screen, and it's been so long since I've actually gotten achievements in this game. It's really, really exciting. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. So we're going to do another control point here, because again, this is going to be one that we teleport to a little bit later in the game. This is kind of the first area where that good mod can drop, the headshot energy recharge. So it's unfortunate that we didn't get it, but that's all right. There's still plenty of time. The real mods that we want to see drop, or the real upgrades that we want to see, are the energy increase, which is our mana pool, headshot boost, which we did already get, which is super exciting, and the headshot energy recharge. So here we're going to dash around here to cut through this little area. We're going to jump down here, and here we're going to try and do this puzzle as quickly as possible so that enemies don't spawn. We're going to Keegan Murray that across the map, snap that in there, and then we're going to run off without actually having to fight any of these enemies, which is awesome. We've got one last battery to put in, but then it's the mission still isn't finished as we have to shoot a giant clog in its nipples. So this clog here is what I imagine it looks like after GL Phoenix takes a shower with all that hair. I imagine that the shower drain looks very much like this. So this is another sentient clog that we are trying to get rid of as quickly as we possibly can. He will come back. It will come back a little bit later. Just we've got to get rid of it here so that we can progress. And I reckon this is another great time for some messages if you've got any, JK.
I do have a few donations here.
Let's go for it.
Right, I have $10 from, I'm going to try and pronounce this. I think it's Racle, R-A-H-C-L-E.
Ah, Rachel.
Rachel, okay, there we go. We love Denise. Cass is fine, I guess.
Thanks, Rach.
$20 from Spotless Colts. Cheering you on from the crowd. Best of luck. And then finally, we had $10 from Aranthus, which is the next runner, by the way. Can we get a round of applause for the true hero of this run? The setting screen!
Yay!
No, you spent too much time there.
Please put this towards Black Spyro. Will do.
All right, cool. So Colt and Rach are two members of my community, my Twitch community, who are absolutely wonderful people. And I didn't actually know Colt was going to be here, so I'm super excited to go see him afterwards. But now we're on to the second mission for Artie. This one we have to do energy converters. And what I'm doing there is I'm specifically timing my movement so that that screen does a little shake way earlier. Because that is going to stop that battery from falling out of place and stopping me from having to do a fight. So here we're just going to avoid as many enemies as we can, try and get these batteries into their battery sockets really fast, and then move on. So I did it bad. There we go. There we go. All right. So unfortunately, the auto lock-on for the launch ability can be really finicky sometimes. Sometimes it locks onto enemies. Sometimes it locks onto what you actually want it to lock onto. And you never really get to decide. You sort of just have to wing it. Oh, I nearly died just there. Here we're going to call an elevator. And remember 6 minutes ago when I said to remember me shooting down those guys? This is the room. Had we not shot them down, they would still be in here hovering, and they would fall down and we'd have to fight them. And they're pretty strong, so by shooting them, they fall down early, and then they despawn while we're off doing the rest of our stuff. So we never actually have to fight them, so that clears this room out super quickly. And that elevator that I just called, for seemingly no reason, that will also become relevant in about 20 minutes. So I know that I keep giving you guys heaps of homework, but just remember that as well. And now again, we're going back to Emily. We're going to go see our friend Emily. She's going to give us another mission. We have now lifted the internal lockdown on the Federal Bureau so that we can actually get to other areas of the game, and one of which is going to be the research department, I think. I can't remember what they're called. I just remember where their position is on the map. I'm pretty sure it's the research department.
I think it is too.
And then we're going to go meet Marshall. So Marshall is our next character. One downside of having to do quit-outs is we do have to stare at this screen a little bit, but that's okay. It's so weird running with standard Jesse on. For leaderboard purposes, we do actually have to run with standard Jesse. We can't run with any of the included outfits, like asynchronous or gold suit or anything like that, simply because it affects the RNG drop. So using any of those outfits, we can guarantee which mods we're going to get at which time. But using standard, it's completely random, so that's kind of exciting. Here we're going to level up our launch ability all the way to 5, and you'll see a sort of, what do you call it, a pattern here, where launch is our primary damage source. We really only shoot enemies while we're waiting for launch to refill. The general sort of progress of damage is launch at an enemy until you've got a tiny slither of energy left. Then unload your gun. By that stage, the energy should have recharged, and you can start launching again. As Mum mentioned earlier, we do have shielded enemies who will only get damaged by launch attacks or melee attacks or any sort of kinetic attack. But here we have our research department. Here I'm taking a very specific line through this section here, as it will manipulate where the enemies spawn in the next section. And this is where we get introduced to snipers. Snipers will one-shot me, or at least drop me down to 1 health if they hit me. So I've got to be really, really specific about how I tackle this area. So I shoot down these things, and there we go. Cool, good. Didn't get shot, which is awesome. And this is one if I get shot there and fall to 1 health, this next room becomes incredibly difficult. But because I've got a little bit of health, we should be okay. This is going to be another spawn manipulation coming up here, where I'm going to not walk up these stairs, because if I walk up these stairs, enemies start spawning behind me. But by standing down here and killing them from here, the downside is I don't get any health. The enemies drop health themselves, so I don't get any health. I've just ran out of ammo and energy. That was really bad. Resource management. That guy's got a rocket launcher. Oh, that guy's got a rocket launcher too. My goodness. All right, this is not going great. Oh! That's $10 for Cure Cancer. That was intentional, so I could donate money. Yeah. So
It should have been $50 for the kill and $10 for the not kill. You should have done it.
What,
so you
$10 every time I did a fight and not died? How much money do you want to lend me for this?
Oh, I thought I was getting paid.
All right, I'm actually not sure where that's going to put me back. It's been a very long time since I've died for that fight, so hopefully... Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad.
They didn't have rocket launchers last time.
No, they did. I think I just killed them faster last
okay.
time.
All right.
So that's okay. I think in our last practice I died 4 times. But it had been a while since I'd practiced this run, so... but that's okay, because now, look, we only have to go back and start that fight again. So we've only really lost about, what, 30 seconds plus whatever that load time just was. And once the fights despawn, like they did, the snipers despawned once I entered this section, they won't respawn again. So I do just get to have a bit of a free run through here. This room is really yellow now. There we go. That was a weird color spectrum. Oh, and I will give you guys a heads up as well. There are a few sections where photosensitivity warnings are in place, but I will give you a heads up before they happen, and I'll do my best to give you an audio description of what's going on, so you're not missing out on too much of the run. It's only 1 time if I'm good and 2 times if I'm bad. So if I give you two photosensitivity warnings, you know something's gone wrong. All right, here we go. There we go. We did it much better that time. And this is the first of the photosensitivity warnings. So if you are sensitive to flashing lights, please look away for the next 30 seconds. I'll give you a rundown of what's happening. We're going to hit this button here, shoot this wall in an attempt to aggro an enemy that's in the next room. And then once we're in that room, it's a black ball of debris that is hissing and flashing lights and screaming at us. And it's really quite unpleasant. What we're going to do is we've got 2 batteries and 2 battery sockets. We're going to throw the batteries into the battery sockets and then hide in a little soundproofed room. We're going to bait the enemy into the room and then dash out past it, hit the button that will lock it in the room. Perfect. And you may now look back. The flashing is over. So that is the hiss cluster. We don't see too many of them, thankfully. But here we have the hiss ball, which is a shaman enemy of sorts that will heal every enemy in the area unless we can. There's an ability later in the game where you can like turn an enemy to your side. Oh, these guys have activated. There we go. Okay, we're good. Where you can turn an enemy to your side and it will heal you instead, but that ability is really far out of the way, so we're not going to pick it up. And here we've got a whole bunch of enemies up here, so we're going to go bowling. Oh, that was not a very good... I was never good at bowling. All right, and we're going to go here. There's a bunch of enemies downstairs, and they can often hide, but there's also a bunch upstairs that I actually need to take. Oh, there we go. He's gone. He's gone. All right, here we're going to... Game, please. There we go. Just another little bug mantle. We're going to jump across here. And do you want to explain pull-throughs for us, Mark?
I will. So here we're going to try a neat little damage trick called a pull-through. So when you pick up an object to launch, it immediately has collision. So Cass is going to try and use this to his advantage by pulling it through the enemy first, which will do damage, and then launch it at the enemy, effectively doubling the damage for the same energy cost.
I actually got one too.
I was just going to say,
awesome.
did it work?
Awesome. Yeah.
Because I can't read and watch at the same time.
And
so
there's a launch efficiency upgrade, which is super useful as a backup mod. It'll now make... Oh, I got a dash of... See, this is the downside of speedrunning this game, is half the time you pick up mods and you don't even realize. So I got a dash efficiency mod, which will reduce the cost of my dash, effectively meaning I can now dash more times, which is super, super handy. That'll couple with a couple of other mods that I get guaranteed later as part of the quests. Because you do get mods for as quest rewards as well. And the whole reason that I leveled up to launch 5 earlier is just for that hiss ball, which is the healing shaman ball that I pointed out. It will die to 2 launches if I'm at launch level 5. Otherwise, they can just be an absolute nuisance to deal with, as they will. There we go. As they will move, and they move very rapidly and very erratically, and it's just an absolute pain to deal with unless you can kill them super quickly. We're going to see another one coming up super soon, but here we're just taking our last wave of enemies while we wait for this elevator to spawn. This is my favorite elevator in the game because it moves sideways. Kind of like that. What's the Wonka Vader? Was it the Wonka Vader that could go in any direction? Yeah. So, and it's going to open us up to the Central Research Lab, which is where Marshall, who is the... I actually know what her title is, but basically she carries a big gun, and all her employees carry big guns. And she's like tactical response, I guess you'd call it, because in a world where you're dealing with multi-dimensional thresholds and rifts, you have to have people with big guns. So here we are going to have another big boss fight, or big enemy fight. There we go. The ball just ran away from me, so I've got to try and... There we go. It's dead. So you always got to take out the hiss balls first, because they will just heal everything so much faster than you can deal damage to them. Provided that you don't one-shot them. Luckily, our launch does one-shot a bunch of enemies, so if I can line them all up really well, we can do it super quickly, but very rarely do they line up, as the enemy AI is usually pretty clever here. Like, they will, as you can see, take cover, shoot rockets at you. And I do have my own team here that I'm going to try and keep alive as well. Not, like, they don't really help a great deal, but the boss that we're about to encounter is one of the major differences between current patch, which is the version we're running on, and Legacy, which I'll get Mum to explain that when we get to it. But right now, I've just got a couple of boomers I got to take care of. These are the things that will kill my friends if they get too close, because the enemy AI is smart, but it doesn't understand to not stand near things that go boom. So I've just got to pay attention. There we go. All right, cool. We should be fine.
Only just.
Only just. Look at that, so close. So here we have the next enemy, whose name I have forgotten. Wait, it's going to appear in a second. Chief Lewis. So do you want to talk about this fight?
Is this the differences from the current patch to Legacy patch while Josh concentrates? So this fight is one of the major differences between the old patch and the current patch categories. So on current patch, this guy's shield has been buffed, meaning it takes 2 launches to break before you can start shooting him. This means the pull-through that we spoke about earlier is very important to kill him as fast as possible.
And I just took so much damage, it's not even funny. Oh, and he started again. Oh, okay. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, you can clap for that.
Yeah. he likes to make it exciting.
You shouldn't need to clap for that, because that's really not that hard of a fight, but, you know. That's what happens when you're not on your home.
It was a charity clap.
It was a charity. So we are here raising money for charity. So raising money for charity and raising claps for my ego. But all right, we're on our way now to probably the most famous puzzle, I think, in this game. It's a story I always like to tell ever since I started speedrunning this game. Then on my casual playthrough, this particular puzzle that we're about to do actually took me longer than it now takes me to beat the entirety of the game. Thankfully, like all the puzzles in this game, the solution is always the same, so it's very easy to do. That wasn't the puzzle, by the way. That one's really easy. But this puzzle here, which I'm sure if you played this game, you know this puzzle. Basically, we're given 5 punch cards and 5 terminals, and we have to figure out which punch card goes in which terminal based off a bunch of symbols that are written on whiteboards. But it doesn't tell us which symbol is which terminal. It tells us which symbols do not belong in each terminal, and through the process of elimination, we're supposed to figure it out. Thankfully, Ash, who is another runner of this game, did an incredible job routing out exactly which cards we pick up in which order and which terminals we visit in which order. So now, it's not impossible to stuff up, but it's very hard to stuff up. So I'm just going to grab this one here, and just while I'm finishing this off, JK, do you have any messages for us?
I do.
Oh.
Okay. $20 from, I think it's Wrecked.
Wreck It?
Yeah, Wreck It. Yep, that sounds about right. Classic Cats. First run of the day is always a little scuffed. Always love a good marathon, and always love seeing my favourite runner. Thanks, King. $10 from Richie. No comment. And then we had $20 from Jesse Spanner. If you beat this in under 90 minutes, I will play Alan Wake.
Oh! Now I'm really like, I mean, that was my estimate, so like I was already planning on it, but now it's important that I do that.
I just had to check the time.
Yeah, what are we at?
35.
All right,
Yeah.
Cool.
Come on, Josh.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, shout out to Jesse and to Wreck It. Jesse's, can I see Jesse through the, yeah, I can see Jesse through the monitors. And Wreck It tuning in all the way from Washington, I think. I don't know.
Very cool.
All right, here we're going to level up again. We're going to go 2 energy, 1 health, and we're going to fast travel back to Central Executive. So now we're heading off to Blackrock Quarry. This is where the run sort of kicks in a bit more in terms of movement. It becomes a lot more important. And in order to sort of understand how the dash works, it's not really an ability you can spam. There is a very, very minor, almost like a soft cooldown for it. So it's much more of a rhythmic pressing. And there's quite a few areas throughout the whole run. You see a lot of it here, where if I stuff up the button pressing and drop an input, I will fall to my death. So I have to take a safety save here just to be certain. You can't, unfortunately, dash while you're in Central Executive, so I do just have to run the old-fashioned way here. But we're going to activate this, go to the maintenance sector, and we're off to collect a black rock sample, which is the rock that we just had in the HRA research lab that if we had watched the cutscene, you would have seen explode when we tried to use it. But unfortunately, we've got to go collect more samples. Oh my goodness, look at this. I've just had coffee delivered.
Coffee delivery. I take back whatever I said about my daughter.
Huge shout out. Can we get a round of applause for my little sister who just got accepted into university?
Yay.
She is going to kill me for that. Actually, no, I might lift home, so she needs to stay on my good side. All right, so here we've got another little puzzle skip here. We're supposed to be moving these batteries around to different battery sockets, but instead we're just going to dash. Oh, I almost died. We're just going to dash and avoid that entire start part of the puzzle, and then try and do this one without stuffing up and without falling down, which we did. Fantastic. So grab this one, put it in this battery socket. Game. Thank you. There we go. And we're back to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. So this puzzle is a little bit different. This one is more of a spot the difference puzzle. So difference between rooms. We can't get into room 3. Room 1 and room 2 have 3 different features, and we need to fix those 3 features. So we need to switch this radio to the other side, straighten this painting, and move this vase to the other side, which will automatically open up room 3, allow us to get in there, get the keys, and then back we can get. On the topic of Alan Wake, which Jesse just referred to, fun fact for those of you who have played some Remedy games, but not as much as me, this door here leads to the Alan Wake universe. And through many of the little collectibles and stuff. And if you've played the DLC, there are a lot more links to it. But here's one of the fall to my death sequences if I don't dash properly. But I did, so no, you don't get to see it this time. Yeah, thank you. You guys are great. And this is my favorite section of the whole run. This movement feels really satisfying to pull off every single time, where it's just like a bunch of dashes through really tight corridors and then random little speed boosts that you get going through windows and stuff. And this is called the Atlas Room. This is one of the harder rooms, especially for new runners. Mum, do you want to explain the Atlas Room while
he concentrates? Okay, so the room is the first really challenging room in regards to resource management. So they're a mix of shielded and non-shielded enemies, and Kaz is going to try and make sure he's always using his launch ability on the shielded enemies to break them, and then shoot the unshielded enemies while his energy refills. Should I have read that slower? No,
that was perfect. That was well done. Well done.
You got through? Good.
There's one more enemy left. There he is. There he is. Ah, cool. Cool. That actually went pretty well. That can go really, really poorly. And well, hell, you just have to keep talking, aren't you? Because we're coming up on the
distorted.
Oh yeah.
Cool. So tell them about that.
Nah, not yet. We'll wait till we're actually there.
Right.
We'll wait till we're actually there. So
I'll have a sip of my coffee.
Yeah, good idea. So one of the I said before that the boomers are the most annoying enemy. Definitely overall, but individually, I would say that the Hiss Distorted can be really, really frustrating from a speed run perspective, as they have the ability to turn invisible if you don't kill them quick enough. Thankfully, we only see 3 throughout the entirety of the run, and for 2 of them we do have quick kills. So they're not bosses, and thankfully there isn't a boss of this particular enemy. But basically, do you want to talk Hiss Distorted while I try and do it?
Okay. So we have another vital use of the pull-through. So the Distorted has a lot of health.
Go.
And we'll usually go invisible after a few seconds or so. But by using the pull-through, we can double out damage output and get a quick kill on them before they manage to disappear. I should have read quicker.
That was literally perfect. I got the perfect quick kill there. So there was no chance you were getting
that
off.
Job.
Thanks, you proud of me?
Very proud of you. Very proud.
Thanks.
I'll forgive you for dying earlier on now.
It's fine. It's all for charity, right?
That's right. No, you can't die for charity. Well,
you can if you're raising money. All right, now I'm going to quickly fast travel back to the NSC control room. Those of you who are paying attention will remember about 20 minutes ago I said to remember an elevator that I was triggering and would become relevant 20 minutes ago. We're now going to take that elevator. So that elevator has about a 30-second travel time. So by calling it earlier, it will stay persistent where we were. So it's already at this room rather than have to press the button, wait for it to come up. We've pressed it already, buggered off, done a whole bunch of other stuff, and now we're back ready to go. So this is where we are entering the actual quarry. Oh, actually not quite yet. We've got a few more rooms. I always forget which way the exit is. So this is where I'm going to take a safety save, just to make sure I don't fall to my death here, because if I do, it's about a 3-minute run back. And I want to be worthy of your claps, you know. So we've got a little taste of it here. 1, 2, perfect. Now I'm not going to dash here because I depending on what my pickups have been throughout the run, it will determine whether or not I have enough energy to actually do this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Fantastic. And here we've got what's called the leap of faith. There are 2 leaps of faith in the game. And I've got to be very careful to dash at just the right time to cancel my fall speed, which will allow me to not die as I fall down that shaft. There's one more of those later on. They are probably the points where I die at the most, mostly because my ego just kicks in and I'm like, I don't need to dash yet, and then I hit the ground. But here we're heading to Black Rock Quarry, which is a fan favorite section of the game. It's one of the most beautiful looking areas in the whole game. It has probably the most beautiful skybox. And it's the only time where you're actually outside. So we're going to come up on it here, ignore all the enemies. Again, I need to try and keep my energy sort of filled here, so I don't want to dash too much. There's a couple of shortcuts I can take that will help. So here we have a very, very beautiful area where there are a lot of enemies and another little battery puzzle. That can be really, really finicky as you kind of... Where the lock-on, once you launch, you kind of get a reticle that shows you where it's going to fly to. You see the little diamond there that says, hey, yep, this is where you're about to launch it at. We don't get that for the last one, so we kind of just have to hope. And as you just saw it go absolutely nowhere, that didn't work. So, and then we've got a couple of hits here, 2 of which have rocket launchers, so we just take a quick chance to take them out. Because after we finish the... oh no, they've spawned in a really dangerous spot. So we get the actual quest item here, but we can't teleport out straight away, and we're still able to take damage. There we go. We have to wait for the next bit of quest text to pop up before we can actually progress and quit out back to the main menu. So we've got a bit of Black Rock now. We're heading back to see Marshall, and this is where the game starts to get kinda hard. So on my live split at home, this split is called Probably Dies Here, because this is the section where I'm most likely to die in.
Don't die again.
I'll have the counter ready.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, JK. Appreciate that, JK. How excited are you for me to be able to add things to that counter?
Maybe a little.
Yeah,
Maybe a little.
For charity, right? For charity. Sure. But by all means, if you've got some messages, throw them our way.
Cool. I do have two donations at this current minute. We have a $10 donation from Ella. I got up at 5 a.m. just to witness Denise absolutely slay at commentary, even despite the unexpected category change to controls %. Cass, please.
That's my girlfriend. It's 5 a.m. for her right now, so...
And then we also had a $10 donation from Durries. Keep up the banter, Mama Cass.
Who's that?
I have no idea. I'm just going to give you a heads up. We are currently sitting at about $14,531 in total donations over this past weekend.
Oh,
we are less than $500 away from hitting $15,000.
That is amazing.
Oh my God.
So please keep it going.
Yes, definitely a clap.
I believe the previous highest we raised at ASAP was like 8,000, wasn't it?
Yeah,
we're almost double that. That's
we're
awesome.
almost double that. We want to keep it going.
That is awesome. All right, cool. So we are now off to the containment sector. The containment sector is where all of the cool objects of power are stored. And for those of you who have played the game before and know what's coming up, I'm sorry, we don't try to save Philip. He unfortunately has to remain on fridge duty. And for those of you who haven't played Control, I'm not going to give any context to that. You should go play Control. So I'm just going to quickly take out these guys here. And this is where I would normally sing the level up song, because it is vitally important that I level up at this control point. But thankfully, me telling you about the level up song has saved me having to actually sing the level up song. Because sometimes I still forget. But it's very important that I level up to launch 6 here, as we are about to approach probably the hardest boss in the game. And being launch level 6 just makes him a hell of a lot easier. So we're going to go to launch level 6. I didn't forget. I did just unlock a new personal mod, though, so we're going to equip a launch. When did I get that? Okay, you know how I said earlier that sometimes you just pick up mods and you don't realize? So I've had the best mod in the game for a while and I just didn't realize. So now we have that equipped, which is going to be great because that's going to make things go a hell of a lot faster. But here we're just going to quickly dash through. Do you keep looking at yourself on camera?
No. Oh, I forgot about that bit. I'm looking at the time. 46
If
minutes.
you need a time, I can always read it out to you.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, give that something to do.
Yeah, I'm stretching. I'm old, you know.
All right, so here I'm going to take some intentional damage from these guys here because that will put me in the combat state. And what I want to do is I want to stay in the combat state for as long as possible, as similar to the way I can't dash when I'm in Central Executive, I can't dash when I'm in the Ocean View Motel and Casino, unless I'm in the combat state. So if I can maintain the combat state all the way through here up until I enter the casino, also jump scare. There you go. You're welcome, those of you with nerves of butter. I didn't do it properly, but that's okay. If I can maintain combat state all the way up through that section, I actually get to dash while I'm in here. And it doesn't save a massive amount of time. But again, another Ocean View Motel and Casino puzzle. This one has an upside-down painting. Room 1 is actually upside down, and we cannot reach the keys that are on the desk on the ceiling. So we're going to flip that painting, which then flips room 1. We can run in, get the keys, and off we go. So we're going to see the Ocean View 2 more times, I believe, maybe 3. And it doesn't really give you any hints when you go into the Ocean View for the first time. The only hint you actually get is it says on one of the signs, the law of 3 applies. And that is supposed to be a hint that tells you, hey, if you have to click something, try clicking it 3 times and then something might happen. So here we are at the Panopticon. So the Panopticon is the prison, I guess you'd say, of the area. Where it houses all of the objects. We've got another little skip here that is an unintended way of getting around this section. It allows us to just skip a whole bunch of fights. And I didn't stuff it up, and that's fantastic.
Yay.
So we're going to hit here, we're going to go up.
Something went wrong with the Bureau's
And this is where we get a bit of a break. Because it's a nice sort of 20-second elevator ride. We get to admire the outfit. Normally I have Jessie in a trans rights top that I've modded in, so it's weird seeing her in her regular black top.
Her biker gear.
Yeah, her biker gear. And now if I could get everybody both in chat and here to, on the count of 3, say hi Bob. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, Bob.
So that was Bob. He's
Oh.
the elevator operator. He just hangs out there and then he buggers off. Named by the wonderful Nico with a C, so shout out to Nico. If this is something that you know, any of you want to learn how to do, there is an incredible tutorial on YouTube that teaches you this exact category. It's a few years old, but it is still completely relevant to the actual run itself. Made by the wonderful Nico with a C, who's a very dear friend of mine. And honestly, it's such an incredibly made tutorial. And the Control community as a whole is so welcoming and so supportive, and they will happily help you with anything that you struggle with. And there are we have so many different category extensions as well. So, you know, if you are a bit more of a glitch fiend, we do have, you know, the out of bounds categories, which are super fun to see how much you can break a Remedy game. Because for all of their incredible high fidelity, it can be quite satisfying to break something that's so well built. But here we've touched one of the most powerful objects, which is the Benikoff TV. And this is sort of one of the best. This is the only cutscene we can't really skip through, which is kind of good because it is also one of the most beautiful cutscenes, I think, in the game. But this is going to lead us to Salvador. So Salvador is a boss that can be quite problematic. He himself is not too hard, but this is really where we get to the point in the game where we're vastly underleveled. So the levels go all the way up to level 30, and I believe we finished the game at level 6. And I think right now we're only level 5, maybe even less. But so Salvador himself, who's the one in the middle, is not really that much of a problem, but his ads are. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick up an item here. We're going to wait till he drops. He's dropped. We're going to kill both of those guys with one launch. We're going to take out the shielded ones first, and I'm going to hide behind this pillar so that Salvador can't hit me while I take out all his ads. So his ads are the real problem here, because they will just sneak up on you while Salvador's trying to deal damage to you and can be really, really problematic. So I've just got to make sure that I've always got the pillar between myself and Salvador. All right, his ads are all dead now, so I'm going to run around here. I have no energy. That's really bad. There we go. So basically, I can kind of just keep him staggered now as long as I can keep managing to do the pull-throughs. He takes 2 launches, just like Lewis did to break his shield. And so as long as I don't stuff up my energy management, I can always keep him staggered. As every single time I break his shield, he will lose. He'll stagger. So I can basically just make sure he never gets a hit off. And make our way through that way. And because we picked up that headshot energy renewal mod, even with shielded enemies, it does not matter that they are shielded and my bullets do no damage. If I headshot them, I will still get the energy renewal. So it still triggers the headshot, even if I'm not doing damage to them. Here we've got another little unintended skip that will get us across this entire map without having to actually traverse it properly. I hope I've just done it right. I have dodge efficiency, so this should be fine. Look at that. But anyway, we touched the TV, and now we have the ability to fly. Or as the game calls it, the babysitter, which I think is more of a commentary on, the iPad generation. But great. So that was Salvador. That was the hardest boss, which is really, really good. Not the hardest part, but definitely the hardest boss. So we're going to quit the menu here so we can teleport back to the control point that we just activated. And this is where we're going to get to, I mentioned at the start, that we have infiltrated the Federal Bureau of Control. The main reason we have done this is to try and find our brother Dylan. Dylan was taken, this is all revealed in the first couple of minutes. Dylan was taken from us at a very young age due to a very traumatic experience that happened in our childhood involving a slide projector and a dumpster. A dump site. A tip, if you will, in Australia. So we escaped unscathed, but unfortunately Dylan did not. So here we're going to levitate up, dash into this little triangle, and then levitate up again. So once you levitate to your max height, you cannot increase distance again until you land on the ground. Thankfully, there's a little girder there that just sticks out a tiny bit that will trigger Jesse's collision with the ground once and allows us to do a double levitate, which allows us to skip through having to run out and around and take another elevator. We just get to skip straight up. There we found. You know what? I'm not gonna explain what we see just there. I can literally. Can you stay off your phone, please? While you're.
Georgia
I
just
swear,
said.
this generation and their Facebooks.
Georgia just said she donated.
Aw.
Yay, George!
All right, well let's pass it across to JK. See if that donation has come through.
It did actually go through. $19 from Georgia. Can't believe you died, and I missed it.
Oh, true. You're up getting this coffee.
Yeah, and then we also had a $20 donation from Brianna. No comment.
Well, thank you guys.
I should
so
also.
much.
Can I make the mention of
You can talk
that we are donating for Game on Cancer? Let me bring up.
Yeah, get your spiel done.
Let me
Get
get
your
me
spiel
spiel
done.
done.
This is the cutscene that normally takes 3.5 minutes, so this is actually such a perfect time
Okay,
as well.
right. We are raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you would like to donate, you can donate at donate.ausspeedruns.com. That is donate.ausspeedruns.com. I'll also be linked in the chat. And also, if you have physical cash, you can also donate it to the table to the side. We are less than $400 away
That's
from
so exciting.
that $16,000.
That is so exciting. Wait, from 16,000?
Well, no.
Oh.
My brain is going.
Oh, JK, don't do that to me.
I don't know what I'm doing right now.
14.
That's
Apparently-
fine, mate. It's late on a Sunday.
Yeah, late on a Sunday. I should say 15,000.
Sunday.
There we go.
Did
Sunday
you just say
afternoon.
Sunday?
I did that intentionally.
I thought so.
Trying to really
I taught you
harness the
better than that.
Australianism.
Yeah.
Just wait for me to bring out the up the doggies.
And then I should also make mention we do have one more bid war going on. It's for the very last game of ASAP, being Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. Spyro's colour, green is in front with $294. Black is behind at $260. Pink, $60.70. Very specific. Red, yellow, and blue, and purple are all at $0. If you want to see any of those go in front, make sure to add it to your donation in the comments.
All right, so now we are off to investigate the Prime Candidate Program. What that means for us is we are hit with back-to-back 3 of the hardest fights in the entirety of the game. So we're going to try and do our absolute best here. I'll probably do them a little bit slower than I would normally try to do in say a PB attempt. I'm going to first of all kill this guy, which normally doesn't happen, but he has snuck up on me and killed me a whole number of times. But here we've got a Salvador enemy, a whole bunch of Tomasis, a bunch of flying boomers, which the only thing worse than a boomer is a flying boomer, and a hiss ball. So there's the flying Tomasi. He's dead. That's brilliant. I'm going to leave this guy alive while I go up and try and find this hiss ball. You just saw it zip past there like Sonic. We're just going to launch. Oh, look at that. It just went straight down. Amazing. So this is actually going incredibly well. I don't think I've ever had a rune go this smoothly before.
It's because I'm sitting next to him.
Here. Absolutely. This is the one I died to twice while we're in practice.
Yeah.
Oh, and I just threw that into a wall. As brilliant as the launch mechanic is in this game, it can sometimes be really, really finicky, as you don't always get to decide what it is that you pick up and launch, and sometimes it'll just get stuck on a piece of other terrain, and you're just standing there with Jessie with her hand held out waiting for it to arrive to you, and it just never does. It's like Australia Post. So we're just going to avoid this boomer while we just keep throwing tables at Salvador, kill this last boomer, and this should be... Nope, there's another enemy. There he is. I think that should be all of them. Yeah, that was so smooth. Love that. And just because I gave an Alan Wake reference earlier, for those of you fans of the more obscure Remedy titles, we also have a Quantum Break reference just here. This is Courtney Hope's character from Control, being Jessie, talking to Courtney Hope's character from Quantum Break. And those of you who like really obscure references, there is also a reference to the Max Payne universe. But that is super out of the way, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to go all that way just to show you that. Oh, there we go. This is another little jump scare that they normally throw. There's a boomer inside this elevator, but thankfully the dash has iframe, so I'm going to melee him once to kill him, and then dash through his explosion. And then hopefully these guys won't shoot me through the elevator. They didn't. We're good. Now I just got to hope that sometimes one of them can land on the top of the elevator and come out down here. The problem being is that he doesn't actually appear until after I've activated the control point, and then he just kills me while I'm waiting for the control point to activate, and there's nothing I can do about it. So here's hoping that doesn't happen as well. I have no control over that if it does, but I have lost a number of runs to it. This is another one of the really, really hard fights, just because you can get so overwhelmed with boomers and rocket launchers and shielded enemies here. I've got myself backed into a corner, so I'm just going to melee that guy, stun him. Oh my goodness.
Coming from everywhere.
Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. I think we're good. Just punch that guy once. Okay, we're good. We're good. As long as this guy doesn't come down the stairs or come down the elevator shaft, which I think we are safe. No, we're good. We're good. All right, awesome. So you can still take damage while you're in a cutscene, and there are many areas where if you don't kill all the enemies, or if something glitches out, for example, and the guy comes down from upstairs, he will just kill you while that cutscene is playing out. But here we've got a giant turntable that we're looking to try and rotate around, but is being blocked by some weird sort of growths on the tracks. Thankfully, the only ones we do need to kill are the growths, so we're just going to kill all of them, head up, hit a button, which gives us a couple of seconds to run down and investigate a pickup that we otherwise wouldn't get on the run. So I'm going to hit that button while that very slowly turns around, drop down here, going to go over to this chest. We're going to hope we get something good. Oh, we did indeed get something good. So we got an energy boost, which is great. Which is going to mean I can be a bit more liberal a little bit later. And now we have a very important part of the run. I'm going to try and flip this mug. It fell off the table. Hey!
No. Sorry, I was supposed to dab.
There we go. There we go.
I forgot. I was so excited about him getting it. I forgot that was the cue.
First time I've gotten that outside of practice. And you only get 3 shots because on the third, after 3 shots, it just explodes on the next shot. But here we've got another one of the Hiss Distorted that hopefully I'm going to kill before it turns invisible. Oh, no. Okay, so now I've just got to pay attention to where the air is distorted so I can just shoot at it and hopefully hit it. There we go. Perfect. So that actually went really, really well. So now I've only got one more Hiss Distorted to deal with, and when I do encounter it, I'll be super, super overpowered. Here we've got another long shot there, another little battery puzzle just to activate this elevator. I'm going to switch the camera over to this side, grab this that's a fire extinguisher, grab this battery. All right, we're good. We are good. Okay, whew, I thought I got stuck in the roof just then. Wouldn't be the first time. Would make this an invalid run, though, because then we would have been out of bounds.
Ah, okay. I did wonder where was out of bounds.
Oh, yeah, we don't do it here. We don't. This is the inbounds run, Mum.
Yeah, okay. I knew that.
There we go. All right, cool. So now we're off to the hardest fight of the entire run. It is a recreation of the dumpster where Jessie and her brother first encountered the evil, I suppose you would say, without giving too much away. I am going to take a safety control point right beforehand, because if I die, I get put all the way back to where that security checkpoint was earlier. So we're just going to take a little bit of extra time, take out these guys, hit this control point so that if I die, I only come back to here instead. We do also have alternate weapons of the service weapon, so we can get a machine gun version, a sniper version, and a shotgun version. Unfortunately, we do not have the we do not get the materials required to upgrade the weapon on the run. We can if we're kind of lucky, but there we go. All right, so this guy here is one of our the second time we've actually encountered a grenade launcher enemy. As long as we stay in the air, he shouldn't be able to do too much damage to us, as his grenades do need to be on ground in order to blow up. And because we've got the headshot energy renewal, we're going to be able to hopefully keep him pretty permanently staggered. Oh, that's a grenade. And his grenades will drop me to 1 health, and he always fires multiple of them. So if I'm not very careful, one grenade will drop me to 1 health, and the other one will kill me. But he's dead now, so that's great. And now we're on to the actual dumpster fight itself. I probably talked about the dumpster fight too early. I forgot that we actually had to do that fight as well. But here, we've got... Did I give you notes on the dumpster fight? I did.
No.
I did. That's okay. I'm just going to keep talking.
You
I've written dumpster fight
the heading, and then you didn't do anything.
Any notes.
I was
Okay,
just going to
cool.
make it up.
Nah, it's fine. So here we've got another his ball. Again, I'm going to take it out first and foremost, and I'm going to stand on this pillar here to try and take out as many of these boomers as I possibly can. We're going to have a few other enemies spawn over the back here, so I'm going to take them out while I wait. I'm going to try and recharge some energy here. So this is the most important part where energy management matters. Because as you can see, there are grenade launcher enemies, there are the hiss balls. I'm going to have some Tomasi enemies soon, Tomasis with shields as well. So I'm just going to kill the boomers, kill the shield guys, wait for my energy to recharge. I'm going to shoot at him again, same strategy as when we fought the boss Tomasi. Shoot at him until he dodges, and then just throw chairs at him. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to kill him in one cycle, so I then need to do that again.
Sorry.
It's alright, he just needs to dodge. He just needs to dodge. Why aren't you dodging? Okay, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Alright, so the boomers can't actually hit me. So they just all kind of bunch up down the bottom here. And now I'm on a bit of a timer just until the last enemy spawns, who, again, would also dodge if I didn't kill him as soon as he spawned. So that's the hardest room in the game done. And I didn't die. So, yes, you may clap for that.
I hold
Appreciate
my
that.
breath. It's like you're actually going to die for me. But I'm so glad it's just a game.
It's just a game. You're doing great.
It's very nerve-wracking.
How do you
Just
think I feel?
watching you, I know.
All right, so now we're pretty much getting towards the final act of the game. So we have investigated all the information that the FBC has on us. Yeah, what is that?
1 hour, 4 minutes.
1 hour, 4 minutes. Yeah, we should be under estimate. This is good. Oh, I wasn't expecting to be here. I forgot that I took the safety save. So we're going to level up our abilities here. We're going to quickly fast travel back to Central Research. Don't do that on camera.
I forgot you guys could see me. I was doing it to her. Sorry.
You're fine. All right, so here we are going to go and investigate the... can't really talk about Dr. Darling, although we will see Dr. Darling. Dr. Darling is another character who's gone missing in the game, and part of our search has been to find him. So we're heading to his area. He was in charge of dimensional research. We still really don't know what's happened to him. We're hoping that Control 2 will reveal some of that. But here I've got a minigun. It's the same guy as the rocket launcher, except he has a minigun instead. And again, he can be a super big meme. And if I stuff up which I just did, if I stuff up my spawn manipulation here, things take a hell of a lot longer than they should. So the enemies have actually spawned all the way down here. So this is really bad, but that's okay. That's okay. They're just slow. Oh, they've spawned back up there. Okay, I might have just been able to save this, which is good, which is good. Oh, there they are. Okay, cool. We should be all right now. Oh my goodness, except they keep throwing things forwards. All right. And that's the last one that's going to be any real problem to me. Oh, he dodged it. There we go. So as you can see, we're starting to get out leveled by the enemies. They're taking more and more shots and more launches to kill. And this is where we get to an area called the Ashtray Maze. Anyone who knows the game will know this is, without a doubt, the best part of the whole game. And this is the part where all of us are just going to be very, very... Well, not just yet, because we can't actually go through the Ashtray Maze. It's a winding labyrinth of impossible spaces. But we're going to activate this control point. Jesse says we can't get through, we need to contact the janitor. So now we're going to teleport to where the janitor is. Or at least where the janitor should be. I'm going to pass it back across to JK. This is all areas, so this is a lot of backtracking, and this is where the game's map design is actually really, really brilliant. The way the game sends us is like super roundabout way. We hit all these areas that we've never visited before, and there's lots of really strong enemies and lots of cool power-ups and pickups that you can get. We're not going to do any of that. We're going to go back through areas we've already been and just take a massive amount of shortcuts, which is super... It just lends itself so much to the incredible level design that is this game. But JK, while I'm doing all of that, do you want to hit us with some messages?
I do have a few, so I'm gonna start speedrun through it all.
Fantastic.
So we have $50 from Mike. Loving see something that took me 40 hours done in 1.5. We had $20 from Anonymous, no comment. We had $25 from Drenol. Loving this muchly, y'all, love heart. And then we had $30 from Mastodon. Put this donation towards Black Spyro, which that sits us less than $150 away from 15,000.
Also, I'm just going to put it out there. Green is the worst color, so Black Spyro is such a better option.
Black. If you want black, you only need to donate $5 right now to get it ahead. $5 is all that needs.
That's pretty close. I mean, honestly, I think purple is the best of the Spyro colors, and I know that's the default color, so that was what I put my money.
One thing I want to see is I want to see $15,000 by the end of this run.
Yes.
All right,
Can you all do that? I want you to do it.
All right, so here we're basically taking a massive shortcut and avoided everything that we needed to do, or everything that we were supposed to do, and we've got another trip to the Ocean View Motel and Casino. In this one, the clog from earlier is manifested in room 1, and we can't actually get in. But there's sort of an ongoing sort of side story that Artie and the clog, so the janitor and the clog, are arch enemies, and the clog really fears Artie. So what we do is Artie has a song called The Hero's Tango that he's always listening to in his headphones. So we tune all of the radios to Artie's favorite radio station. His favorite song just happens to be on, and when this room shakes, the clog has now disappeared. So in rooms 2 and 3, we turn on all the radios, the clog in room 1 disappears, we pick up the keys, and just to subvert everyone's expectations, rather than go through the same door we've gone through every single time, we go into the janitor's closet. Pull the light switch 3 times, as is the tradition, and then we're back in Black Rock Quarry. So this is where we were earlier, where we had to do that silly battery puzzle, but instead we're up on the higher levels here, and because we have the ability to levitate, which we did not have earlier, we're going to be able to dash. There's about a 1 in 10 chance that guy hits you, and I'm really lucky that we dodged it just then. Here we have our second and last leap of faith that I'm going to do very safely. And while I run over this way, I'm going to open up the stopwatch on my phone because I need to time 1 minute and 30 seconds from hitting this button. Oh, I forgot there was an enemy there. So 1 minute, 30 seconds starting now. There is an elevator or a gondola of sorts, I suppose, that slowly travels across this massive ravine, and wave after wave of enemies spawns on this side until the gondola reaches us. As I'm sure you could imagine, we're speedrunners, and the gondola does not move fast enough for us, so at the 30-second mark, I'm going to climb up on a ledge and do a huge jump. That, with a bit of luck, if I can dash in the correct manner, so here's the 30-second mark, I'm going to jump up here, dash across. I'm going to wait for my energy to recharge. I'm going to drop down here and then... So there's the gondola. It's moving very slowly. 5, 6. And you'll remember earlier I said that you were unable to jump while you were on elevators. And this gondola counts as an elevator. 3, 4, 5. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to dash onto the elevator, onto the gondola itself, wait for my energy to recharge, dash, jump, and hold jump in order to levitate up in the air, which will give me enough height to finish dashing across the rest of this ravine. So this is all well and good. This skips probably 4 to 5 minutes of waiting, which is really, really good. However, there is a trigger. I just missed that. That's fine. There is a trigger that is in the middle of that ravine that you would normally hit if you were on the gondola ride. I haven't hit that trigger because it was not there while I was on my way across. So here I'm going to jump out here. I saw a red light appear. That's my sign to go. I'm going to fly out to where the trigger is. We see the lighting change once, twice, and that is the trigger being hit. So now I can return. We see Heroes Tango appear in the bottom right corner. That tells me that I've hit it. And now we can progress on to the game. Before the gondola has even reached the other side, we have managed to clear the entire pit. And so now we're off to go and see Artie while he is on vacation. If your job tries to contact you while you're on vacation, just ignore it. Unless, I guess, there is an interdimensional, you know, emergency that is happening. And now we actually get to see the ashtray maze in... Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to quit out there because I can just take this and this will be faster. So this is the part where neither myself, Mum, or JK are going to talk, and we are instead just going to enjoy my personal favorite moment in, I think, all of gaming history, the ashtray maze. So Tech, if you want to crank up the game volume, go for it. And you can all just sit back and enjoy. Knew that was going to happen. That's okay. That just means we get more ashtray maze. I'm sorry for the rough end,
So
that's
that's a
okay.
death counter?
That's a death counter.
Also, by the way, we hit $15,000!
Of course that had to happen in the one moment we weren't allowed to talk. Hey. No, that is awesome. Well done to everyone. That is nearly double what we have maxed out at in the past.
I'll have plenty of donations once you've done that.
All right, let's go.
Georgie died. He died.
Keep them rolling in, though.
my goodness. Okay. All right. Go for another couple of donations. I'm just giving you more time for donuts.
Okay, I'll start reading out some of them. I've got $20 from Jolly
Do you need
Mac.
to concentrate?
Much love, Cass and Denise. Crank that volume for Ashtray Maze and take control. $20 from Bravada. When I can say the words, I'd like to put $6 of that $20 to Spyro and Green Hair. Just let me know if you want me to continue reading out donations.
I'll give you a lot more time in just a minute.
Okay, cool.
Don't die again.
I'm not gonna.
I'll take away your pocket money.
Okay, we got through that part. Okay, fantastic. Now the actual hard room is. So that's, you know, that was unfortunate. We've got another hiss ball here. Okay, there's the health. My goodness. Okay. Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness. That was, without a doubt, everything that could have gone wrong that Ashtray Maze did go wrong. So that was poor.
Not good for your mother's heart,
No,
blood
not
pressure.
good for my heart. Oh my God. All right, we're fine. We're fine. By all means, JK, go for it.
You may continue.
Righto,
JK.
$10 from Ella. 15k hype soon. Well, it's already done now.
Oh, catch up.
Also, Denise, don't let this man tell you what to do.
Yeah.
We had $21 from Sandshark. 15k, let's go. Put this towards Green Spyro. Will do. $61 from Brendan. Pain is just pain entering the body. And then $40 from Uwu Pookie. Knock, knock. Who's there? Door. Door who? Dora. And we had $20 from Neon Medusa. Beyond the chateau you settle for, there is a miracle illuminated.
All right, so this is the hardest room in the game. It is not a fight because we try to fight as little as we possibly can, but I'm going to pass it across to Mum so that I can concentrate and hope that we don't die multiple times here.
Okay, so this is the Polaris fight. So this is the most RNG, and in brackets he's got that means random mum. So I'm assuming you all know what that means. It's the most RNG portion of the run. We're incredibly underleveled for the area, and these enemies are brutal. There are 6 siphons here, and that are drawing power out of Polaris. We have to disable all of them to free her. So what we're going to try and do is drag the enemies from one siphon to the other so that they spend most of our channeling time running. However, some will occasionally put on their sprinting shoes and get to us much faster than we intended. I'm trying to watch and read at the same time. To combat this, we're going to try and stand in a specific spot so that we can block their bullets using the environment. The first 3 are usually pretty free, but the 4th and 5th siphons are where the danger really lies. Did you die?
Nah.
Okay. Did you die?
Nah.
As
Keep going.
they'll spawn flying Tomasi, who can, at a moment's notice, one-shot us.
I'm real close to death, though.
No, no, no. You can do it, Josh.
It's these rocket launchers. They just spawned in the wrong spot. And there's no real way to manipulate these guys, so it's just a matter of praying that they spawn in the right spots. And they've got a hiss ball with them, who is just impossible to keep pinned down. There it is. That's okay. We hit the checkpoint. We hit the checkpoint. So the first 3 were in fact free. What's that? 4 deaths?
Yep.
Is that 4 deaths?
Yep. It's not good, Josh.
It's not good.
Sorry, all these people
I know.
have come to see you not die.
Can confirm it is 4 deaths now.
It is 4 deaths. All right.
Also, I'd like to make a special mention to Bear with a shotgun with the $2,000 donation match.
Ah, very cool.
$2,000. That's not a small amount of money.
All right. So, good news is we don't have to do that whole section again. We
Oh,
only
thank
have
God.
to do the last part again. I died at the first siphon of the second round. So, now we can just go. Straight to here. Hopefully, if we get lucky. Okay, that was perfect. That was perfect. So this next section, I actually do need to fight some enemies because I want to try and avoid them from having line of sight on me. So we're going to dash up to this platform here first. This is going to spawn 1 enemy. Oh, we got the rare spawn on top. That's very unlucky. But there is no hiss ball here, so thankfully when we do damage to them, they actually stay damaged. So we're just going to quickly... All right, there should be all good. Now all the enemies are sort of grouped up at the bottom of the platform, so they shouldn't have line of sight on me, provided that I stand right here. And this is normally where I'd say this last siphon is completely free, but based off of the luck I've had so far today, that's not going to be the case. So I'm going to dash across here. The enemies are going to spawn in the right spot. Last siphon. Everyone cross your fingers for me, please. Okay, we're through. Thank God. Oh. Also, Jesse, swear jar, please. All right, this is Polaris. We're going to stand on this. We're going to shoot at it. And there we go. And this is the part where normally I would say time, and I would really like to mess with tech and pretend that this is the end of the run. But spoilers, it's not, because we do have 1 more section just after this. But in true Remedy fashion...
1 minute 24, 1 minute, 1 hour 24.
Heads up, tech, we might just go a little bit over, a little bit overestimate. But this is another nice part where we sort of get to take a break. Usually on a run, I'll run to the bathroom right now, but unfortunately they're just all slightly too far away, so I'm not going to do that right now.
Rachel did suggest I tell a few anecdotes from your childhood.
She did, didn't she? Oh, God. Please don't.
No. No, because the ones that are going through my head are probably inappropriate.
But look, while we get to this point, I do want to just like have a couple of shout outs while we work towards the end. Mostly, first and foremost, to Remedy Games, who made an absolutely incredible... Well, they make only incredible games, and I'm very excited for Alan Wake 2. But Remedy sort of go one step beyond when it comes to supporting their speedrunning community. There'll be a section we get to right at the end where there is a giant wall around a certain platform that is only there because of speedrunners. They actually waited to implement fixes for the bugs that we exploit in the out of bounds category or any of the glitched categories. They waited until we had a working down patcher before patching the bugs out. They are the only company I have ever known to wait to release bug fixes until the speedrunners had a way to reverse them. Also, I'm hoping that this flashing isn't appearing on stream and this is just on the monitor. But if it is, please give me a heads up so I can just take a little pause and we can, like, it's fine for me, but I just don't want it to be affecting the stream as well. But here we're doing some menial tasks. Fun fact for anyone who's played it casually, you don't actually need to do all of the tasks. You only need to do 2 of the tasks, and you can just do the same task twice. So we're just going to collect some coffee cups here. We're stuck in a bit of a time loop, which for reasons I will not explain. But we got to collect tasks from the notice board, pick up coffee cups. This is what my office looks like at home. Mum can confirm. A lot of coffee cups everywhere. And then we are good to pick up the mail. And this is one last loop. And I do believe, JK, I will need you to confirm for me, did we reach the Dr. Darling incentive?
Yes.
Wonderful.
The watch dynamic.
Yes,
Yes,
the
we did.
dynamite incentive, amazing. So before we do, we're coming up on that in just a second. So if you have not already seen this cutscene, just know that it has incredible lore implications. And I know that sounds like sarcasm, and I promise you it is not. It does actually have lore implications in the grand overarching story. But I do hope that you really, really all enjoy it. So last loop here. And then we're on to literally the final stretch of the game. I reckon I might just get... Oh no, if we have to watch Dynamite as well, unfortunately we are going to go slightly overestimate, but hopefully Tech won't be too mad at me for that. All right, cool. We're back to our normal selves. All of the floating enemies have been replaced with versions of us, as the Hiss have managed to have a bit of control over us now. That's where the name of the game comes from. But we've got one last trip to the Ocean View Motel and Casino before we come to the close of the game, provided that I can actually get one last skip. 1, 2, 3. But while we wait for that skip, I would like you all to enjoy the best cutscene in the game. There you go. That was Dynamite for you all. It's actually really funny that that's the first time any of you have even seen Dr. Darling for this speedrun, and that's your introduction to him. But here we go. Last section of the game. We have gotten to Dimensional Research Lab, which is where sort of the Hiss first infiltrated the Bureau. And what we're going to do is we're going to make our way. As you can see, everything here is just super messed up because this is the part that has been most affected by... Oh, my goodness. I just took quite a bit of damage there. But that's okay. There we go. We're going to get up here. This is the slide projector that has been the cause of everyone's problems. And now, with a bit of luck, I'm going to be able to dodge half of the combat here. So, normally... There's 3 islands that spawn one after the other. One island spawns, a bunch of enemies spawn on it. You kill them all, the second island spawns, a bunch of enemies spawn, and then you progress. But if I do this properly, line this up here. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. It's all very specific with the counting. 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit, I think I... Well, swear jar! Swear jar! I literally missed it by a heartbeat. Oh, that's so frustrating. That's okay. I
Yet
do get a
another
second.
death?
There's another death.
Brings us on to 5.
Look, my most deaths ever in a run was 6, so as long as we stay underneath that, I think we'll be okay.
I think you keep jinxing yourself every time you say that.
Myself, it's fine. It's fine. It's late on a Sunday. I don't think anyone's holding me accountable for this. Besides, it's all just for. In fact, wait. If I die 6 times, that'll be the most I could have donated to charities. So that is going to be the best way for me to pass it off here. Good news is, by getting as close as I got to that skip, Island 1 and 2 have both spawned now, and their enemies have despawned. So now I can just dash across it the way I normally would, as if I had done all the fight. So it still saves time over doing it the casual way or the intended way, but it's just not quite as fast as getting that skip right on the first attempt. But that is fine. I feel like I think that's the only skip that I didn't get, which is, you know, kind of a relief. There are much harder skips than that. But now all the enemies, as you can see, are level 30. But good news is we're also level 30. So although I can still die here very, very easily, because they all still do a hell of a lot of damage to me, I can pretty much one-shot everything except this last hiss distorted that is right there. But she drops a hell of a lot of health, so we're fine now. We should be fine now. I've probably jinxed myself again. But it's just going to be wave after wave of enemies. So while I am cleaning this up, I just want to give a couple of shout-outs. Of course, first and foremost, to the Control community. You guys are all wonderful. And of all the speedrun communities I am a part of, they are without a doubt the most welcoming and most passionate, I think, as well about the game. Like, as much as this game drives us nuts sometimes, I think we would all defend it to the ends of the earth. So if you are interested in speedrunning, if you're a speedrunner already, or you just want to break into it, this is such a wonderful game and wonderful category. That's a map. To start with, so by all means, do not feel like this is impossible for you, because I promise you it is not. Of course, my wonderful Twitch community, thank you all so much. I know it was like 5 a.m. for half of you. So I want to thank you guys for showing up the way you did and for all the donations. Obviously to ASAP, who have done such an incredible, the Australian speedrunning, AusSpeedruns, who have done such an incredible job setting everything up. For most people didn't go over estimate, so they, kept the schedule running. This is actually my first Australian marathon as well, which is awesome. I've done GDQ, I've done ESA, but this is my very first marathon on home soil, so it really means so much to me to be able to be included here. And of course, to my wonderful mother.
Aww.
Without her, I wouldn't be here literally.
Literally.
So yeah, massive round of applause for Mum. She actually said no when I first asked her to do this, and then she got a bit of courage up. Yeah. And
I did notice he's never asked me to do the Sweden one though. Like,
hey,
I feel like that should be the next one.
Sweden.
That might be the next one.
Maybe
Step up.
Maybe the next one. All right, that's the end. This wall here is the wall that I was talking about that they put in because of speedrunners. Whoops. But we are coming up on time. What was I, 5 minutes over? That's not too bad. That's not too bad. So we're coming
and
up
we started
on the
late.
end
Oh, no,
here.
that's right.
Yeah, the time.
Yeah, that's
I was
right.
going to also use that as an excuse.
Damn
but
it.
yeah.
We tried.
Also, if I dash on this final platform where this guy is hovering, I crash the game. Do you guys want to see that? Yeah? Done. Time!
1 hour, 34 minutes and 43 seconds.
Thank you, JK. Guys, I am going to get out of here, but this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you all so much for hanging out. And hey, we have a little tradition on my stream, twitch.tv/CassXCII. Oh, sorry, headphones users. And I would like to welcome you all into it, if I may. It's a reminder of sorts to all of you here, those of you at chat and watching the VOD later on, that the world is a bigger, better, and brighter place with you in it. You are doing a wonderful job. I am super proud of you. And in case no one has told you today, you've got a great butt, a cute face, and I love you. So stay happy, stay safe, and if you can't do either of those, then stay strong, because better days are coming, and they are just around the corner. I promise you that. So until next time, this has been Control. I've been Cass. You have been incredible. I'll see you all soon. Mwah!
What a wonderful run, Cass. That was beautiful. We also, during that run, we hit $15,000. Give a round of applause for that one. While I'm here, I'm going to read out a few donations that happened during that last bit. We had $20 from Anonymous as a Capricorn. Game on, Cancer. We also had $50 from Nelson Daly. No comment. And then another $50 from him as well. Greetings from the Netherlands. Coming up next, we do have Super Smash Bros. Unlock all characters. So stick around for that. We just had a $50 donation from Mastodon. Let's push and keep Black Spyro in front. Put this towards Black Spyro, which means Black Spyro is currently in front with $340. Green is behind with $321. While we're at it, I'd like to make a mention at we are Australian Speedruns, a group of speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game on Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you would like to donate, you can go to donate.ausspeedruns.com. That is donate.ausspeedruns.com. If you're here in the crowd today, you can go to the table to your right there is a donation jar there for physical cash. I'd also like to make mention that we have a few prizes for anyone who is within Australia. These prizes include Elgato Streamer Packs, which consists of Elgato Stream Deck Mark II and a Wave 3 microphone. We're also giving away plenty of games, including 3 physical copies of Sonic Origins Plus, provided by 5 Star Games, 5 digital copies of Heavenly Bodies by 2-Part Interactive, and 3 digital copies of Speaking Simulator by Apple Games. To enter into the pool of these prizes, a minimum of donation of $100 is required, but even as little as $5 could be seen you winning one of these games. For more information and full terms and conditions, please be sure to visit prizes.ausspeedruns.com. That is prizes.ausspeedruns.com. We'd like to thank Elgato, 5 Star Games, 2-Part Interactive and Apple Games for providing all of these wonderful prizes. Just a quick heads up, we're still in the middle of setup, so give us a few moments to get ourselves back up and running. We have $20 from Cats. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's Black. Black Sparrow. Black Sparrow is the only Sparrow. I shall add that to Black Sparrow then. Cool. With that being said, I think I've got given the thumbs up. So, are we ready for Super Smash Bros? Ara, take it away.
All right, hello everyone.
Super Smash Brothers for the Nintendo 64, the OG. Not only are we just playing it on the 64, we are playing on the Japanese version, the initial release of the game. That's not just for cloud's sake, that is also because this version is the fastest to run. But, you know, I don't need to jabber on about it, let the gameplay speak for itself. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to delete newcomers, and I'm going to delete first stage high scores, and I am ready to begin. On 3, 2, 1, begin. Break the The problem with the car lies between the steering wheel and the driver's seat, you know?
Alright, so we just got that last one there. So next up, it'll be Fox. It'll be Kirby, not Fox. So ordering what we like to do, what you'll see through most of the run after we showcase a little bit of all the cast, you will end up seeing...
Cooking this horribly.
At the very end of it all, you will end up be seeing a lot of DK. But at the moment, we're just going to showcase the other 7 first before we go forward.
Alright, not off to a good start in terms of movement. Hopefully.
So with these other head warmers, they will pick up.
Oh, and I missed that.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
You know, you called that last You called that.
We were looking over it, and I was looking at the bottom and going, that's going to be the one that's going to be missed tomorrow. Didn't want to jinx it, but it happened.
Wow, and I missed that.
There we go. First try. Let's go.
First try, ladies and gentlemen. I missed that.
Alright, so moving on to Pikachu now. Pikachu. People who've played this game competitively, they know all about Pikachu in Smash 64. But this will be the only time you see him in the speedrun today, playable. So if you like that, you know, it's good news for you. Run through now. Now, Arachlos, if you want to explain why we run on the Japanese copy instead of any of the other copies that we have.
Number one, way cheaper to get a Japanese copy than it is to get... Oh, really? I missed that. Way cheaper to get a Japanese copy than it is to get like an international version, so that's a plus. But also, there are a lot of version differences. So number one there was Link, and one thing that I was able to do was get a double jump and pull a bomb and land on a platform. You can only do that in this version of the game. That's one of them. Another one we'll be coming to later is that the enemy AI is way smarter than the international release of the game. Yeah, we're getting into Luigi now. So all these character unlocks can be menaces, like that. There we go. But thankfully, when the character goes to use their up B, they don't.
They don't go for it again. They don't go for it again.
And now we are going to that. And I picked Great DK here because it is the closest to a black color that we have, and I really want to see black Spyro.
So we're quick to it now. So for the last 3 unlocks, it's just going to be running through classic mode 3 times. first one on normal and 3-stock difficulty. That one is for Ness. And then next one being as fast as possible for Falcon, and then the last one is doing it for Puff.
Yeah, you need to do it in under 20 minutes to unlock Falcon, which is a very generous time curve. However, had it not been that long, I don't think that when I was 3 years old playing this game for the first time, well, no, it wouldn't have been 3, it would have been like 4 or 5. When I was 5 years old playing the game for the first time, I would have never unlocked Falcon because 20 minutes, way too little time. That's such a time.
Hey, I have a donation here. I had $50 from Cass, as promised. $50 for 5 deaths. Thanks for having me. PAX, let's go Black Spyro.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what we like to hear.
Love that. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, wow.
Alright, so what you'll find a lot of as well, in a lot of the 1v1s.
Oh, he made it back. That is super terrible. Okay. I thought I had it.
Another donation here.
Yep.
$150 from the MT Billy Mitchell. My favorite streamer and Falco main. P.S. What's your favorite? What color is your favorite joystick?
Oh, it has to be black. Black
PP.
with black.
$150 on Black Spyro.
Yeah.
It's what my mum would want.
So it's what my mum would want as well.
Oh, what? Off the back door, apparently. Very cool.
Alright, so we're up against the Mario Brothers now. They're being quite the nuisances at the moment.
There we go. That should be a Luigi.
You can't grab the bottom sliding platform down there, so fortunately for us, otherwise Luigi does make that back.
Yeah. You can't grab it in Ultimate though. So.
Yeah.
For those of you who aren't really familiar with Ultimate, Ultimate is very different in how it controls to most Smash games. Alright, Pikachu is being a real menace. Hey, I was supposed to be micro. She's being weird. Good dashes.
And there we go. And
That didn't work out for me. Yeah, that was,
feeling a bit bad for us here.
Pikachu just did not just give up. I don't want to be part of this. I'm a top tier in this game. All right.
Yeah, so normally it takes a lot of hits to move Giant Donkey Kong anywhere, but DK specifically, as opposed to any other character in this game, his forward throw is a cargo throw, throws him up on his back and go for a walk. Just walk him off stage.
Oh, I got the edge cancelled.
Yeah, so this is the second of the 2 bonuses that you will see. There's break the targets that we did to unlock Luigi, and this is board the platforms. We don't board the platforms when trying to go fast.
Yeah, unfortunately for Donkey Kong, you can't just SD at the beginning of the round. You have to go through the obstacle course a little bit. Really good Kirby.
That was a good Kirby team.
That was a sensational Kirby team, actually. That doesn't normally happen. They're normally all over the place. And here's the Samus strat. I'm going to keep quiet for this because I need to be concentrated. But beautiful. That stage is such a pain. Samus' stage for any other character in classic mode is the absolute worst. But for Donkey Kong, you can do that, and that works on very easy and normal. I don't know about higher difficulties than normal. And this. And yeah, you just get Metal Mario like that.
Alright, Alright, here's the last of the 3 bonuses. Race to the finish. Just get to the finish as fast as possible, really.
Yeah, as it says on the tin, much like the category. Very straight to the point. Although in Japanese, it's hurry to the battlefield, so... Alright, now polygons. If you ever try and run ILs or individual levels of this game, just like try and grind class mode with a specific character, or one-player mode, I guess. If you try and run with a specific character, this and Samus and the other team fighters, Yoshi and Kirby, are your biggest enemies. Especially if you try and run an international version rather than Japanese. Because the AI is much more aggressive in international versions. Like, you can see that kind of doing nothing. This is normal difficulty at the moment. If this were the international release, I would be getting absolutely clocked by the entire Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, not a bad run of the polygons. All right, now we've got Master Hand, so normally you build up percentage and send opponents off screen to KO them. For Master Hand, it's a boss, so it has a HP bar that you got to take down to 0.
And here's the gun. I can't hit him, he just tries to keep a set distance away from me at all points on that, so...
Donkey Kong doesn't have a projectile or any good zoning tools. He's very much more of a brawler. So he just gets up and gets in your face, really. He does big damage while he's there.
Wow, free gun. That's bad average.
One more, he will do it.
Got it. Oh yeah, so that's normal done. We'll see how this goes with Ness, but hopefully we won't have to see that difficulty again.
These classic birds, they do take up a bit of time. It's basically the majority of what you see in the run because you've got to run through it three different times for 3 different character unlocks. So it's going through, we're just gonna zip through the credits and then have our giant monkey beat up a little child.
Now what's this one? Charles Martinet, ladies and gentlemen. Voice of Mario and Luigi, Charles Martinet. That did not get fixed in any future versions of the game, by the way. They buffed and nerfed Link several times, but didn't bother fixing Charles Martinet. Elite gameplay here.
And down he goes. And just like that, now Ness is playable.
And now we want this.
Yeah, so for the other 2 characters, you can go on the easiest difficulty with the maximum amount of stocks. So, which is why Ness is generally done second. It's tiny bit, just a bit more of a difficulty hit as opposed to Captain Falcon and Jigglypuff.
And you kind of see at the end how I've got these little bonuses that show up every single time I complete a stage. I want as few of them as possible because they each take a little bit of time in order to come up. So in order to be optimal, you want to limit the amount of bonuses that you have. And one of those bonuses is, unfortunately, for not losing stocks. But, yeah, we want to go far. So at some point, I'm just going to take a random stock loss. That was supposed to happen with Pikachu earlier on in the run, but unfortunately, I biffed it on Fox, so I lost it there. But For this one, you know, we'll keep it going up until Mario Brothers. In which case, I'll try to lose the stock on that. Oh wow, missed that. I get a forward smash there. Flip toe, no. Okay. Flippy Toad helped me out there, thankfully. That could have been really bad.
Doing us a solid. Love that. As we're going fast, we're just jumping over.
Yeah, we've already seen.
We've seen him do this.
And so we just take the death there with Luigi. It means that we don't get the little bonus show up, and that's not going to show up anymore for the rest of the run. So that should be brains overall.
3, 2, 1, go!
I'm going to take Pikachu for a little walk as well. We're probably going to look to take Donkey Kong for a walk as well.
Pikachu does like to mess this one up, but hopefully, yep, tried to mess it up. Fortunately, was cool about it and tried to mess it up way further away from where I wanted. I think I missed the edge cancel here. Oh no, I got it.
Oh, you got it. You're 2 for 2 on that.
I am.
Done well.
I have a setup for it. I'm making it seem like it's just skill, but no.
All right, back to Kirby Tim again. It was good last time. So.
Yeah, it's what they normally do. I like to split up. Overall, not bad. I upbeat way too early there, but it worked out for me.
Yeah, it worked out. It stays out forever.
Alright, so we're going to try to do the exact same thing again.
3, 2, 1.
Start by charging the giant punch. Back throw. That was rough. I threw her a little bit too late. It didn't match well enough there, but it worked out well for me anyway. And Metal Mario, you saw me just pick him up and try and throw him underneath the stage last time. This time I'm not going to do that. This time, you know, he's gone for a walk with me. I don't need my stocks as much this time, and even then I was down stock anyway, so.
Just another quick race to the finish.
Captain Falcon, why'd you do that to me?
I was going to say, I'm like surprised that hit you through there, but I'm also not surprised at the same time.
54 Captain Falcon. Come on. I like his AI is probably the only one with something to prove, so. Thank you for both dropping to the platform there. Sick jump. Get him again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, last three. Good hit. All right.
I was a bit shaky in the middle, but
yeah.
overall, I've had really good polygons thus far. Master Head is way less aggressive on very easy than he is in normal. So thankfully I should be able to get a few more hits in on him.
Still the same 300 HP across all difficulties.
As you see, he tries to keep a constant distance away from me. Can't get my down smash. That's okay. Do you want to explain Z canceling or L canceling?
So, you probably heard the phrase Z cancelling if you're from a more modern game. For Z cancelling in 64. Basically, when you use a move with N lag and you hit the Z button at the... Well, in other games it would be at the right time, but it's the Z button a bit before you land. It cancels all the N lag from it.
Yeah, in Super Smash Bros. Melee, they have a very similar thing with L button cancelling, or just shield cancelling. And what that is like, if you press the button within 7 frames of landing, 7 frames before landing after using an aerial attack, it will cut the lag in half. In 64, that's buffed out to 11 frames. It cancels all lag, and you don't even need to get it once. You can just mash the shield button, and you're perfectly fine. The game will give it to you. It is a very free thing to do. If you play this game, or if you want to get into running this game, and you go for an aerial, you really want to just be mashing the shield button.
You just hit that shield button.
All right. Captain Falcon here, he is on Brinstar, which is a very tricky stage, as we were seeing with his walk up and up tilt.
And he's gone.
He was very kind to me there. All right, we've got one more in us. Can we switch anything up?
Yeah, so there can be Captain Falcon fights where he doesn't cooperate the way how he does, and it can take a lot longer than what was showcased.
Got hit by Link there. That's a bit unfortunate, a bit slow, but we missed the no damage bonus, so it works out for us in the end.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh man, these Yoshis.
They're being resilient the third time around.
Hey, but they were pretty good the first two. Man, this yellow.
That yellow one has been quite amazing.
I thought it was personal. Wasn't even the one that deserved it. I was just mad. All right, can we get Fox to...
Can we get a good Fox? Can we get a good Fox?
Fox did everything correct last time and the time before that. Once again, the problem that sucks is me. Okay,
well, there we go.
He just gave up.
He just gave up.
I missed the spike hitbox in the forward air, but Fox was just like, you know what, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'm a generous guy. You know, this is a charity. By the way, speaking of charity, JK Sessions, what is the Spyro Color donation incentive looking like right now?
Currently, we have black in at $560.
Yes, love that.
Green is sitting at $321. Pink, $60.70. And then red, yellow, blue, and purple all sitting at 0. If you want to see red, yellow, blue, and purple, you really need to get your game going.
I don't know what's going on right here.
Yeah. Also, I did a bit of working out of how much we need to double our PAX record. We're sitting roughly around $685 needed.
685, amazing.
To double the PAX record.
You guys have been absolutely insane. Give it up to all the
You've been
donators
crushing it.
for ASAP 2023. Give it up, everyone.
Round of applause.
Thank you guys so much.
3, 2, 1, go!
What the? That was really sketchy, and it was all my fault. Pikachu had nothing to do with that one. I was going to blame Pikachu, but yeah,
No.
Pikachu was doing me a solid. Yeah, I got it. Oop. I take damage here because I'm bad and I didn't get my dash down. All three of those Kirby's were just regular Kirby's. They didn't pick any of the...
Yeah.
Like, that's strange.
Interesting.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, here we go. We're going to see the Samus set up one more time.
Got it. 3 for 3 on that. That's really good. I'm really happy with that. And mess it up once in front of all these people. That's amazing.
Because when you do the cargo throw off and then you jump, Samus will always double jump. So landing that punch is very consistent.
Yeah, you need to be very quick to the draw. But Captain comes back for more.
Yeah. back for more.
Grandy's double level. I'm sweating. Yeah, Donkey Kong wants me. Ah.
Yep. Alright, 3 more fights left in the run, so it's just polygons one more time, then it's Master Hand, and then we take on good old Puff to round out the run.
Now, Puff before she's had a blow up, becomes really good into melee, and goes past the prime and brawl. What they did to Puff and Brawl is criminal.
Yeah. What they did to many of the cast members is pretty criminal.
By the way, we have a couple of donations here.
Oh, go for it.
Go nuts.
We have $20 from Dempsey, Black Spyro.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then we had $20 from JKU. It's JAYKYU. AusSpeedruns.
The double donation, thank you.
Yeah.
Paul's got to take out another one for me.
No, keep it rolling in. I want to see that double record.
Okay.
Yeah, so you'll see those Z cancellers coming to effect every time the forward air into the up air. The landing up air, you'll get that Z cancelled basically every time. You normally have a lot of end lag on that up air, but when you get that Z cancel out, it goes away.
Okay.
Oh no!
Too bad. I wanted the giant punch. I wanted it, and I missed it.
$21 from Barry Bludger. Black Spyro for the win.
Yes.
It's still keeping on going. We're hitting $600.
We do not want Green Spyro to be a dark horse, all right? We need to keep him coming. We need to keep a clean and consistent lead, people.
You're doing well. Keep it up. Keep it up. Alright, run last through the credits, and then we got everyone's favorite Pokemon.
Oh, myself. I was there, like, did the screen freeze? No. I'm absolutely blind for when the credits start and when the credits are ending, by the way. I can't see. The game switches resolution between it, and it takes a little bit for it to come back in, so.
2, 1, go!
Thankfully, Puff burns all of a good jump at the start, and time is coming up now.
29-22.
29-22. Sensational. It's a sub 30. I love that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, AusSpeedruns, for having me and Master on here. Absolutely amazing to be here. Thank you to absolutely everyone who's donated, not only during the run, but during the event, and is going to continue donating during the event. Really, really appreciate them coming in. We love you all very dearly. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Smash Brothers 64 speedrunning community. They've given me a lot of help while preparing for this run, especially Pikachu, the world record holder, and Imprisoned Shadow, another top runner of the game. I couldn't have done this without your guys' support. But yeah, I highly suggest if you guys ever wanted to get into running this game, it's really cool. You've got categories like this. You've got categories like all the bonuses. They are very optimized. They are very, very fun movement and execution heavy. I would highly recommend getting into stuff like that. They're really, really cool. Come check out our leaderboard on speedrun.com. Come join our Discord. People are very, very friendly, willing to help you. So yeah, but that's going to be it from me. Did you have anyone that you want to shout out, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you everyone for all your generous donations, and continue to enjoy the con in person, and those watching at home, keep enjoying what's left to come. Go Black Spyro!
Black Spyro, yes!
Thank you, Arrow, for that wonderful run. Coming up next, we have Monkey Island 2, LeChuck's Revenge, any percent, Grubby D. And then finally, we have Spyro 2 to bring it all to a close. But with that being said, it's a close for me for PAX this year. Oh, it's been a long one, but Australian Speedruns is not finished yet. I'm going to be handing it over to Insomnia to finish it all off for the day. So, with that being said, I'll hand it over to Insomnia. Thank you very much.
we have a $8.30 donation from Lim saying, "Who up monkeying Bay Island?" And that money will be going towards Pink Spyro. Make sure you get any more donations for that Spyro color in soon, as that will be after this run. And Black is still in a commanding lead on $601. Alright, won't be too much longer, so make sure you stick around for our Monkey's Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge run. Won't be, like I say, too much longer. Just waiting on a couple of tech hiccups, but they should be sorted. Looks like they might have it. Alright, and we are ready to get underway with Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge by Grubby D, so take it away.
Hey, thank you all very much. Seems weird to run a point-and-click adventure game, but here we are, and it should be pretty fun. Time starts when I click right here. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go. So the opening is awesome, and we're skipping all of it. So basically we play as Guybrush. He has defeated the ghost pirate LeChuck. And we just skipped a little cutscene there as well. Okay, so first bit of RNG here is Wally. So he takes a little bit. Oh, that was a very good pickup. None of the things are working. Sorry. It should have the default key mappings. Alright, this may be an incredibly difficult run. Let me see. Yep, I don't have any of the things. That's alright. We can make this work. It's just going to be a little awkward. Alright, so we do this little chat bit and we skip it. And then we use... Oh, we didn't get the paper because I didn't do the pickup. Alright, that's alright. We're going to just circle back. So we have to go pick up paper. And then come back down here. I might just not play. No, we don't even need that. Alright. Use that with that and go up here. Okay, so as I was saying, we are playing as Guybrush. He has just defeated the Ghost Pirate LeChuck, and he's been telling that story and making quite a bit of money off it. But people are getting a bit sick of his stories, so he wants to go and find the lost treasure of Big Whoop, which is a great name for a lost treasure. Use that with... Oof. Usually I would have hotkeys so that I could just hit U to use U's. But for whatever reason, the default key bindings aren't really working. Alright, so we come over here. And at the moment we've had Largo Legrand in a cutscene that we skipped has stolen all of our money. So, whoops. So we need to get rid of Largo. And what we're going to do is we're going to find a bunch of items to create a voodoo doll. Pick up that. I might need the hotkeys in a different section, might be the only problem, but we'll see how we go. Now there's a thing called Movement, and if I get it just right like that, we can do these things. Oh, this is tough. Okay. Movement basically, when Guybrush gets bigger and smaller when he walks, this sort of spam loads, because he does a big walk and a little walk. And in certain areas you can do this and it'll spam a big walk over and over, and it just speeds that up just a fraction. Pick up that. Alright. Can I use it Shift F5? No. That's alright. There is a way to get to the Scum VM bindings, but we'll see how we go. Nope. Okay. So we've almost got everything. We've just got to go dig up the bones of Largo Legrand's ancestor, and then we've got everything for our voodoo doll. So there's a couple of really good bits of tech in this game, and there's a lot of RNG. Which kind of makes this interesting. This first bit's pretty simple though. It's just a lot of finding all the things that we need to make a voodoo doll, which comes up later when we have to make another voodoo doll to defeat LeChuck, because we are very silly and give Largo his beard, which enables Largo to resurrect him. Nope. Use coffin. Oh, okay. Anytime I'm in this boat, you're welcome to read out donations because this takes a little bit.
All right, perfect. We have $50 from Stan S. Stanman with no comment, and another $50 from James and Sarah, Mighty Pirates. Go
Nice.
fast and wave your sword like a dairy farmer.
Haha, very nice. All right, so pick up string, and then we want to pick up the jar. So this will bring us over here. The jar's for later. We want to get the third dialogue option, and then it's a matter of timing these splits because it's you use dot skipping. Oh, last one. We use dot skipping to skip dialogue, but we also use escape skips, which you can do with both left and right click to do cutscenes. However, some dialogue sections are considered cutscenes. So you need to dot skip the bits that are just dialogue and cutscene skip the bits that aren't, even though they all look exactly identical. Okay, now it's back here, because we've got all the things. We've got the voodoo doll. We can defeat Largo Legrand. However, we don't have money to charter a ship out of here to get to Big Whoop. So what we want to do is use the string with the stick. Come back over here and get this mouse open and pick up. Usually I would do that almost instantaneously, but again, the key bindings are a bit funky. That's all right, we persevere. Now I'm going to want to use the soup because we're going to get this guy fired by putting a rat in the soup and then complaining that there is rat hair in the soup, because that's the kind of person that Guybrush is. He doesn't care who he has to hurt as long as he gets to the end goal. So this is another one of those ones where we dot skip for a bit and then we escape skip and then dot skip and escape skip. Usually we walk behind this, but I missed it. Okay. Now it's time to get rid of Largo Legrand. Bit of movement here. Now if we do, yep, perfect. Usually that screen scrolls across to the voodoo lady talking, but if you escape skip that quick enough, the screen doesn't scroll and you can just walk straight to the coffin.
And did we want one more donation?
Yeah, go for it.
Yep. So we have $20 from Taryn and Rod Dower, who says, Grub's fingers are fast, his mind is sharp, don't get too close, his bind is worse than his bark.
Thanks, Mum and Dad. All right, there's a really cool bit of movement here that basically skips this whole bit of pier. So if I do this just right, and we do, yep, there we go, and he just cuts that bit of pier out. Now I need, give that to Dread, and then need to charter a ship. And we have to pick up this parrot chow. We don't actually need the parrot chow in the run, but otherwise, every time we get on the ship, Dread will prompt us to basically go out and check use that in that to check the back of the boat. So we don't want to do that. Now we want to open this one to get some items and open this one to get all of our stuff back. Okay, so there's the 3 islands that we can go to. There is Scab, which we were on, Fat, which we're on now, and the last one is Booty Island. So basically we're just gathering a few more items to get map pieces. And that's basically the game. You want to get the map pieces to, okay, so that's 4 to get to the treasure. So we want to do the last thing he held up, which was 4, and then the last one was 5, and then next is 1. Okay, and then we say 1, and he says it's 8 red is the code we need. But before we do that, we need some books. So 8 red, if we can remember that. It's drastically important. All right, so we get that. We get that. And we come over and talk to this librarian. Option 2 gives us a little bit of a quicker dialogue. And then it's just timing some of these. All right, and that gives us the hex book and the location to the... I can't do... Oh, there, silly me. Pick up. There we go. So used to doing the hotkeys here. That's all right. All right, so it was 8 red. So we say 8 red. And we want the invitation to Elaine Marley's party. There we go, because she has a map piece in her possession, and we want that. All right, off to Booty Island. A couple of things we need to get here. We want to pick up that and say that we want it, and then walk back over here, pick up the horn. And there we go. So the reason we need the saw is for this next bit back on Scab, because we need some supplies that are in this guy's, the wood turning place. But we can't get hammer and nails when he's in there. So we do what Guybrush does, and we just cut off this guy's leg, because that'll get him to call for help, and we'll be able to get the things that we need. This is a little, if there's any more donations, this is a bit of a long one.
Yep, absolutely. We have $100 from Sister of J, who says, I am rubber, you are glue, let's cure cancer.
3488. Very nice. All right, so 3488 is the location. And then I cheat and check here, 3488. It's a little left of booty. That's fine. We'll use that later. So I want to use the banana with the metronome. We don't pick up the monkey yet, because it's actually quicker to talk to this guy. All right, and then it's dialogue option 1, 3, 3, and then we pick up Jojo. Because of course, it's a Monkey Island game. We can pick up a monkey. All right, we want to use these to make green liquid that looks like spit. Spit plays a big part in this game for some strange reason. All right, so we want to pick up nails, pick up hammer, and out we go. One of the few weird pathing glitches in this is we can say, go to Dread's ship, come back to Woodtick, and we're at Dread's ship. Alright, give that to him. Usually I'd walk there, but it makes it a bit harder with this. Okay, pick up the dress, because we need to look fancy for this party, so otherwise they won't let us in. Now, Stan has the crypt key, but there we go. I was just skipping a little early there. So use the nails with the hammer. He won't give us the crypt key. So instead, he gives us his hanky, which we need right at the end of the game. And then we just nail him into the coffin. He's showing us how he fits in the coffin, because, you know, we want to buy one, but we want to see it tried and tested yet first. All right, so I'm going to have to do this a bit different. Usually I would quickly use the straw with the what looks like spit before going to this screen, but I just can't quite get that to work. Now we pick up the flags. Now what we're waiting for here, and this is a big part of RNG that is quite frustrating, is that just happened. So now we need to wait a whole cycle. Her little thing will blow in the breeze, And when it does, we can safely spit and we'll win the competition. And hey presto, we've got this little plaque. So up we come. That was terrible pathing. A lot of this map work is about pathing. All right, so we put on our fancy dress, we walk back to the path and then over to here. I'm just gonna test a save load. Yep, perfect, that works, because if that doesn't, we're in trouble. All right, pick up the map and we leave. And it's easy as that, except that we get caught. Now we have to grovel. Full I've been. Nope, that was the wrong one. Second chance. False intentions. Kill me now. And we're good. Okay, so we need to basically make amends with Elaine. And then we come in and steal her ore. Now this next bit is going to be quite difficult. So I want to go... I messed that up. That's alright. We just don't get the slide brush glitch. That's a shame. Okay, so pick up dog. Because again, we can just pick up animals. Yeah, we didn't get slide brush, so that's a shame. You can usually slide across if you do a bit of a glitch there. And it puts Skybrush in a glitch state, but I stuffed it up a little bit. Now this part is going to be quite tough because it involves a lot of quick inputs. I'm going to do a save here. So we want to go pick up. Oh, we crashed. It's a good thing I put in a safety save there. So we can just reload. That's fine. But I might quickly check the key maps. It doesn't have any there. No, we'll just go ahead. All good. Start.
All right, while we reload, did we want one more
Yeah,
donation?
yeah, go for it.
Yep. So we have $20 from Brooke, who says, enjoying this more than Lord of the Rings Extended Edition. Go Grubby.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we're floating in midair now. So we use that, and then we use this one. So usually what would happen is the ore would break, and we would have to go get it repaired. But instead, crash. Instead, we can just do this. This might take a few goes. Sorry, folks.
We made it one peg further than last time.
We did. I'll do another safety save there. So we go pick up. Oh! I don't usually have this much trouble. Alright, load again. Walk. There we go. Alright. Use that one. Use that one. And we're going to do a safety save here. And pick up. Pick up. Got to get the timing just right. There we go. Thank you. That is rather difficult. Okay, so now we use these, and Guybrush goes to walk up it. That happens, and then we can skip because we need the visions of his parents telling us a answer to the bone puzzle, which is much later. The funny thing is when we walk back down, the ore's there and it's there, which is kind of funny. The game doesn't quite know what to do with that. Okay, so the reason as well, I forgot to mention, is to why we run this in FM Towns. Oops, I didn't lock my cursor in. There we go. The reason we run this in FM Towns, 3488, is because there's more to that puzzle. For anyone that's familiar with the game, you're meant to actually go to a cliff and then the map piece, 3488, the map piece blows to the top of a tree, but to do the cliff puzzle, you need to get a fish, give it to a fisherman to get his fishing pole, and there's just a lot. but because FM Towns couldn't render the map piece going up while there's a vertical scroll happening, they couldn't deal with a sprite moving and a vertical scroll, the devs decided to just strip that bit of the puzzle from the game, which cuts out a substantial amount. Okay, so now we give him this lost treasure, and he will give us his map piece. Alright, so now we frame Kate Capsize by putting her picture up instead of ours, and we just come straight back. So we're coming up to one of my favorite puzzle skips in this game soon. Alright, so what we're going to do here is I'm just going to check. So rib and head are the two things there. And then I've got a little printout of the different possibilities, and I'm just looking for rib and head. Alright, it is this one. Oh, perfect. So we have got the best possible outcome for the bone puzzle later in the game. So now we need to find Rapscallion, because he has the last piece. No, the fourth piece. We haven't got the third piece yet. Alright, so we want to use that with that. So we're swapping these books out because the quotes of the dead pirates are in this book. And we need to find out what Rapscallion's quote is to find out what coffin he's in, so that we can go and get the map piece off him. So this is a big bit of RNG here. So we find out it's not a coffin 1, it's a coffin 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The difference between a coffin 1 and a coffin 5 is about, I think it's about 30 seconds or more, because we have to visit that coffin 3 times. So if we can walk there quicker, it's much better. All right, bit of movement up here. All right, I want to use the monkey with that because, of course, it's a monkey wrench. Because these things make sense. All right, and right here is the cabin. So we go in and out because it's quicker to go in and use the map to do it than it is to actually walk through those tunnels to get to... All right. Oh, what am I doing? All right, pick up the mug and then walk here, use the tree with the mug, and then use the fake grog with the mug. So what we're doing here is a drinking competition with... I call him Grogs McGee, but his name is Rum Rogers Jr. But usually Guybrush would pass out here. So we've swapped it with fake booze, and instead Rum Rogers will pass out. You can read out another donation if there's any. This is a bit of a long one too.
No donations, but just a reminder to keep them coming. We are very close to $16,000 and just slightly further away from doubling our previous highest amount raised, which was at PAX last year. So that would be a really nice milestone to reach. And we have one run and whatever's left of this run left to get there. So make sure we get those donations in.
So that little bit I just did there, where I clicked on the trapdoor, normally for that puzzle we actually need to get... there we go. We actually need to get a mirror and a telescope to shine a light through the window, to shine on the right brick so that we push the right one. Open. Pick up. Sorry. So that we get through to the map piece. But it was very recently discovered that if you just push any brick and click on the trapdoor, Guybrush just magically goes to the use, not pick up, magically goes to the right room. So that cuts out having to get the telescope, getting the mirror, a whole heap of things which have this sort of flow-on effect. All right, so that jar we looked at earlier was so that we can make a potion of sorts to bring Rapscallion back to life because we want that map piece. And he took it with him to his grave, quite literally. So we come over here and we say, yeah, I'll take that. And we just skip out. Okay, so now we've got the ash to life. We can go and resurrect Rapscallion and basically ask, hey, we want your map.
And since we're in a boat, did we want one donation?
Yeah, go for it.
Yep, we have had a $300 donation from Craigle Bagel towards Green Spyro, putting it in the lead on $621, ahead of Black on $601, and Pink on $69. So that, yeah, like I say, puts Green Spyro in the lead, so Spyro is in fact green. We have the rest of this run, so about 10 more minutes to get any more last donations in for that if you do want to see a black or different colored Spyro. And that does push us over $16,000, I believe.
Amazing. Okay, so what just happened there is we spoke to Rap, and he won't give us his map piece because he feels like he has unfinished business. And he wants us to help with that. And that unfinished business is that he left his burners on. So we go and turn them off for him. He has died thinking, wait, did I leave the stove on? And he can't rest. So now he can. We can go and tell him, hey Rap, you left the burners on. It's all good. And he will give us the map piece and a good old thumbs up. All right, I'll get on that second dialogue here. And there's the thumbs up. All right, now we've got all 4 map pieces. So we can go and see Wally. And because we stole his monocle at the start of the game to give to Dread to take us on the ship, we give him this lighthouse lens to see the map pieces. So we want to go give lens to Wally, and then give map piece to Wally, and then we skip. So he said, yeah, cool. I'll put it together, but first, can you go pick up my love potion from the voodoo lady? There's a really good right here. Yep, that's a quick walk. There we go. We got it. It's a bit of a tough one sometimes. All right, so we're going to go pick up the love potion, but the voodoo lady's going to tell us that something has happened to Wally, and he's been taken by LeChuck, who has been resurrected, who we haven't really seen yet because I'm skipping all the cutscenes. Come over here, get on that first dialogue option, and we say, yeah, cool. And off we go. So now we've got the Juju bag with Wally's love potion inside, which we will need to use later.
And did we want one more donation?
Yeah, go for it.
Yep, no worries. We have a few that have come in. So we have $10 from Bernie, who says, doing awesome, Grub, keep it up. And $20 from Lane, who says, great job. And then $50 from Oscar, who says, you'll have to pry Black Spyro from my cold, dead hands, putting that one $29 in the lead.
All right, so this one is here, and it's rib, leg, rib, head. Rib, leg, rib, head. This is not the one I thought it was. Use. No, it's push. Must be these ones. Push. Rib. leg, rib. Oh, that's a good bone puzzle. Usually they're all over the place. We want to go open door, pick up key. All right, there we go. Yeah, usually the bone puzzles are sort of all over the shop, and you can have to walk quite a lot to get them, but that was pretty forgiving. So we get some spit, and we spit on the pan. We want to turn the light off with that candle, so... There we go. Now we usually play this game without audio because there's some audio cues like this one that we need to wait for, and without audio they just load quicker. Alright, use matches. And we're going into the last island, which is Dinky Island. So we can skip all of that. This thing I want to do here might not be possible without hotkeys, but we'll see. So use with ocean. And then use it with that, and then use the crowbar. Is it going to work with the barrel? Nope. Use crowbar with barrel. Usually if we're quick enough, we can get the... oh, didn't even work then. We can get that to just happen straight away. Alright, give that. Now we want to turn the speed of the subtitles down here, because that parrot, anytime he talks, if Guybrush is trying to do something, he'll say, I can't reach it, just like that. But with slower subtitle speed, he speaks less often, so that was pretty unlucky. Alright, come up this way, and use the bottle against that to break it. Oopsie daisies. Ah! Right. And we'll get... those. So we need to make more crackers because that bird won't tell us where the X marks the spot is for the treasure of Big Whoop, which we're coming to find. Alright, this will be a little difficult too. Pick up, use that with that, pick up that. Usually you can sort of do those. How do I use crowbar with rope? There we go. And give cracker to bird. So usually here he tells us to go north, and then we're meant to go north and give him another cracker. But we can just give him both crackers here because we know where we're going. And now we can actually get to where we need to go. And he did it again. Oh, that bird. Alright, we also want to light the dynamite. Now we're coming into the most frustrating part of the run, which is LeChuck. Because LeChuck will spawn you to random rooms. And you can be on world record pace, and LeChuck will make or break that run. Alright, so we're on the light switch, which is good, although it's not going to matter because I can't hotkey. But we can walk to it. This is a pretty long one if there's anything else.
Absolutely. We have had $300 from Liquid Wi-Fi, $200 from Jimmy Boy, and $300 from Ninten, all titled, As God Intended, Spyro Shall Be Purple. So Spyro Purple is now in the lead on a whopping $800, with green on 621 and black on 651. Going from 0 to the lead in a space of about 2 minutes. And that does put us on $17,000 raised as well.
Amazing. Okay, so we're going to be abusing quick saves and quick loads here. So I'll get my cursor about where I think it needs to be. So basically to get around this, we just quick save. And if LeChuck doesn't send us to the room we want, we quick load and try again. Sometimes that can take a while, but we'll see how we go. And alright, ready for the quick save, which is there. Oh, perfect. We don't even need it. So, pick up, pick up again, open, pick up. Oh, this is really difficult. That actually works a little bit in our favor because we can go use that with that. Oh, no. He got us. That's all right. I'll take that. All right, so we want to go open, box, pick up, balloon, open, box, pick up, dolls, use doll, walk this way, use doll with that, too slow, use that with that. Okay, so the reason we need that is because we need to be lighter to let the elevator actually bring us up. So use that. Oh, LeChuck, buddy, you're killing me. With that, and we want to pick up LeChuck. So we'll rip his underwear out. So all we're doing here is we're building a voodoo doll for LeChuck. So we can use his underwear with this and use that with LeChuck, and that gets his boogers. And another save load here. So we want to wait for the first bit of dialogue. Save, skip. That's actually not too bad. We'll take that. Use that with that. Use elevator. Go in. And when LeChuck arrives, use the lever so we get his beard bits. So I'm gonna actually just, for the safety of it, use that and then go back down. Because if we build the doll in here, that's a good LeChuck. We get a funny little animation because the game doesn't intend you to ever do this in this room. So LeChuck goes whoop, away, and back he comes and oh, he's gone again. All right, we're coming up to the end of the run now, which is where the game takes a bit of a turn and becomes incredibly strange, and a lot of people hate the end of this game. I appreciate it a little more now, but it is odd. So if I'm on the right dialogues, oh, not quite. That can be quite hard to line up perfectly. All right, so when Guybrush says, yes, mum, will be the end of the run. That'll be time. I'll let you know. All right, so we got 1, 2, and time. There we go. Thank you very much. That was incredibly difficult, having to use the verbs and not hotkey it. I've never had to do that before. But we got there. I just want to quickly shout out my wife and kids for coming along to watch this today. It was a 3-hour drive, so really, really great for that. Big shout out to the Speedy Adventures Discord community. If anyone wants to speedrun adventure games, they cover all of it there. So whether it's Sierra, LucasArts games, whatever, all of it's over there. Great, great community. That's me. Thank you very much, AusSpeedruns. And everyone watching, everyone donating. It's been amazing. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, PAX. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I just want to jump on to the speedrunning stage here and give a big thank you to the amazing team at AusSpeedruns. My name's Shane. I'm the head of gaming and streaming at Cure Cancer, and we've been working with the amazing team at AusSpeedruns for 2 years now. We are so incredibly grateful for this amazing community and what they've been able to do for our cause. As of this event, AusSpeedruns over the past 2 years has raised an incredible $90,000 for groundbreaking cancer research, but I think it deserves a massive round of applause. 50,000 of that has just come this year, which is incredible. And just on Friday, our Game on Cancer initiative pushed past a massive milestone. In the past 4 years, we've raised $1 million for groundbreaking cancer research as well. So AusSpeedruns and your generosity represents about 10% of that, which is just amazing. So on behalf of our researchers, on behalf of the team back in Sydney from Cure Cancer, and on behalf of everyone who's been impacted by this terrible disease, thank you so much for your support each and every year. Well, we're at $18,000 something now. That's incredible, particularly when last year $8,000 was raised. So just incredible. Thank you again. If you'd like to learn more about Game on Cancer, hit up the website, and we look forward to seeing you all again for ASM. Thank you, everyone.
All right, and stick around because up next we will have Dactyl speedrunning Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage 40 Orb, and we should be getting underway with that shortly, so don't go anywhere. All right, and the Spyro's 2 Spyro Color incentive is now officially closed, and the final winner is Purple with that late resurgence on $800. Alright, and we are ready to get underway with Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage by Jackville. So take it away when we're ready.
Hello.
Hi everyone. Yeah, hi, I'm Dax. This is going to be Spyro 2. This is the original version for the PlayStation, not the remake that came out a few years ago. I guess we'll get started. So because it's purple won the bid war, I don't have to do anything because it's the default color. So I'm just going to start the game, and I'll tell you when to start timer because we start on movement.
Yep. And we're joined here by Zomi G Spyro himself.
Yeah, the legend. All right, time starts now.
All right.
Cool. So immediately you'll see this game lets you get out of bounds very easily. There's some unintended movement techniques that you can do. Basically, if you let go of directional buttons and then charge in the air, you charge upwards, which means you can go way higher than you're supposed to. Yeah. We call that a double jump, and I'll be using it constantly through the run. It might be kind of hard to notice if you're not familiar with the game, but I'm using it all the way. I'll use it to get across this bridge without paying money bags. You're supposed to pay some gems to get across there. I already did the lamps challenge in an unintended way as well. You're supposed to get a Superfly power up, fly around the level, but with some particular mechanics of the flame, you can flame upwards. Oh, what's that?
Yeah, the flame also follows if you
change directions.
Yeah, the flame will push up like Dax doing here. You're meant to get like a Superfly power up.
There we go.
And just fly around and light all the gems.
Yeah, if you flame, then charge, and then jump, Spyro's head angles upwards, and the flame will angle up with it.
Yeah, doing this is a lot faster than like killing, I think it's 10 enemies you need in here.
I haven't got the power up in this
It's
level
like
in
9
so
or 11 or something like that. It's actually quite a few.
Right here. Yeah, it's 10.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You pretty much have to get like everything before the bridge.
Cool.
And there's the first level already done.
Yes. So I'll talk a little bit about what this category is. This is called 40 Orb. The way this game is supposed to work is that you go to each of the levels. In the first 2 worlds, you get all the talismans, which are like the little collectible you get for beating the level. That unlocks the first 2 bosses, and then you're supposed to need to get 40 orbs, which are like the secondary collectible to unlock the final boss. If you've seen an any percent run of this game, you'll know that you don't have to do any of that. You can just skip into all of the bosses, beat the game in less than 10 minutes.
Yep.
But this category bans that, so I have to play the game a little bit more the normal way through the game, but you will see very obviously that I'm not actually playing the levels in the intended way at all.
Yeah, it's like a legacy category pretty much.
Yeah. Normally with this level here, Idle Springs, you have to free these guys by killing the enemy that's attacking them or bugging them around.
Yeah.
And then it will like unlock the next door. Actually did try to go for something called a proxy. Basically, we're trying to get
another one of this.
Yeah, you can try to get Spyro inside of another hitbox when you're charging, and then when you stop charging, the game goes, "Hey, Spyro's not supposed to be here," and it tries to get Spyro out of there and just launches him. Sometimes you can get some really, really good hide out of them.
Yeah. So I want to get a proxy off one of these beetles to skip up to the end of the level. That's good.
Nice.
It's slightly too high.
It's fine.
Yeah, so
it's better than missing it.
Yeah. Time in the route.
Yeah.
Yeah, there will be quite a lot of those in this run. I tried to do one at the very start of the level to just speed things up a little bit, but that second one that I did get is pretty much mandatory for this route. And on the way, I killed 8 enemies because I want to do an orb challenge. There's a supercharged power-up down here. It's not possible to kill all of these, at least at the point we're at, without this supercharge, so I do need to kill the 8 enemies.
Shout out to Blumbos.
To what?
To Blumbos,
Oh.
the Hula Girls.
yeah. But yes, the orbs you collect in a few different ways. Some of them are just sat out in the world, especially in the home world. You'll just be able to pick them off the ground. Others you get for completing different mini-games and side challenges. So this category, you see a lot more of the levels than you would in a shorter run, but without it being a 100% run. I don't have to like collect all the gems, for example, which would make the run a lot longer.
Yeah, this run gives you kind of like a good idea on how like the whole game is.
Okay.
Yeah. Now we're going to learn how to glide because we've never
played
this game before.
Nice.
Nice job.
Nice job. Yeah. Jump, glide, hover. This is actually a good demonstration of Spyro's movement.
Very
Except I won't actually be doing most of this stuff.
Are you going to get the orb that's just over there? Yeah, sweet.
So, really good example of how powerful the double jump is, if I don't mess this up. Big jump, glides.
Yeah, easy.
You're supposed to need to go around the long way with having the swim power up.
That orb, you have to get 500 gems and then talk to Moneybags to unlock the swim power up, then go straight back to the like very beginning of the home world, and then swim underneath and come all the way back.
Yeah,
saves a lot of time, that one.
Yeah, something to note. I will not. So the progression in this game, each of the home worlds has an ability that you can buy from Moneybags. Nice little skip through the nose there. So there's the swim, there's the climb, and then there's head bash in the last world. I won't be buying any of those. Climb and head bash aren't too tricky to skip, but skipping swim does add in a few pretty tricky things to the run. It makes them mandatory. So it's a kind of advanced strat to skip swim. But it means you don't have to collect 500 gems in the first 3 levels, which is a big
Very fast, yeah.
Yeah.
You can do a bit of an extension with the double jump as well by walking forward, letting go of any directional input, and then performing a double jump, you'll extend it a bit further as well. And that's used a lot more, and just in general, once you get better at the game.
Yeah, so I'm flaming all these statues to free the spirits. This cutscene's not skippable.
We have this really hard boss fight coming up here. Yeah, it's so hard.
Spoiled it by saying it's a cutscene.
Oh, and the cutscene's over. Good job, Dax.
So the next thing I'm going to be doing is hockey. Now, hockey was not in the route for a long time. The route for this category has changed a lot over the years as we've discovered new stuff, made stuff faster. Because there's 64 total orbs you can get, but we only need 40 of them, so there's a lot of room for route differences. But I'll be doing a strat here that will hopefully make this very consistent and very fast. I need to do that 5 times in a row. It's fairly precise.
Yeah, this minigame here is a pretty heavy reset point, especially at the top level.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I knew as soon as I jumped. So you need to time your jump so that you jump like as soon as you gain control. But because you can't jump if you're moving on ice, you need to you have to time it. You can't just like start moving early. Yeah, nah. So each one of these missed quick shots loses about 7 seconds. So it's, as Fox said, it's kind of a reset point if you're going for a good time. Should be good. No, okay. Yeah, unfortunate. That's alright though.
That's fine. You got a couple in. People got to see it.
Yeah, he see what I was going for at least. Now, hardest part of the run is saying no to doing hockey 2. Because hockey 2 is...
Oh, but I mean, hockey.
It has the potential to be fast, but it's way more luck dependent.
Yes, it's pretty much the same thing, but you get an opponent.
Yep.
That
becomes a 1v1 match.
Little technique there we call a Sproder Man, where you kind of crawl along the wall. It's very strange, but it's basically the same inputs as the double jump. You just do it against the wall. Oh, get out of the way. Get these last 2 and then grab a couple gems. So I do need to collect gems in this run, but not very many. I need... How many do I even need? Like 800 for the whole run, which is not a lot when I'm playing as much of the levels as I am.
Where do you talk to Moneybags in this run?
Zephyr and Shady.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I need 400 to unlock two different levels later in the run.
Yep.
But because I'm not buying swim, I'm not buying climb, I'm doing any of that stuff.
The deck's trying to get a proxy out of this frog heap. Pretty much, you just, same thing as the other one we did earlier, but this time instead of flaming, you just jump into the hitbox, hit X at the right time, and you'll shoot it straight out.
So sometimes you don't even need a double jump to get out of bounds. The way this game is built, oh nice, I'll just go up the stairs I guess. The way this game is built, a lot of the scenery that you're not supposed to be able to get to just isn't solid. Oh, nearly, okay. Ooh. So I get a few attempts at that. There's an orb up on the ledge above where I was that is really quick to get, but I don't have swim or climb, which would be the two easy ways to get it. So I have to use a proxy to get up there. There's a couple, there's some backups, and I get lots of attempts.
Yeah, the other way to get that without getting climb would be unlocking swim, as Dak said, and then getting a swim in air where you go out of bounds and then barely touch the swim plane, and then you can just swim out of bounds all the way there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I don't think you see any swimming airs in this run, which has got to be
I don't remember.
a first for a Spyro 2 and 3 category.
It's weird. It's weird seeing Spyro 2 without any swimming air.
So there's a hole in the roof here, so we can just skip straight down into the talisman room. And then there'll be another proxy coming up, but this one will be a bit different. This is just a piece of terrain that is just kind of too small for Spyro to fit in. And so if I just jump in here, it just kind of squeezes me up and out, and I can land on this ledge.
Yeah, so hence the term squeeze proxy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like a failsafe to prevent you from getting stuck. That's basically how it works. So I'll go for the frog squeeze in the home world a couple times. Hopefully I get it. If not, I'll just continue. But then I will be doing one of the hardest parts of the swimless route.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah. Can do it off this one as well. No. Okay. There is, even if I can't get the frog, there is a scenery proxy I can do that's just slow. I don't know, you might not have seen that one.
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, but so Sunny Beach, we are supposed to need swim to get through this level.
This level revolves around swim, basically.
I cannot go the intended way through this level. So I'm going to set up this turtle in a specific position, and you might have an idea from that what I'm trying to do here.
Yep. If you haven't guessed already, Spyro 2 is a lot of get Spyro really high in very unintended ways. Nice.
Luckily, there's a lovely hole in the roof.
Yeah, it just happens to be there.
Hole in the roof.
Thank you, Insomniac.
Also helps you get up to here, which you need climb to get to usually.
Yes. Yeah. Even if I could use swim, I would still need to do a turtle proxy to get to this.
Is there no swim in there that you can get to get out there?
I don't have swim.
Well, if you had swim.
Oh, you could, yeah. But it would be slower. Yeah. So there is another orb you can get from this guy. It's just a longer version of the same challenge. I think the route that the world record does get that, but I do a slightly different route that gets a different orb later instead.
Yeah, shout out to King from it.
Yeah. All right, last couple of attempts at the frog squeeze, and if not, I will do the scenery proxy back up.
Oh, yeah. We've had a couple of good ones now.
Nope. Okay, we're going this way instead. So I'll grab an orb that's just chilling out in the home world. And then jump on this wall that you're supposed to lower by talking to money bags.
Yeah, saves 400 gems.
That's not high enough? No, that's not high enough. I'll have to try that again. So this is kind of awkward. Like, you don't want to have to do this. It's slow, and you get, like, it's kind of tricky to get the right height. But there is a piece of this tree that it just lets you do this. That may be good enough. No, that's not high enough either.
Did we want a donation while we went back around?
Yeah.
Yep. So we had $20 from Jasmine, who says, a great game to end PAX with. Best of luck to the runner.
Oh.
kind of important that I don't fall in here.
Falling down there is a bad day.
Okay,
Oh,
that's good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good.
Cool. All right. So that orb is like the reason that Swimless was not done for a long time. Like before the frog squeeze was discovered, the only way to really get up there without swim in air or climb was just a normal frog proxy, just jumping on it, and completely impossible. It's so hard.
Yeah.
All right. So another mandatory proxy in this level, but this one's a lot easier, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah, the hitbox. So with the proxies, the fodder when you kill it, the bodies, I guess, survive for a certain amount of time before they just disappear. And the sheep has quite a long one. It's much easier to...
You only need a little one to get up there, which is nice. And then we can hit the last button. You're supposed to go through that level hitting buttons to fill up the level with water. And this guy won't give you the talisman until you fill the level. But by doing that skip, we can just hit the last button immediately, fill up most of the level. It does actually break some stuff, but we don't really care. And then head out here and...
Just look at the ground.
Yeah, if you've got another donation, I'll be swimming against the ground for a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. So we have $20 from Tarawa, who says, "Hi, my name's Tara, Tarawa, or Tara for short." And $50 from Keita Latte, who says, "Great job on the event so far, everyone. Going for Mario Kart Toad Screams for more Mario Kart Toad Screams, please." And $10 from Mango Punch, who says, and I quote, "E."
Thanks, everyone. So yeah, that out of bounds. Basically, there's a big invisible wall around this area, but if you swim into the ground like that, the invisible wall just doesn't apply to you. Obviously, you're moving very slowly because you're swimming into the ground, but you can just skip the invisible wall, and you can get that seahorse from the tower. There's a challenge in this level where you're supposed to free 6 seahorses from these towers in order, but the NPC only actually cares about the last one. So as soon as you free the last seahorse, he just gives you the orb, and you can ignore the rest of them.
And now Hunter's like, hey, I know you need these orbs to like save Avila and stuff, but like, do you mind just like training my manta ray real quick? Hunter's the real villain in this game.
Okay, that's a legitimate a legitimate thing.
He's like trying not to get him dented. It's a mess, right?
Hunter's the real villain of the Spyro 2. Let's be honest.
Yeah, go through all of Hunter's dialogue. I think we can figure it out from there.
Got to be careful not to get ahead of this guy, because so I do a little wiggle to slow down a little bit, because if you get ahead, you don't go through the ring and you lose the challenge. All right. So honestly, that's probably the hardest part of the run. The first homeworld it's rough with all the mandatory proxies and the big skips. Gets it a little bit easier from here, which is nice.
The levels start to open out a little bit more after this.
Thankfully, we get walks to the first boss because we have all the talismans. Otherwise, we would have been stuck in there because that wall... technically, you can get out of there, but it's not.
Pain.
Yeah, it's not something you want to have to do. So this boss is pretty much it's pretty much the same every time, but it does have some interesting strats.
Yeah, it's pretty much fully worked out.
So I'm gonna get up here so that I can set up for some damage abuses, which will kind of trick Crush's AI into not doing what he's supposed to do.
And see, Dak led Crush just a tiny bit away from that, then otherwise he would have run to another one of those.
Yeah, if he's still on the same one, if he's still on the center of the thing, he will move to a different one. But if you lead him slightly off it, he'll just go back to the same one and save some time. Now, I took also those damage boosts are quite useful as well, because I'm now at 0 sparks, which is nice for a trick later. I'm not going to get any health to make up for that. And then now that he actually follows you after you hit him, you can just lead him off, say, like, just no problem. And then on the last phase, the rocks don't actually damage you.
Yeah.
You can just chill there.
Same happens in SRT, it's great.
Yeah. Cool. First boss down.
No, Crush!
Excellent performance.
Thank you. I love that line so much.
Another thing that's worth explaining as well is flame charges. So when you normally flame the chests, or the little baskets, I should say, the gems will just drop out of the ground, like they'll just drop to the ground. You have to go pick them up. If you flame and then charge with specific timing, the gem will just home into you, and you don't have to actually pick it up. So you can just keep running around.
Yeah, it's very, very important for like 100% runs, for example, where you're collecting all the gems, but we do use it here as well. I might not make that. That's
it's close.
Kind of a tight double jump.
Yeah. Yeah, that double jump skips having to like free those 3 guys and then having to wait for them to talk and then launch you across.
So
and then there's another 4 that you have to do.
Yeah, I'm going to kill 15 enemies in this level because I'm going to be doing the Draklets challenge. Nice little Sproder up here.
Nice. Skip saves having to buy money bag for the bridge.
There's a few ways to skip that bridge, but just with the way the route is killing enemies, you want to be able to do it from there. I'll go for this jump.
Yeah, we've already saved like 1,100 gems.
Okay. I tried to do a full jump there that saves like a second, but
hey, it's all about the swag.
Pay off. Instead, I will go up here, and yeah, again, you're supposed to free some guys that roll a big boulder down into this room so you can get in, but the roof is not solid. As I was mentioning earlier, most of the stuff that you're not supposed to be able to reach is just not solid to save on space and memory and stuff. So now I've got 15 enemies, so I'll kill a couple of these guys. No, I won't. So I've got to be careful here because I don't have any health. So I'm going to miss some gems now because I wanted to have sparks available for this section because I want gems, but I have to play it kind of slow now because I don't have gems. I don't have sparks.
I was about to say, you don't have gems? God, you gotta get 400 more.
Yeah. Like, the gem route in this category is not tight at all, but you do get quite a lot in this tunnel.
Yeah, there's a good amount of like 5s and stuff around here. A lot of 2s as well.
Good.
Nice.
UFC.
So yeah, that was probably slower than just doing Turtles 2, but if you do the level properly, then it's faster.
Fine, we've got to see more content.
Yeah. So I'll be going for another proxy off an enemy at the start here. It's a very minor one. It just lets us get to the dinos challenge slightly quicker. But it is.
It's not that much slower to talk to the guy and then wait for the bridge, but
you don't need to wait for the bridge. You can just double jump.
Oh, you can just double jump.
Yeah. But.
Oh yeah, because by the time you get across, you
can do
lovely.
I love how much unnecessary height you can get out of that one too.
You can go way higher.
Yeah, well, imagine just being the little dragon there. Last thing you see is just.
You just see Spyro's face going straight at you.
Yeah, the dragon just jumping into you.
If anyone played this game as a kid, you might remember this challenge, and especially the second one of it being unreasonably difficult.
Sucks.
But if you know where everything is going to spawn, it's always the same pattern.
Yeah.
It becomes very easy.
It's actually also a very logical pattern, especially for the first one.
Yep.
Thank you for helping.
Now, the only other orb in this level is the bone dance with all the lizards, and
can we watch it?
No, it's too slow, unfortunately.
Cheeky little jump off the scenery there.
Yeah.
Ah.
Excellent.
Nice.
Yeah. And now this next one has a really cool strat. So there's this orb challenge where you have to kill a bunch of floating mines around the level, and you can do that quite quickly, but it puts you in at the end of it, it puts you in a spot that's really far away from the talisman. It's like on the other side of the level.
Yep.
And so being on no sparks here is setting me up for a death warp that I'm going to do. I really hope I get it, because if not, it kind of messes up the route, but it's not too bad.
But if you get it, it'll be sick.
Yeah, well. So, a little scenery jump up here. Use this cannon, kill that guy, and then I'll kill the ones over here. missed the early cycle, but all good. They're just kind of there in the background, and then there's one behind here. Ah, that jump up onto the track is quite tricky, so I'll do this instead.
Cool. Yeah, normally you're meant to be in a little cart there, going around the track.
Head over here to get the last 4 mines.
Actually, a really cool strat in Hundo to go get all of them as Spyro.
Yeah.
Nice. Very nice.
So I'm going to die in the cutscene here. I didn't, it looked like I didn't get the orb, but I did, I promise. I did get the orb. And it puts me, it doesn't give me a checkpoint though, which you would normally get there. And so I just respawn back at the start of the level and can head straight for the talisman.
Yeah, the
parkour on the boat.
The checkpoint's after the little bouncing, and then Zoe comes and zaps you, and then you've got the checkpoint.
Yeah.
Because imagine being that bird, and then Spyro just Spyro just appears and dead.
Bird, correct. Great bird.
It's like, congrats, you're right there. You need help.
And in this cutscene, did we want another donation?
Sure, I'll just point out that I'm going to do some jumps here that will skip buying the climb power-up. But yeah, go ahead.
All right, so we have $30 from Aggie, and they say, another amazing event. Thank you to all the incredible ASM staff, runners, and volunteers for making it happen. Extra special shout out to the tech crew extinguishing all the fires that popped up throughout the event.
There were a lot of fires.
So yeah, you would normally have to pay 500 gems to buy climb there, but we can just jump, do some parkour on the castle and get up here.
You can't call it parkour if you didn't say parkour every time you jump.
Fair. So I'll go for a proxy here. I probably won't get this. I only learned it fairly recently, and I'm not super consistent at it yet, but nah. Okay, you can proxy off that camel, get over the wall there. It's not a huge time save, but
yeah, Scorch,
worth a try.
Scorch, normally you're supposed to go around the level. There's 3 distinct sections that all have like this button they have to press that raises up a flag and then opens up the next door.
Yeah. And both of the orb challenges in this level are very slow, so we won't be doing them. We'll just straight to the talisman and head out.
Yeah, Bombo's like terrifyingly slow.
Yeah. The monkeys used to be in the route a long time ago.
Yeah, monkeys like alright, but
kind of borderline, but
yeah. Yeah, there's one of the orb challenges you actually have to like run around the level and do like a couple of laps of them. It's not fun. It's also hard as well.
I missed it 10 gen now. Okay, no worries. So this level is hard to explain. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Daedalus or not, but basically you are supposed to flame a bunch of these satyrs, these bagpipe guys that are trapped in crystal, to free the talisman giver. And she's not, you can skip into the room where she is, but she's not there. And so, but by doing some very specific movement with some camera work, like moving the camera in the right way, we can avoid spawning or despawning her before we get there.
This is a really cool trick.
Yeah. And then with a precise, wait, did I do that right? Okay, there we go. With a precise jump. Nice.
Nice.
Good. Okay. I was very worried about that. Because if you miss that, if you just jump in there and you don't get anything because she's despawned, you lose a lot of time. You basically have to re-enter the level and try again.
No way out of there.
Yeah. Well, look, you can get out of there. It's just that you can't make the NPC spawn back once she's despawned.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The fracture route for 14 Tally was pretty static for ages, and then this came out and made it heaps shorter.
This is one of the biggest, like one of the most recent like big discoveries was that, the Daedalus. It was one of those things that like people theorized about for years, and it's like, no, it's not possible, and then suddenly it was. Skip a door here by jumping through the window. I could just open the door. I have enough orbs. You only need 8. But it's just quicker to skip the door instead of
going to Professor and talking to him and
exactly.
Yeah.
So I need to kill 2 enemies here for a power-up in the volcano, and then I'll be heading into the blue area to do the popcorn minigame, which is kind of notorious for being just really random. It's one of those things that is like, it's luck-based, but you can still save a lot of time by being better at it. It's like skill plus a heavy dose of RNG. Kind of want to read where the crystals are going to pop out based on the white smoke, and also based on Hunter's movement, because he always moves towards one that's coming out.
Another case of, hey Spyro, I know you need this to like save Avalanche, but like you want to come play a game with me real quick?
Some mini game with me first. Yeah.
Saying it's pretty sus, you know?
Yeah.
Just saying, it's something a villain would do.
So the behavior of the actual popcorn, the crystals, doesn't change between the first and the second challenge, but Hunter gets much better at it. It's actually not unusual to get to like lose this challenge if you're not on top of it.
That'd be really funny if you lost this one right now.
Oh man.
Okay, don't actually do it.
No.
I've already cursed one runner.
One and one more. Good. All right.
Nice.
Not too bad. Even Hunter said I'm really good.
Already over halfway through our orb count.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The kind of concentration of orbs gets big, like more like the orbs get more concentrated in the route as you get further through, because the last world has lots of quick orbs in each level. So
do you get any of the end of level orbs in?
All but Cloud Temples.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So in the last home world, all of the talismans, because you don't need to go somewhere else, all the talismans get replaced by orbs. Yeah, this minigame's pretty simple. Just pick up the rocks.
It's simple, but it's quite tough to do fast.
Yeah.
Like, you need to go quickly enough to like save time, but also don't overdo it, and the rocks don't spawn in time, or you miss stuff. This guy can just eat your rocks sometimes. They just vanish into the ether.
Got a snack.
And then do a cool little sequence break here where I'll snipe this guy from long range and then do a super fly jump up onto the volcano, which activates the talisman cutscene, and it kind of activates both events at once. And just like in Breeze Harbor, actually, the orb cutscene gets interrupted, but you still get the orb.
Yep. When's the point they actually get the orb? Like the game registers it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Alright, I'm good on gems, which is nice. As I said before, you don't need a lot of gems, but the actual gem count requirements are coming up very soon, so I need 400 to unlock this level, and then another 400 to unlock the next level. But thankfully, you can get a lot in this level here, because it's kind of an escort mission. You have a lot of time just waiting.
A lot of downtime just to go pick up a bunch of gems.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to escort the little hippo.
Yeah.
So we flame the trees, they drop fruit. The fruit makes him bigger, and he breaks the doors for us, and then we can get through.
Yeah, there's a lot of downtime in this level.
Yeah, you have a lot of time to do stuff. And then the second half is the orb challenge, where there's the thieves that you need to kill.
Yeah.
But try and kill the enemies in this tunnel, because sometimes Shorty, the hippo, he can kind of get stuck. So I just kind of wait here, make sure he's actually following me. Want to kill that guy because he'll get in the way later. Pick up a rock, also for later. And then kill these enemies because they can kind of get in Shorty's way, or at least move him out of the way. It's good enough. Talk to this guy to activate the orb challenge. This spawns 3 thieves, which I'll need to kill. Oh, that camera was very weird. All right, nearly fell off there. So these thieves might have caused trouble if you're a kid, but you can actually just snipe them with the rocks in this level. It's makes them very easy. And then this one just snipe them with the flame, grab a couple gems in the downtime before we get spawned.
Thanks for bringing.
And grab our orb. What's my gem count now?
368, I think I saw. No, 286.
No, that's
yeah.
fine. I'm good. Yeah, so there's 75 gems on a little island coming up, and then there's a bunch that I can grab in the home world on the way as well. So I am fine on gems. Sometimes I end up inexplicably over gemmed. I don't really know why, but I do actually have to grab a few extras here. I'm a little under where I'd like to be, but that's fine. And then you're supposed to go up on the whirlwind to the tower at the top of the castle to get to this island, but as you can see, we can kind of jump on the roofs, get over this way, grab the 75 gems and the orb, and then head over to our last level of this homeworld, which is Zephyr.
Yeah, it's always a satisfying flame charge.
Yeah, yeah, the 325s. Have definitely fallen off there by mistake before.
Oh, I've seen it happen too many times to people.
Yeah. So yeah, no, we don't need any more gems for the rest of the run.
Yeah. It's now just a big rush to get as many orbs as possible.
Yeah, we can skip the whole first half of the level with some jumps here. Ah, have to aim that. Thankfully, you don't have to aim up and down. It's just default at the right height. But yeah, it can be a bit finicky.
Still don't know how he survives that.
Yeah, he's got his helmet on.
Oh, yeah, true, the helmet, yeah.
Sure is a good thing I have my helmet.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, last talisman. We've still got a lot of orbs to get, but the levels in the last world don't have talismans.
Bit of cool movement here as well.
Yeah, that is a really weird jump. There's like an invisible wall that you have to go under, so you can't jump too high there. Have to get your height just right.
Well done.
Yeah, so with this orb, you're meant to have gotten, I believe it's a seed from the professor, as he just threw two out there, and plant a bunch of trees below you, but don't need that.
Yeah, yeah, we skipped this whole long platforming puzzle with the seeds.
It's a pretty long puzzle too.
Yeah.
It's like 3 different sections to it.
All right, so that is Autumn Plains done. Two worlds out of 3. We've got our second boss. This boss is notorious as well for being very, very random. Again, just like with Popcorn, you can make it better on average with skill. But at the end of the day, if he gives you bad patterns...
At the end of the day, Gulp is still a bit of an RNG fest.
Yeah. Like, getting better at it means you can make do with more patterns, but there are still patterns he can give you where you just can't do anything. So the goal is to get double hits. We can't flame him like it doesn't work. We have to hit him with the ammo that's dropped by these vultures that are flying around.
Yeah. The first 3 hits, if you get single hits, the first 3 hits are pretty standardized. The first one you get these barrels here, the second one you get bombs, and the third one you get rockets.
Oh, what? Okay. Because he ran forward there, the explosion from the first barrel destroyed the second one. I thought that wasn't going to happen, but unfortunately it did. It's alright.
Bombs are the worst.
Yeah. You can't get double hit, or you can't get the second hit of a double hit with a bomb, and so bombs just kind of suck.
Yeah.
If you get triple bombs, or you just get lots of bomb drops, you can't do anything.
Yeah, ideally you want either rockets or barrels, as many of them as you can. Ideally rockets.
Yeah, so after you hit Gulp, he like jumps up and it destroys all of the weapons that are already on screen. But if you can hit him with another one very quickly afterwards, then you can get the double hit.
Yeah, the good thing about the rockets is you can like pick them up and take them with you for a bit. So you can just run to the other one.
Yeah, so you
might be able to get this.
That wants to go for the bomb and then the barrel.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
And then, yeah, you can just kind of chill behind him like this, and as long as you keep moving around, he will never... He just gets stuck in this animation of walking in a circle, which lets you figure out what's going on with the weapons. That's a good pattern.
Cool, and hopefully one more double hit.
Yeah. Yeah, you want the 5 cycle, you can't always get it. 4 cycle is theoretically possible, I've only seen it a handful of times ever. I've never got it, like handful of times from anyone. Hey, nice, easy one.
Oh, beautiful.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a quick goal.
It was alright, yeah. That first cycle was a shame. But
Yeah,
the,
I mean, the rest of it was pretty good. And here's the final homeworld, Winter Tundra. It's almost like there's a pattern with these homeworlds or something. It's almost like there's supposed to be a 4th one or something.
Kind of scary proxy right off the bat here. It's not mandatory to get this, but it does save a fair bit of time, so I would really like to.
This is my favourite proxy of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, Penguin's great.
I'm not doing it with Jimmy's strat, though.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I got like a really awkward height there where I couldn't make it all the way over, but I was slightly too high to land on the spot properly. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, so you can just go around to these stairs over here and respawn the fodder as well.
That's not a good spot.
Or you can just do this wall jump as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to go back for more penguins. That will be... And you can kind of make up a little bit of time as well by grabbing this orb now. Normally, like if I did the penguin route, I'd have to grab it later, so... So that's unfortunate, but we make do. And then we're going to skip into Dragon Shores, which is the post-game level that you're supposed to unlock after beating Ripto, the final boss. But we are going to go in like that. So when portals are not unlocked, when you haven't unlocked the level yet, the loading zone for the portal is just stored directly underneath where it's going to be. And so if you can get out of bounds and touch it, you can get into the level.
It's the same with Spyro 3 as well.
Yeah. So we want to go over this wall, get out of bounds. This water, if you try and swim in it, will crash the game.
Immediately.
The problem is jumping in this water is so sticky as well. Like
thankfully, I don't have swim, so I've got no danger of that in this run, but in other categories, it can cause problems.
And there's the fireball power-up.
Yeah, so you're supposed to unlock that for 100%ing the game. That's a permanent fireball power-up. So that is going to be really useful for the rest of the run. We can kind of cheese some orb challenges and also massively cheese the final boss with that. And then this is tough. I want to get on the wall this time. I find this a lot more difficult than just getting over it. Hopefully not stuck here for too long, but you need a really perfect double jump from exactly the right spot to make this work. You get to enjoy the Dragon Shores music though.
Yeah. Well, while Dak does this, I would like to give you a lovely bit of trivia. Did you know that Spyro was originally meant to be green?
Oh, no, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Please educate me. Why was Spyro originally going to be green?
Thank
you.
I'm not sure why he was originally meant to.
Oh, you got up.
Yeah.
Like, why are you wanting Spyro being green?
Yeah, no, he was changed to purple because he blended in with the grass. You wouldn't be able to continue doing when you're doing those jumps.
Alright, so I did a thing there to get into the movie theater. This is not the end of the run. This is just
wow, GG.
This is just a place where you can watch all the cutscenes in the game.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, that last the last cutscene that you unlock after. Okay, you can get a frame perfect pause there and leave slightly earlier. Yeah, the last cutscene that plays after you beat the final boss actually has the side effect of like clearing all the money bags events.
Yeah,
in
unlocks
the game,
everything for you.
which also gives you swim, climb, and head bash, which we didn't pay for. But like I just said before, I didn't have swim, but now oh, interesting. But now I do because I watched that cutscene. It's a bit of a detour to do that, and it's it might seem like a lot to get those abilities. But there are 2 orbs, that one on the waterfall, and then the orb in the rock just in front of us here, which I'll get after this level, that you really can't realistically get without having swim or head bash, respectively. So if we didn't do the theater skip there, I'd need to get different orbs, which would be slower.
Man, I hated this level as a kid. I don't know why. I don't know why.
It's really
This
confusing to root for 100%
Yeah.
as well.
I think the layout is heap.
Yeah. This guy's very good. I love this guy's mustache.
Yeah. I would love to have a mustache like that.
So I'm going to snipe a couple of these thieves with my fireballs and then talk to him. Normally when you kill one of these thieves, the game like freezes for a little while the spark plug comes in. But if you trigger a different cutscene, you can just have that happen while you're watching the cutscene instead. And you can also just... Oh, I didn't get it. You can also just pause and unpause the game, which will also make the cutscene end a little earlier. This guy is out of his mind. All right, so I'll get the orb in the rock that I mentioned before that we need head bash for. That one right there, and then we'll also use the head bash to open this door as well and head into Metropolis. This level it's fun, but it's challenging. You're kind of on some cycles with the UFOs in the last area of the level. And you want to make sure that you know where they're going to be so that you can kill them quickly, because they do give you an orb.
You're doing Ox UFOs end of level?
Yeah. Well, both UFOs, yeah. And also the fireball makes these lifts... Oh, no, that's not good. The fireball activates these lifts for some reason. You're supposed to head back on them, but they also activate if you fireball them. We've got climb, so I can get up here. And then
fireball.
Yeah, you're supposed to use the bomb. You can see he's got a bomb there and he throws them at you and you kind of flame them back at him. But
it's a pain casually.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, I've run 100% no major skips where you don't have fireballs.
Oh, that'd be terrible.
Yeah, there's some of the orb challenges are like, oh no.
Yeah, like the ice physics plus the bomb going everywhere, plus you have to like line it up perfectly to hit him. It's a pain. I hate it.
So you're supposed to get a Superfly power for this UFOs challenge, but because I know where they are, I can just do that and just snipe them all.
Excellent work.
Get both the UFO and the end of level orb at once here, and then the second set of UFOs will spawn. And again, they're always on the same path, or almost the same path, so I can just... Oh, that guy, that's fine. Now this guy will come out here.
Nice.
Nice flying.
Thank you.
The bomb did the hit didn't affect you too much.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah. Yeah. What the second one was like on a slightly further behind than he would normally be, I think. But yeah, it doesn't make too much of a difference. The cycle isn't always running like in the whole level, so. But yes, last level before the final boss. We are skipping Cloud Temples entirely. There's a level that we just didn't go to. You can get the 3 orbs there, and it's not too slow, but it's not really worth it.
Yeah.
But here we need to kill 15 enemies to activate a supercharged power-up. And some of these enemies can be a bit of a pain as well. Snipe on... No, I didn't get it. There's a snipe on, like, big pumpkin thing up there, but I didn't quite manage it. But yeah, Fireball speeds up this level immensely. Because killing the blue enemies, the beetle things, without Fireball is just very slow. Oh, no. Okay. This guy just doesn't die sometimes. Alright, try and get a quick kill on these. Oh, missed one.
My fields. Love that voice line.
Yeah. So the reason we're getting the supercharged power up is there's an orb challenge that basically involves clearing a bunch of debris off a track. And the pumpkins, the big pumpkins, you can destroy with Fireball. But there's also some barred doors that don't get destroyed by Fireball. You have to supercharge through them.
Way to go, Spyro.
So I'm gonna get this one, which I missed with the snipe before, and that one. We used to get these 2 pumpkins early and kind of do a skip on the supercharge, but it's not actually any faster. You can just go across the whole track. get the barn doors, and get the last orb. This is 40. 40 out of 64, but 40 is how many we need to get to the final boss. So we are done with that, and we just need to go beat the game.
Yeah. Crypto time. With lots of fireballs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this fight gets cheesed enormously by the permanent fireball.
The first two phases of this fight become just
doing this
so
fight
easy.
the normal way, it's much worse RNG than Golf. Like, it's horrible. But instead... Yeah, so this door only opens if you have 40 orbs, so that's why we needed those. You can, as I mentioned before, you can skip into that. There's a few different ways, but this category doesn't allow that.
All right, now... Fireball.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Wait.
Fireball.
We just
Just stun lock him in the corner.
Yeah, so the first two phases will look roughly like this. And
Normally-
then the last phase will be... Oh, I forgot to do that earlier. That was dumb.
Normally, Hunter starts like throwing down these orbs, and the first one took like 3. Depending on which color you get last, will give you a different power-up. It will give either of you a different power-up. Spyro can get either like a supercharged power-up and get the fireball, which he's got now, or he can get like these little like bombs.
This phase you always have fireball for, so this is the intended thing.
Yeah.
Time will be coming up pretty soon when I kill him.
Yeah, you can also do a little early hit there where he shoots just as the cutscene starts. And we know where the turtle spawns, so you can just pre-fire it.
Yeah, you could do that on phase 2 as well, but I just forgot. It was silly. I might get another hit here, so it might be time. No, rip, I just Okay. And time.
Good run.
Thanks, everyone.
Underestimate.
Underestimate, we'll take it. I lost time from having oil saves as well. But yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for watching. If you're interested in speedrunning Spyro games, there's a great community like Spyro Speedrunning Discord. Come talk to me if you want as well. Yeah, they're great. Clog District runs the remasters, so if you're interested in that, that's also...
I run the bad ones.
Yeah.
I run both Spyro 3 and Reignited. It's the worst of all of the Spyro games.
But yeah, thanks everyone for watching the event as well. For watching...
Massive shout out to the crowd that's still here.
I'll pass it over to our overlord.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Hello everyone, I'm Astrius, I'm the ASAP coordinator for AusSpeedruns, so I helped coordinate all of this. I'd like to first start off by saying thank you everyone for helping contribute to more than double last year's efforts. I'd like to thank our partner Game on Cancer. Through them we've been able to do all of this work, and they've helped us grow as a group, as AusSpeedruns, a fantastic amount, and obviously through them we've improved every event, as clearly obvious by our results from this event. I'd also like to thank our sponsor Elgato for the equipment they provide and the support they've given us. Again, helps the stream and our tech production and everything about it. And then, of course, I'd like to thank, so obviously I used to do most of the work, but now I don't. I actually delegate a lot of it to the people behind me, who are the committee. The only person missing is Ewan, who's in the back, as expected of a tech person. No, obviously AusSpeedruns has grown well beyond the reaches of 1 or 2 people, so having more people doing a lot of the heavy lifting has made it much easier for us to do everything properly and then also do more work, so that way you guys can enjoy everything. But of course I'd like to thank everyone from PAX and their enforcers and all the event staff to our runners, our hosts, our volunteers, and our community, as well as everyone here who's watched and donated and commented and clapped and laughed at people and and yeah, I guess all I have to say is enjoy the credits and be sure to stick around for a special post-credits thing.
Who capitalized my name? Who capitalized my name? I know, it's meant to be lower. Also, just half of the instances of my name are just May as well. It is what it is. Woo!